This is a true crime discussions channel. We speculate. This is all just speculation. Because it's true crime, it's for mature audiences only. There will be no children allowed, no exceptions. Everything on this channel falls under fair use. Please remember to like, comment, subscribe, and share. It's free. Hey, Pisces, I was writing that down. Harlow, Cumberland County, Maine. All right. Pisces said, please pray for her. Okay. She says, hey, fam, I'm actually asking for prayers. My 12-year-old daughter has a friend that has been missing for a week now in the state of Maine. Please pray for a safe return. My daughter is devastated. I am praying for you with every fiber of my being. I'm so sorry. That is so horrible. I cannot even imagine. I'm so sorry. That's horrific, and I'm so sorry to hear that. I hope she's found. I hope the police have her devices so they can figure out what's going on and try to locate her. I'm so very sorry. I'm so sorry. Let me say hey to y'all. Indy, good to see you. Pisces. Kelly, good to see you. Jenny Jen, my love, good to see you. Indy, thank you guys for praying for her. Good to see you. Julie Ann, good to see you. Robin W, good to see you, love. Curious Christine, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Dandelionness, thank you for being here. Good to see you. Mrs. North, good to see you. Mariel, good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. Carolyn Della Rocca, good to see you. It's so powerfully for positive vibes. It is. I try to be positive when we come in. One sunny day, good to see you. And Westside Crime, good to see you. Thank you so very much for being here. Thank you all for the prayers. I greatly appreciate that for Pisces. They are reporting it on the news, so I thought I would try to spread the coverage. Okay, good. Good. Yeah, the more people know, the more people can be on the lookout. If you've got a picture, send it to me in my email and I'll post it. Angela, good to see you, love. Thank you for being here. Curious Christine, thank you so much for the super sticker of a little pair dancing. That's so cute. Thank you so very much for that, Curious Christine. That was so very sweet and supportive of you, and it helps so very much. I have a huge folder of videos. Y'all, I've got so much to do. We've been streaming the trial, so I haven't had time. But I've got something in the Victoria Martins case I need to get out for you guys. I've got a whole nother case with a whole bunch of body cam and all kinds of stuff to get out for you guys that I just got last night. I've got to learn how to edit videos on my computer instead of my cell phone, because my cell phone was like, look, bitch, I ain't got the room for all this. I don't know what you're over here trying to do, but I'm just a cell phone. So I got to figure it out on my computer. And as soon as I do that, I will have it out for you guys. Hey, Miss King of Anything, thank you so much for being here. Yes, Jenny Jen said, you rest up, Curious Christine. Thank you for that. That was so very sweet of you. And you get some rest. You get some rest, love. I wanted to show y'all something from Hio, my love. One of my my bestie from YouTube. She has her own channel, and her link is pinned to the top of the chat section. You are a tuckered out grandma. Isn't it good, though? I know that becoming a grandma is a lot different than becoming a parent. And isn't it just so, it's like, you know, when we're grandparents, we've learned more by that time. And to see our children, our grandchildren, and our children interacting together, it just brings a whole nother level of joy. I'm super happy for you, Curious. And I'm glad that you got to spend time with your grandbabies. My cell phone is bipolar, just like most of the people in my house. Lorianne, good to see you. As I said yesterday, if you need any help, you have a whole family here to help. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. So I saw this on my cell phone. I found this actually hilarious. It says, well, not hilarious. I mean, the situation is kind of messed up, but there are photos of this man right here. And it says, a man in Oregon took a woman's car and found a baby in the back seat. He turned around to return the child safely. And here you see him taking the child and then coming in the store with the child. After he turned around with the child to return it safely, he scolded the mother for leaving the baby alone and then jumped back in the car and drove off again. Y'all, I'm here to tell you, being a former criminal myself, just because we're criminals doesn't mean we don't have morals, okay? That woman should not have left that baby in that car. And he was like, ma'am, I'm out here trying to steal your car, and here your baby is in there. What are you doing right now? Like, if anybody deserves to have their car stolen, it's you, ma'am. Here's your child. Please take better care of your child. I am about to skirt with your car now. Kim Gettle, good to see you. Bethina, good to see you. You were watching a dumpster fire in Cromwell. Lord Jesus. I cannot. Like, if you got court, you need to be there at 9 o'clock in the morning. In North Carolina, because I live in North Carolina, you don't take your cell phones in the damn, you know that. And like, you're getting there at 9:28 when the hearing's at 9:30. How are you even going to get in the courtroom to be seated? When they do roll call, they don't care if you're in the damn bathroom. You better be in that courtroom. That's why you get there early. So you can, if you have an issue going through the metal detector, like having your cell phone and you genuinely didn't know that you weren't allowed to have your cell phone, that gives you time to deal with that and put the stuff up. It gives you time to use the restroom and be seated. If you're seated when the lawyers are coming in, the lawyers come in up to like 10 o'clock, 10:30 in the morning. They can be late. You know why? Because they've entered their name on the docket saying, I'm representing this person. And then when the DA reads through it, if the person has a lawyer, even if they're not present, they'll set it to the side. But if you don't have an attorney entered on the docket and you're not there, yeah, they're going to go ahead with your case. But, you know, you can't fix stupid. I don't know what to do. I think allegedly speculating, and in my opinion, I think that somebody saw that people were making money for lawyers on YouTube for actual cases, and I don't know, I'm not even going to go down that road because receipts haven't been shown, but I think that somebody said, oh, I'm going to make some money real quick by pretending to have a lawyer, and that's just my opinion, and with that, I will move on. Lola's mom, good to see you, because we don't talk about drama over here. I probably shouldn't have said as much as I did. Edith, good to see you. Thank you for being here. You sent me an email. Okay, thank you for that. Anybody else that came in that I might have missed? Hello, and thank you for being here. I will check the email. I wanted to show y'all something I found this morning real quick before we get started. And it's got me a little bit up in arms. So this is titled, Wichita Police Investigate Possible Abduction Caught on Camera. Y'all, I'm kind of fearful. I didn't mean to do that. And I want to ask y'all what you think is going on here, because this is scary. I don't know if it's like a domestic situation or what's going on. I think this was on somebody's Ring camera. Look at this. What is that? She's screaming, please. Y'all. Oh, let me put y'all's comments on stage. That is so scary. That is so scary. Dandelion said the car thief looks like this guy. Hold on, I'll pull it back up. The one that stole the car and then was like, ma'am, you just left your baby in the daggum car. Like, if anybody deserves to have your car stolen, it's you. Leaving your baby out here all alone. What are you even doing? He said.
So y'all need to hide your kids, hide your wife, and hide your husband.
Yeah, like, man, I mean, I have to agree. Like I said, just because somebody's a criminal doesn't mean they don't have morals. Okay? You know, what are you doing leaving the baby in the car? Like, even somebody that's out here stealing cars came in and scolded you. Like, I think you need to take a good long look in the mirror. He's a skiller. Jesus, was that a baby? Yeah. Sound like she screamed Kevin. It was scary. I know. It looked like domestic, not kidnapping by an unknown. It did look domestic, didn't it? And it was scary. And before we get started, I wanted to share this with you guys as well. I don't know if you remember the Ellen Greenburg case, but we discussed it in a live a while back. I wanted to share this with you guys.
This morning, the mysterious stabbing death of Ellen Greenburg, once again ruled a suicide by the Philadelphia Medical Examiner's Office.
This woman was stabbed in the back of her head multiple times. I hate when that happens. I don't know why it does that. I'm going to have to throw myself out and we'll have to come back. But she was stabbed in like her spine and in the back of the head and a bunch of places that are like literally impossible to do to yourself. Okay. She was dating a guy that's somehow familial with the judge or district attorney. I can't remember all of the aspects of everything, but like he's got some type of ties to high up people in that area. And it's just it's impossible for her to have done this to herself, in my opinion. Yeah, there's no freaking way that was self-deletion. Thought it sounded like a baby cry at the end there. I think he was covering her mouth, and we'll go back to it if I can pull it up again. Hold on, I got to yeet myself because like my computer makes different tabs. Hold on a minute. I'll be right back. It's like it'll go up like, I don't know, it'll pull it into a whole different window, and I don't like that shit. I was having to deal with that yesterday at the end of trial. Okay. So, yeah, there's no way she did this to herself. There was no reason for it. I mean, I don't even think it's humanly possible to do like what you're going to reach around and stab yourself in the back of the head. That don't even make fucking sense.
Examiner's office after her family's years-long battle to re-examine the case. In 2011, the 27-year-old was discovered stabbed 20 times, according to the initial autopsy report, in the neck, back, head, and heart, with bruises all over her body in the apartment she shared with her fiancé.
Yeah, how are you stabbing yourself to death all in the back and in the spine and all that? You know what I mean? Yeah, that's fucked. And it's a self-deletion, sure. Right. Kevin's not here. Is what you heard in that audio. I'm going to try to pull it back up if it'll let me. It was on my tabs this morning. And he claimed the chain lock was on, and therefore he broke the chain to get in. I don't believe that. I don't either. Julianne, did you change your picture? I love that. That's so pretty. They say that she did this to herself in the back of the head. Yeah, and like in the spinal cord. Her screams were very scary. I saw Kevin and immediately thought Home Alone. Oh, okay. Her parents need to get out of the state of ME and have another ME look at the autopsy or possibly do another autopsy. I agree, but how do you even begin to do that? Hey, Lala, good to see you. I hope you're having a good day too. Yeah, the police investigated it. This is very like a real old crime, and said that she did it to herself. Her boyfriend was found to be lying to the police. Yep, all of these things, but they're still ruling it as self-deletion.
Fiance's on the floor with blood everywhere.
Is this a house or apartment?
Oh no! Oh no!
Her fiancé, who found her, was never accused of foul play. The medical examiner who conducted her autopsy originally ruled her death a homicide, only to change it to suicide weeks later. In the 32-page report released Friday, Chief Medical Examiner Dr. Lindsay...
I grew up on a farm and ranch in Nebraska, so I'm always cowgirling. You never want to pay more than you have to. I bet we save about $180 a month.
Okay, even if you did grow up on a ranch or a farm, what do you mean I'm always cowgirling? You sound like you're trying too fucking hard, and it's not even true. Sorry.
Maybe saying Greenburg would be capable of inflicting these injuries herself, noting that there was no sign of a struggle or an intruder, and no defensive wounds. The report also showing 20 additional bruises and 3 additional cuts in the skin, unaccounted for in the initial autopsy. Simon also noting that Greenburg was a young woman suffering from anxiety and that there was no trace of her fiancé's DNA or anyone else's on the knife.
Okay, but if you or I were involved in something like this, we would be questioned extensively and we would be the first fucking suspect. Right. Common sense can tell you that she did not stab herself in the back of the head and the upper spine at the base of her neck. And that stab wound at the base of her neck wasn't even the last stab wound, if I remember correctly, from the live we did probably over a year ago. If I remember correctly, she got stabbed in the spine, and that would have ended her life. Like, she would not have been capable of continuing to take the knife and stab herself in the back of the head if she was even doing it at that point anyway. And there was wounds that came after that when she legally, like with all scientific evidence, would not have been able to move because she had severed her spine. There was still stab wounds after that. And you're telling me she did it to her fucking self? Abso-fucking-lutely not. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Mm-mm.
This is some dysfunctional shit.
It's like, you know, what the fuck is going on?
What the fuck is going on here?
And I can't help but think that her family probably feels like that. Like, what the fuck is going on? It's not even fucking possible. And y'all have checked again and ruled it self-deletion again. The prosecution office needs a good old-fashioned investigation by the real DOJ. And I agree with that too. But will it change anything? Angela said, I wonder if medical examiner can be held accountable for incorrect rulings. I don't know. He's like related to some type of judge or the actual DA or something to that effect in the area. So I don't even know. Like, I don't even know where you would even begin. I'm still poorly, but my youngest kiddo and the doggy are keeping me company. Oh, Julian, I hope you feel better, sweetheart. I'm sorry if I forget about some of the things that y'all tell me. Like I said, we're going to be moving, and I'm hoping when we move to like ramp up the channel a little bit, work on more merch. I'm going to have a whiteboard, like a big, huge whiteboard, and I'm going to write down y'all's prayers and the things that I need to remember every day, because I'm telling y'all, I take several mushrooms, and I'm actually just got my Prevagen again because I have this brain fog, but I think it's because of the one pharmaceutical I'm on, and I'm trying to get off of it because my brain fog is just horrendous. Like, I feel like I'm about dumb as hell sometimes. I feel like I just smoked a blunt sometimes, and I don't even smoke. Dandy said the boyfriend has family in government positions too. Yep. Indy said the whole case is fucked up. The original ME quit because of this case. I didn't know that. Thank you for that information. Yeah, this is ridiculous. I'd be so dang mad. Right. It's like second grade true crime level debunked bullshit. Exactly. Yes, ma'am.
Boom, 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 bop, bam.
This is bullshit. Complete bullshit. Hey, Stephanie, good to see you. Just like Sarah Birchmore, we need to fight for justice. I'm going to look into that case. I've heard of it, but I haven't looked into it.
But Greenburg's attorney says Dr. Simon's report shows distorted portrayals of Ellen's mental health.
Dr. Simon misunderstood the assignment. The question for the ME.
I think everybody misunderstood the motherfucking assignment.
It was never whether he did it. It was whether she did, right? It's not her job to find a murderer, only determine whether or not there's been a murder.
Ellen's family reacting to what they perceive as the lack of answers, saying in a statement, recently we allowed ourselves to hope a breakthrough would come. But those hopes were dashed again by the same machine that has ignored us for almost 15 years. The court-ordered reexamination comes after the family settled 2 lawsuits in February with the city of Philadelphia for their alleged mishandling of the case.
They did everything they possibly could to stand in our way. Instead of helping us.
Shortly
I don't know why it's skipping like that. So it's the city of Philadelphia. And like you would think that the city of brotherly love, where the freaking Constitution was signed, wouldn't be doing shit like this. That's her daddy trying to fight for her justice.
Helping us.
Shortly before the settlement, the medical examiner who performed the original autopsy saying, since issuing the amended death certificate, I have become aware of additional information. It is my professional opinion Ellen's manner of death should be designated as something other than suicide.
Okay, I'm going to read that to you again because for some reason it's skipping. It says, since issuing the amended death certificate, I have become aware of additional information. It is my professional opinion that Ellen's manner of homicide, I say homicide even though it's not considered homicide, should be designated as something other than self-deletion.
Now, Ellen's parents plan to attend a hearing on the report scheduled today in Philadelphia. Dr. Marlon Osborne, who you saw there, the original medical examiner, did not return our request for comment. Of course, we'll have a full wrap-up on today's events tonight on Nightline, but you should be sure to watch the ABC News Studio series, Death in Apartment 603. What happened to Ellen Greenburg? It's streaming.
Okay, it's called Death in Apartment 603, something where they talk about it more. All right, we'll jump back over here to this video footage and we can look at it again. I'm kind of with you guys. I think it could be okay, what the fuck? I think it could be a why are we not seeing the video? This one's not playing the video. Dang it. Well, okay. Let's talk about this real quick. I think it would be a domestic violence situation, but then you see how she's dressed. She's got really high boots, very short shorts, and a shirt. But if it is a domestic situation, maybe her dress like that made somebody upset. But she's standing in front of this porch, as you saw earlier, and this man comes up and grabs her, and then she appears to scream and say, please, from while he walks away with her. So it says, police looking to identify apparently abducted woman and possible kidnapper and video of possible abduction. I will pull the video again and we'll look at it. Let me try again. Hold on. Let me see if it's back here yet, because it was on my feed this morning. All right, let me search it again. My computer's being weird. Hold on, y'all. I'm looking for the actual video again. Okay. I said share. 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 All right. So this is what we just saw, and they're saying it's a possible abduction. Kevin. Right there, he's got her mouth covered. She says something, but we can't understand it because it sounds like her mouth is covered. I'll back it up. That was please. That's definitely Kevin. That's her mouth covered. That's please. No, you're hearing no. She was dressed like she was out. Yeah, so I don't know. Like, is it a domestic situation? Or was she out at the club with her friends and we're looking at an actual kidnapping? Maybe Kevin's in the house? I don't know. The police are investigating it, thank God. So, I don't know. I don't know. Like, that's all we have. The police are investigating. So here, we'll come back here and play this.
Angelica Verduzco says she's lived in this Northeast Wichita neighborhood for about 15 years now. She says in that time, she's never heard of anything like this, a forcible kidnapping happening here. Like many in the area, she was just learning about what had happened when we came knocking on her door. One of her relatives had seen this post from the Wichita police on Facebook. Investigators are asking for help identifying this woman. They say someone forcibly kidnapped her before dawn Sunday morning. The picture appears to come from a surveillance camera, which many houses in the neighborhood have. She's afraid for herself, as well as for all the young women who live in the area. Like her neighbors, she didn't recognize the victim in the picture, but is praying for her safe return.
Oh my God. It says it's dangerous. That's the truth. But always, I believe there has been a kidnapping. I believe there has always been kidnappings. Lordy Jesus. The article says police in Kansas are asking the public for help in identifying a woman who was seen on surveillance video being taken by force by an unidentified man, according to authorities. The Wichita Police Department said that the incident happened early Sunday morning at approximately 2 a.m. in the 1400 block of North Bolista in Wichita, though the circumstances that have led to the abduction are currently unclear. Quote, at this time, we have not been able to identify the female and male seen in the video, the Wichita Police Department said on social media. Exploring all options, we've reached out to our regional and federal law enforcement partners for additional assistance. Authorities also processed the audio and reduced the background noise in hopes that someone will recognize her voice. The Wichita Police Department is now asking for the community's help in identifying and locating the female, and anybody that recognizes her that might have information about her identity or whereabouts should reach out to the Wichita Police Department immediately. So if they think it's an abduction, then they must have, I mean, I don't know. I would say that if they think it's an abduction, they must know that it wasn't a domestic violence situation, but they also don't know who the person is to check and see if it was a domestic violence situation. Maybe she was yelling out for her old man, like if you're in danger and your significant other is around, wouldn't you call for them first? Yeah. Maybe the person who set her up to be kidnapped, I don't know. One of the highest crime areas in the U.S. No, I don't think she lived there. Julianne, that was a knife in the Ellen Greenburg case. That was the knife she allegedly used to stab herself in the back of the head and sever her spinal cord, and continued to stab herself in the back of the head after her spinal cord was severed somehow, miraculously. Make it make sense. Curious said, please all stay safe. You know that hand signal, right, for DV help? Yeah, you like flash it. I also have this thing, this keychain thing that my mother got me that we take when we walk outside, and it's like if it's separated, it makes a really loud noise, so you can be safe. Also, if you're ever in a dangerous situation, yell fire is proven to get people to respond versus yelling help. I didn't know that. Very interesting. Wichita reminds me of Dennis Rader. Yeah. Yeah, let me look for the signal real quick, and then we'll get into today's trial. Hold on. I'm looking for it right now. Okay. Hold on. It's not. I gotta go the back way. I gotta go through the back door to share it. Maybe Kevin was the person taking her. Yeah, like, I don't know. I don't know what to think. And if the police is reaching out to the public for help, they don't know either. So this is the signal if you're out in public and you need help. That's what you do to signal for help. Oh, goodness. I didn't know the volume.
Memorize it, share it. And that right there is the universal help signal. Know it, memorize it, share it.
Okay, I'm going to do it with the volume off in case I have to remove it. So here again is the signal, and she says that is the universal signal for help. Know it, memorize it, share it. Okay. You're welcome. Curious. Like, just was so passionate about yesterday that to me today we got to do this. Oh, yeah. we need to share it. Our world is a scary place. I wonder if they checked the local bars close by. She was dressed up to go out, so that's a good question. Hopefully they have. And people have been saved using that. There's a couple of stories of people being saved using that hand signal. I think it's because most people don't want to get in the middle of DV, and help usually signifies that word fire rings alarm bells in everyone's head and they're running. Yeah, I could see that. Because nowadays, if you say help, people just stand there with a damn phone and record the shit, which is absolutely disgusting in my opinion. Okay. So evidently I was looking at the comment section right when we first started, or when I went over there to watch this, and evidently the state's going to rest today, but there's some back and forth between the judge and people are arguing yet again. So this should be a pretty interesting day for trial. I had started a little bit late so that we can kind of skip the breaks and the lunch break, and we'll probably be caught up with them after they come back for lunch. I asked my son for a picture with his sister, knowing I take 2 photos each time. He did that, signed quickly, and I got it perfectly in between the photos. Oh, wow. Often abducted or trafficked people will do it behind their backs as they are walking. Yes. Yes, ma'am. If they know it. There was a little girl that was saved using that hand signal, I do believe. There was a photo shared that Pisces sent me, and I forgot, and I need to share that real quick. Okay. So this is the Cumberland County Sheriff's Office in Maine from October 6, 2025, 10:34 p.m. This is a photo of the little girl that was abducted that we are saying prayers for and has been missing for about a week. Oh, God. That's not good. Curious Christina, I appreciate you being here and hanging out with us, and thank you. I learn a lot from you guys every day, too. The help sign. He's not a fan of his sister. So this is Jade Harlow out of Cumberland County, Maine, that has been missing for a week. Oh, my God. Lord have mercy. I hope they find her. Okay, Hannah, have a nice shower. All right, so we're going to go to the trial and watch the trial, and we'll be caught up at about by the time they get back from lunch. Like I said, evidently there's some arguing going on or something. I don't know exactly what, but we'll find out. She is so pretty, and that it's scary. Like, the more beautiful you are, it just, it's not fair. Life isn't fair anymore. We have no volume.
Mr. Tomas and myself were in my office yesterday to conduct depositions. He and I were having a conversation where I mentioned
Hold on.
Tomas and myself were in my office yesterday to conduct depositions. He and I were having a conversation where I mentioned I'm likely going to be calling Detective Wilson in rebuttal.
Oh, yes.
Kind of takes a stand. He says something to the effect that they were saying things to me. They were trying to push me and convince me to waive Miranda. So I got Detective Wilson's phone number.
Yes, the father of the missing 6-month-old has been taken into custody. I had gotten an email about that, and I figured if we got all the way caught up with trial and they were on lunch break, we are going to talk about it. We are going to talk about it at some point today, even if it's at the very end. But yes, the father of the missing 6-month-old baby has been taken into custody. She's evidently, there's some arguing and there's some shit going on in this trial today. She's not real happy. Good morning, Cara. Good to see you. No, the yurt was in Arizona, I believe. There might have been one in Maine, too. It seems like there might have been one in Maine, too. Not yet, but the dad has been taken into custody.
Reached out to her, and Mr. Tomas was actually in my office, and I confirmed her availability at that time. A few hours later, as I was preparing for today, I called Detective Wilson and asked her kind of what the process was of everything. And
oh, hell no.
Interview as well. Detective Wilson advised me that at a point in time, both her and Detective Janoris took the defendant to the bathroom. Her and Detective Janoris, because Detective Wilson was shadowing at this point. She was a domestic violence detective at that point, and she was shadowing both robbery and homicide to see if she wanted to go to either of those units. They're having a conversation about where Detective Wilson is, what she wants to do, etc. The defendant is in the bathroom stall at this point in time, comes out, washes her hands, and goes to Detective Wilson. It says something to the effect, I don't remember she doesn't even remember the exact words, but she says, oh, you're a domestic violence detective, starts inquiring about that, and then says, I'm a victim of domestic violence. Detective Wilson at that point in time puts her hands up, motions to Detective Janoris, and says, you need to tell them, not me. You need to speak your truth to them. The best I can surmise based off of the timeline and everything else, and also her deposition yesterday, which was taken. This is prior to even the first Miranda being read, in which the defendant invokes. I turned that over to Mr. Tomas yesterday, probably around 2 o'clock, I think, and then we ended up taking Detective Wilson's deposition around 3:30 yesterday.
So they're still taking depositions while the trial is still happening. Hey, AM. Real quick, I will show you what we were just discussing before we get started really into the trial. Let me share with y'all this, and then we'll actually go over the article this after when we have time. So it says police identify father of missing 6-month-old Clayton County boy as a suspect as search continues. It says he's a suspect. So I'm not sure. I can't play. Somebody sent me a video, but I can't play somebody else's live stream. I'll continue to look for stuff, but he's definitely a suspect, and he was more than likely taken into custody concerning the disappearance of Nnakai Pratt Sunday morning. Look at this real quick. This is what I just saw, and I was like, what? Woman accused of masking smell of homicided 21-year-old girl with pumpkin spice shower gel and Cascade is allowed to remain free. What? Y'all. This is the appropriate time to play this one.
This is some dysfunctional shit.
Yet it's real. What the Sam hell? Y'all.
What in the fuck knuckles is this?
I cannot. All right, back to trial. It appears that they were taking depositions as of yesterday afternoon at 3:30. You're supposed to have all of your stuff ready to go for trial and have it entered and have it ready to go. What are we doing taking depositions in the middle of fucking trial? What the hell is going on here? There's so many people abducted and held captive these days. The world is terrifying. It is. It's like you really need to hide your kids, hide your wives, and hide your husbands. I'm native, can't tell by my pic. Such a curse. Point is, humans disappointed me for years. This surprises me not. I'm curious, Christine, you are very beautiful. Well, I'll be talking about Mimi, the 12-year-old girl found dead in New Britain. She was found deceased yesterday in a container. Mom and mom's boyfriend and aunt were arrested. I saw something on that as well. I'm going to write it down. Somebody sent me a email, and I'm going to look into that as well. Thank you for that, AM. I don't know if I'll be talking about it today because I'm going to have to grab information on it. But that, yeah, holy Moses, that's really sad too. I'm sorry to hear that. There's so much going on, y'all. So much. And it's so sad. Hey, Becky, good to see you. I'm not paying attention. You're good. If y'all don't mind, hit the thumbs up, please. Let me get my banner so that I don't get in trouble for playing this. All right, so we're going to continue with the trial. Why are we taking depositions at 3:30 p.m. yesterday? Stop it. Stop it right now.
Well, what's the ask for the Richardson?
Because
so sad.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're saying
I don't know.
You turned over late.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Do you want to respond? He's saying it's late, but he found out. It sounds like he found out about it yesterday and turned it over upon finding out about it.
Yes, Your Honor.
So the issue is willful inadvertence. will be prejudiced in any way at this stage. What the state is saying is this domestic violence detective came in contact with this link even before the statement was turned over. So her identity.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm not necessarily seeking to exclude her at this point.
Okay, so we've done the Richardson.
I just wanted to make sure we did that before we did anything else.
All right, so it is Burton's at this stage because everyone's on notice as to this Detective Wilson being a domestic violence detective and coming into contact with this link. The defense is not witness.
Judge, we don't have to address it right now, but there was another witness that I deposed yesterday, which I believe what he would testify to is outside of the window of what you've already said is relevant as far as previous bad acts.
I agree with him.
So we can address that now or later. I want to put that in.
If I were to call him as a witness, it'd be for rebuttal, and we can address that at a later time.
My understanding is the only thing that the state wants to go forward on today, the case in chief, is based on their motion for reconsideration of the jail call, right?
So we also are calling Detective Cruz, just kind of to piece the timeline together. His testimony shouldn't take too long.
All right. Well, anything else you want to put on the record other than what's in the written motion for reconsideration?
I'll let Ms. DeLeon handle that.
I read the motion. Anything that you want to put on the record?
Judge, good morning. ASA Jennifer on behalf of the state, and Judge, I have copies of the case law that I cited if the court needed printed copies. Judge, the only thing the state would want to supplement to this motion is that it's imperative, Judge, to allow this jail call, not only to show consciousness of guilt, Judge, but I think that it's essential for this jail call to prove also it goes to the elements of our crime, specifically, Judge, to the fact that this defendant lied to 911, Judge. She lied to responding officers. She lied to more than one officer that arrived on scene, acting like she didn't know what was going on, how he got shot, who shot him. It's imperative, Judge, to show as to the depraved mind element to our case in chief, that she did this with that intent and depraved mind, because the jail call specifically says, had I known, basically, essentially, in the sum of it,
Had I known what?
how much, Judge, she said 25, and Judge, I can play it for you so you can hear it word for
I
word.
accept the prop. Had I known,
So
essentially what the offer would have been, I would have.
no, so she goes, Judge, it's specifically like this. She goes 25.
25 means what?
25 years, Judge. 25. I would have cut that motherfucker up and I would have scattered him all over Florida. It's essentially what the call entails. She doesn't say had I known, quote unquote, it's just a sum of what basically the state was saying. And it's an additional admission as well, Judge. That's what the state would like to supplement to its motion. And I think it's
shit. Y'all, that's not good. That's not good at all. Had I known I would be looking at 25 to life, I'd have cut him up and scattered him all across Florida. Uh-oh. I wonder if she's going to allow it to be admitted.
imperative, Judge. I understand you accept my profits report. I think it's imperative that you hear the portion that the state wants to play so that your honor can hear the context of it as well.
I accept the profit. Do you want to respond?
Judge, I think you conducted the proper legal analysis last week. You made your ruling. Nothing in the state's motion adds any light to that. There's no case law that supports their position. You've made your ruling. They've given you nothing that to give you any reason to reverse your ruling. So I'd ask that you.
You know, Angela, I was having that problem earlier. And then I just had to turn my volume up on my computer. So check that, because I was like, why can't I hear it? But I checked and it's turned all the way up. So turn your volume up on your device. Not necessarily all the way up, but turn it up and see if that helps. Let me know if I'm too loud with that audio, and I'll try to turn my mic down. She's a mean one. Daisy Link. Good to see you, Tom.
Up to defense's argument, Judge, well, just to defense's final point that there's nothing in the case law that supports our position. On the contrary, the case law that I cited in the motions support our position.
The motion for reconsideration is denied. Statement's not coming in, / jail call, more prejudicial and probative. It also goes to a discussion on the breakdown of plea negotiations, as opposed to 3 years later, as opposed to what she was thinking at the time that the quote unquote trigger may have been pulled. Sorry, your objections are on the record. The next thing I have is, if they rest after cruise, what were you going to, how are you going to proceed today?
So, Miss Link's mother and Miss Link's son are actually here.
Oh, great.
I didn't know this until late last night. They were jumping on a flight. So I haven't seen them yet, but I believe they're right outside.
Okay.
So the mother, the son, her sister, and her cousin are there, so they're ready to testify. David Perez, no, he's refused, so, and that's why I asked the court to compel his appearance.
Okay, I'm going to try to talk lower.
Well, Judge, she's not even a witness.
Okay.
Jurisdiction of her.
Let me see what I can find out.
On your motion to exclude him from, at some point, they had contact with him in the last 2 days, right?
Yes.
After they ignored you, I excluded him without prejudice, you reestablished contact.
Right, so I took 2 depositions yesterday. The state had set him for deposition yesterday. I had contact with him. He agreed to appear yesterday, and then the evening before, Sunday evening, he, without giving me any reason, he just said, I can't make it, sorry.
Okay, is this better?
And I advised him, you're on
I
probation.
turned it down on my computer. Is this
Compel
better?
your attendance. I don't understand what you're doing. Just come, get it over with, and you'll be done. And he just said, do what you have to do. Goodbye. And that was the last call.
What?
Yes. He's on probation in Miami-Dade County.
To the extent that we know he lives locally, because as I mentioned, I don't mean to interrupt, but as I mentioned, about a week ago, 2 weeks ago, whatever it was, we attempted to take.
Okay, my microphone is better now and it's not loud compared to them.
He's either in Fort Myers.
What the crap?
He has a local address, but that does not mean that he lives locally.
He may be a travel individual. The crux of his testimony is really.
Okay, hopefully that'll work.
That is correct.
And you corroborate the argument, the battery, as well as be able to authenticate the photographs of her injury.
Correct. And Mr. Jimenez attacked him as well.
Would any other witness here corroborate what David Perez would testify to?
Pedro Jr. can, and obviously Mr.
So yeah, hopefully it'll stay like that. I turned it down on my computer, so hopefully it'll stay like that. But I'm very loud. Like I could probably talk. Like I can talk, and Mr. Speculating can hear me from across the yard. I'm a genuinely Southern woman with a loud mouth and a smart ass. So if I'm ever too loud like that again, let me know, and I will try to fix that for you guys. Because yeah, I'm a loud one.
Okay, the mother was not there when the pistol whipping incident happened.
Oh.
The mother was
Okay.
at the home a few hours before Mr. Jimenez died, and the mother did witness interactions between Mr. Jimenez and Miss Link shortly before she left, which she left a couple of hours before the shooting, and she did witness Mr. Jimenez grab her and be aggressive and violent with her.
Bless their little hearts.
So I think we need to address Pedro Jr. He is not a witness right now, and there are a number of different steps before we can even get him to be reestablished. And this court.
So they're trying to call her son Pedro Jr. in to testify, but that child was asleep when all this happened. I'm back up again. Okay. What the crap? I'm going to try to work on it. Lola's mom said, how many drug dealers abduct children? Just asking. Not many. Like they're not going to abduct children. That's insane to me. Okay. Let's see. Audio. We're not going to automatically adjust the audio. We're going to leave it like that. Hopefully that'll help. Maybe. Because I did turn it down on my computer. I just turned it down in the studio. Said I had it on automatically, but I just turned it down to like 37. Maybe that'll help. Which is Southern for F you? Bless your heart. Bless them little hearts. Bless your little hearts. Kelly said, I'm loud biatch myself, and the more into a story I get, the louder I get. We are passionate, and ain't nothing wrong with that. I know that's right. Yeah, I do. I really do, Julie. I used to get in trouble for my voice carrying in school. Even my mom would be like, everybody could be talking in the classroom, and I would be the only person that would be heard by the teacher. So yeah, I turned it down on my StreamYard studio. So hopefully that'll help. It's at like 37. Hopefully that'll help. I used to say that to my ex-husband all the time. Yep. Yeah, right. Like ain't no drug dealer out here abducting kids. That shit don't even make sense. All right, so y'all let me know if it gets loud again, let me know, or if I'm too loud, let me know.
Reconsiders whether or not he can testify. I have to take his deposition. If this court recalls, a few weeks ago, I got on a plane. I went to Dallas. I was at the location that we all agreed upon the deposition was going to be taken. And then Ms. Perez, the defendant's grandmother, this witness's quote-unquote witness, because he's actually been excluded at this point in time, refused to provide him for deposition. I still need to take his deposition, which will take a significant amount of time. The rules are pretty clear when it comes to child witnesses.
I looked at the rule 92.55. I was wrong. There's no per se exclusion.
No, but the court has to, they need to be deemed competent. So the court needs to have an inquiry whether or not this individual is competent. I don't know the rule offhand, but I'm proffering to the court as an officer of the court. But
no, I brought it up and now I can't find it. So it has to do, I mean, I looked at the rule regarding testimony of what is under 18, but it really has to do with whether or not you all have noticed something in the witness. And then I can further in. I
don't know, because I've been unable to take this deposition of this quote-unquote witness because he's not even a witness here. I have literally been precluded by the defendant's family from inquiring from this potential witness, which then there is further investigation that needs to be done. There's a reason that depositions don't happen in the middle of trial, right? It's because there's further investigation that needs to be done. There's further witnesses sometimes that need to be brought in and questioned. There's other photographs, videos, etc. of all these other things.
I don't know. They just got here. I think they're here at least until this matter's over.
And we need to do that. Then the court needs to make a determination whether or not this person is competent to testify, which in the defendant's statement, she says that he's on medication. He has a behavioral disorder.
What other witnesses do you have here that can testify besides those two?
3 others.
So
Crystal, Laylene, Josefina.
Did you depose any of them?
I took all 3 of their depositions, yes. Okay. And I think that, I know we're kind of doing different things at different times, but I think that the court is going to.
I'm just trying to not waste this jury's time, allow you to depose Pedro Jr., but the other 3 sounds like you've already deposed.
Right, but what I'm saying is I think for each of those witnesses, the court is going to have to give specific limiting instructions on what they're able to testify to based off the court's prior rulings.
Okay.
Because I don't want, I think that we are, based off deposition of at least one of the 3 of those witnesses, we are going to come very close to this one of the witnesses, and I'm speaking about Josefina Perez, blowing this entire trial off.
Who would you call after the Cruz?
Judge, I would call Crystal and Laylene. I'd like to have a little bit of time before I call Josefina, I have similar concerns, but I believe I can be under control, but I just would like an opportunity to speak to her for a few minutes.
And after Cruz testifies, you can get at least one of them before lunch and call.
Certainly.
Sure.
And I just bring them in after you rest, or you want me to talk to either Crystal or Lee?
I think that you should bring them in as they get called. And the additional part of this is I have reason to believe, based off of the emails that were sent to Mr. Tomas forwarded them to both Your Honor and myself, that there has been violations of the rules of sequestration based off of the email that Josefina Perez sent to Mr. Tomas saying, I've spoken to Crystal, I've spoken to Leyland, I've attempted to speak to David to convince him to come and testify. I have concerns that they have been violating that rule. And that's further, corroborated by the fact that Crystal Baretto was actively trying to log in the Zoom during the trial, despite the fact that we had already invoked that rule. I think that there are issues here, and I think that the court needs to instruct them individually.
I hope that they let these people testify. Lorianne, it's funny that you say that. Lorianne said, I'm unsure if I get louder so people will hear me, or I think people will come to my side of thinking. And Mr. Speculating does that all the time. Like if we're having a discussion about something and he's trying to get me to see it his way, but I'm trying to get him to see it my way, he gets louder. And it's like the more he's trying to convince me, the louder he gets. It's so funny. And I never met anybody that did that, like that would speak loudly to try to do you think that the louder you speak, the more you're going to make me understand what you're saying? So it was funny that you said that. You're like Mr. Speculating. Kim said she should have lied to the cops. She shouldn't have lied to the cops. If she had just told the truth, she might have been looking at involuntary manslaughter. I agree. And I think they are going to have to let this evidence in, and I hope they do. I don't know. We're going to find out.
So, let me do this. Can you bring in Ms. Perez so I can tell her that's a jurisdiction?
Josephina Perez?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's a jurisdiction.
1 moment.
With the child until I say she can.
Hold on, y'all. They're muting her.
Possible.
I think that's Pedro's mom. Lord of mercy. They're about to make it to where we can hear her. Hold on. I think that's Pedro's mom.
Back and forth. I've been informed by Mr. Tomas. You told me you had some challenges getting here, and now that you're here, you cannot leave Miami-Dade County until I tell you to do so. I'm not the great and powerful Oz. I'm not trying to bring down a hammer on anyone. He's been working very hard to put together a defense. It would be unfair to him and your daughter. So I'm telling you, don't leave Miami-Dade County, and that's court order, okay?
Madam Honorable, I will be more than happy to stay. I won't do that. I just leave.
I'm gonna try to see if you all can't testify today. If that's not possible, then tomorrow, okay?
Very good.
But I don't anticipate me ordering you all, meaning you and Pedro Jr. to stay here past tomorrow, okay?
Your Honor, but we can go outside and things like that, correct?
Oh, yes, you can. If you recognize anyone that's a juror, they usually have a little card on them.
Okay.
Ignore them.
Okay.
Please don't talk about the case.
No, I won't.
So Tom said, you know what I found to be more effective when speaking? Change your inflection during critical points in your conversation. Really effective speakers do that. Tom, it's interesting that you say that. I have been watching public speaking because, again, when I created this channel and started putting out interrogation videos, and I'm going to get back to that. I've been, we've been doing a lot of lives, but I'm going to get more back into dropping interrogation videos. But during the live streams, I was like, I need to study how to do this because I need to be better at it, because I never expected for us to have such a humongous speculating family like this. Like, I dropped the videos and got kind of popular off of dropping the interrogation footage of the Madeline Soto case. And I never expected that we would have a whole community over here that likes to hear other people's thoughts, opinions, and speculations and don't argue with them about it. So I'm kind of learning all this stuff myself. I was actually, before the live, doing research on how to edit videos on my computer. So every day I'm trying to learn. And so it's interesting that you said that. I grew up being told I was to be seen, not heard. And does that make us louder as adults? You know what I mean? Because I was the same way. Like if you walk into a room where there's adults talking, you do what you got to do, or get what you need to get, and you don't get involved in the adult conversation. Mrs. North said, "Yeah, louder equals you want to fight to me." See, me too. I'm like, why are you yelling at me, babe? Like, you can talk to me normal to put your point across. I'm a Libra, so I'm more like balance and equaling everything out. Um, but I'm like, why are you yelling? Like, that's not going to make me agree with you. Like, we can talk about it, but like, you get loud, and I'm like, yeah, do you want to fight? The jury is not out, Paloa's mom. They're out in this moment. They're not out deciding. They're not in the courtroom at this time because we're having basically trying to figure out what to do before the jury comes back in to continue hearing the case. I'm a Libra, Scorpio cusp. So mine is September 29th. I'm on the cusp of it too. We used to call it raised in a barn. I say that to the kids all the time. Shut the door. Were you raised in a barn? No, you weren't. But, I might get in trouble with that because one day we might have one of those like barn demodium type things. I don't know. It depends on if we buy land and build on it, or if we buy a house, et cetera, et cetera. October 20th. Okay. Yep. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I might get in trouble for saying, were you raised in a barn? Because they might come back at me and say, well, actually, yeah.
Does it give anyone, just in case there's a witness lingering around that we don't like that you don't recognize it? That sort of makes sense, right?
Correct, and we just got here at 5, so I want to see if I can get him something to eat before he even comes in. He's so tired.
That's fine.
Okay.
You just stay in contact with Mr. Glass so that he knows where you are.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I think there's a possibility that either you or Elaine.
So I'm probably gonna call Laylene and maybe Laylene and Crystal before we break for lunch, so I just need them to stay where they are. Oh yeah, take Pedro to eat something.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. That's it?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so you put on cruise, we take a little break, I bring in, we rest, right? We take a little break.
Yeah, we can do JOA.
And then we bring in Crystal and we handle it like that. All right, we're just telling the jury here. So, can we bring in?
Yes. Very easy.
All right, let's bring in second cruise. I'm sorry, jury first.
A very controlled, concise manner. That's what I need to do. Okay, we're going to skip this break. See what happens when we start a little bit late. It's good to skip the breaks. Yay, skipping the breaks. All right. I love Libras. They are making polarity as an Aries, so we actually get along well because we balance each other. That's awesome, Mrs. North. Right, Indy? What is Jenny? You found me with the Boswell case? Oh, really? I'm glad you stayed, Becky. It's just not worth it. It isn't. Hold on. All right, what are we doing? All right. Testimony.
Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name for the record?
My name is Joseph Cruz.
Okay. And Mr. Cruz, where exactly do you work?
I'm a sergeant in the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office Robbery Bureau.
Okay. And how long have you worked with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office?
Approximately 18 years.
So I want to take you back a couple of years to around June 25th of 2022. What was your job and your role at that time?
I was a homicide detective with the Miami-Dade Police Department at the time.
Okay. And around that time, on June 25th of 2022, did you become familiar with the case involving the defendant, Daisy Lynn?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How did you become involved with that case?
I was contacted by Detective Morales.
Okay. And were you given a rundown of the situation, or did he just call you to say, come out to the scene?
No, he called me and told me that a homicide had occurred within the city of Homestead.
Okay. Now, you're with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office, right? You're not in Homestead.
No, sir.
Why? How does that work? That
No,
you're going down
ma'am.
there then?
Miami-Dade Police Department, or now the Sheriff's Office, is contracted by some of the smaller municipalities, and we handle certain types of investigations for them, and homicides is one of them.
Okay, so when you end up getting this call to go to Homestead, do you ever go to the actual scene itself, or do you just stay in the office?
No, I responded to the scene.
Okay, was that scene 1237 Northwest 14th Street, Homestead, Florida 33030?
Yes, sir.
Is that in Miami-Dade County?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what time did you first arrive to the scene?
I arrived at approximately 6:30 a.m.
Okay. Now, that's not when this incident occurred, though, right? 6:30 a.m. That's 20 hours after this incident had initially occurred.
Yes, that's correct.
No, how many hours?
Oh, I'm sorry. Approximately 3 hours.
Okay, so when you're first getting to the scene, though, okay, you're telling us it's around 6:30. Do you have any team with you, or are you just by yourself?
No, when we respond to homicides, we respond together as a team.
Okay, now who's on your team with you for this case?
For this case, it was Detective Siapa Hubbard, Daniel Morales, and Melanie Janoris, and Sergeant Jason Waite.
Okay, now, as you're here with this team, are they all there with you at the same exact time, or are you there by yourself first?
I believe when I got there, I was by myself initially.
Were you determined at any point in time to be the lead investigator here in this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so how does it work in a homicide team as the lead investigator? What are you doing?
In homicide, there is a internal rotation, which determines whether you're up as the lead investigator or not. As a lead investigator, my role is to direct the other detectives to handle certain responsibilities, which I determine need to be done, such as obtaining search warrants or documenting crime scenes, possibly interviewing certain witnesses and subjects.
Okay. Now, as the lead, whenever any type of evidence or anything is discovered, are you being informed of this, or are you kept in the dark?
No, I'm being informed of it as the case is progressing from start to finish.
So anytime something's discovered, you're being informed of it immediately then, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does that include whenever someone gets a statement from a potential witness,
yes,
where they speak with someone?
Yes.
Hey, Mustang. Good to see you.
So then essentially, as the lead,
You
everything
suck.
is
I want it.
Yes.
Okay. So I want to start from the beginning of this case then. You're aware that there was a phone dump of the defendant's phone here in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
And were you aware, and did you review any Ring camera videos that were captured and recorded on that phone?
Yes.
Let's go sidebar real quick.
Sidebar. Evidently, there's some arguing and fighting going on this here day.
Okay. So when you went over this actual phone dump, did you happen to see, while you were reviewing it, what time it indicated the actual
Me
ring
too,
camera
Miss Court.
footage was created?
I don't recall.
Okay, while that's getting pulled up, we'll revisit it in a few minutes. Your Honor, permission for the witness to step down? So I'm now showing you a still shot from the actual phone, from the phone record itself.
Come on, cameraman.
You happen to see the defendant here in this video?
Yes.
Okay. And is that the only person that we see in this picture?
Yes.
Okay. Now, on the right-hand side, does this video have any type of date or time that this was created?
Yes.
Okay. What time does it state that it was created at?
3:06 a.m. on June 25th, 2020.
You can.
Tom says, truck is loaded up and ready to go, leaving in the morning to San Diego. Told myself I'm packing light this year, only bringing 40 fishing rods. That's awesome. I hope you enjoy your trip out there into the middle of the deep blue ocean. I greatly appreciate you sharing that with us. I really hope you enjoy it, and you deserve it. I hope you get all the fish you're hoping to get, and I'm super excited for you.
So, we know the video started at 3:06 then, off of what you just stated. After reviewing the video, at any point in time, did you ever hear a gunshot in that?
Yes.
About how long into that video did it take before you heard that?
Approximately 5 minutes.
Okay, so what time would that put that then, when you hear the gunshot then, if you're comparing it to 3:06 a.m.?
I believe about 3:11.
Now, after hearing that the gunshot was at 3:11, do you happen to know when first responders were dispatching officers or fire rescue to the actual scene of the crime?
Yes.
At what time did that occur?
That was around 3:23 a.m.
So there was about a 12-minute gap between the shot and the 911 call then, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, do you happen to know at what time the first responding officer appeared and found the victim in the alleyway?
That was approximately 3:27 a.m.
And at what time was the victim declared deceased?
At 3:40 a.m.
So
the gunshot was at 3:27, and 12 minutes later, he was declared deceased. Like, there was obviously no saving him. I hope you have a safe trip too. I hope that you have all the fun in the world, and I hope that you have a safe trip as well. I hope you do not catch like a big great white shark. Oh my gosh, that would be crazy and scary.
now, while all of this is going on, you said you arrived at 6:30 a.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
What's the first thing that you did when you arrived on the scene?
I spoke to Officer Nicholson.
And why did you speak with Officer Nicholson?
It's a standard procedure that we do in homicide, just to speak to the first arriving officer on scene to see what they saw and what information they gathered when they first arrived.
Do you happen to remember the time you actually spoke with Officer Nicholson?
Maybe it was 6:33.
Okay. And then after you speak with him and get that information, where does your investigation take you to next?
When I was done, I spoke to Officer Rodriguez next.
Okay. Now, what's the importance of speaking to Officer Rodriguez? What role did he play?
He was another officer arriving on scene. So I had spoken to him to see if he had his body-worn camera on, or if he had heard or seen anything else when he arrived.
So was that around the same time that you spoke with Officer Nicholson then?
Yes.
So we could put that around 6:33 then, around that time?
Yes.
Okay. Now, does your investigation just stop there, or do you do something else?
No, sir.
What do you do next?
I briefed the homicide team. They had arrived, and that was at approximately 7:05 a.m.
Okay. Now, when you're briefing the homicide team, is that just assigning roles, or what are you doing?
I brief them on whatever facts of the case I had obtained at that point, and then I also assign leads.
Okay. Now, after you assign everybody their roles and you brief the homicide team, where do we go next?
I actually went around the scene to take a look at it, to see what evidence was on scene, any type of casings, and take a look at the victim who was deceased in the back alleyway.
So you did a walkthrough of the actual property itself?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you're looking around the home, do you remember if you found any type of firearm or any bullet casings?
At that time, no. I didn't see it.
Okay, so you couldn't see anything with your eyes where there was any guns or anything, right?
No.
Okay. So after your search of the area, do you continue to stay there on the scene, or do you go somewhere else?
No, I left and I went to our headquarters bureau, our headquarters.
Okay. And why are you going to the headquarters?
The defendant, Ms. Link, was transported there, and I responded as well with Detective Janoris, so that way we can speak to her.
And at what time was that at?
I believe that was approximately 8:28.
In the morning?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, when you're going over there to that headquarters then, do you happen to know if Ms. Link was in handcuffs or already arrested at that time?
No, she wasn't arrested, but she was detained.
Okay. So was she a suspect at this time?
Yes, she was.
But she was not arrested?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, you're on your way at around 8:38 to the actual headquarters. When you get there, do you just jump straight into the interview, or are you doing anything else before?
Usually, well, I know I had made a phone call to the state attorney, and also we have to prep the interview room to turn on the cameras.
Okay, and you did all of those things then?
Yes, sir.
Now, at what time do you actually go into the interview room itself?
I don't recall the exact time.
Would looking at a report that you drafted here in this case refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Please take a look at the report. Keep your head down. When you're done, look up. Has your memory been refreshed?
Yes, sir.
Okay, at what time did you step into that interview room then?
9:55 a.m.
Now, what exactly are you doing when you're first speaking with Ms. Link?
The first thing we do is we present the Miranda warnings.
Were you trying to get any type of background information?
Yes.
And did you get background information?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to direct your attention, you're still here at the actual headquarters, correct?
Yes, sir.
At any point in time, are there people at the actual scene working on the scene or looking for any type of evidence that you're aware of? Okay. What's happening while you're inside the interview room then at the scene?
I had asked Detective Siapa Hubbard to document the scene. And I had also asked Detective Morales if he can start working on a search warrant for the residence.
Okay. Now, search warrant for a residence. Was there ever a search warrant for the residence that was granted here?
Yes.
Okay. And that was reviewed by an ASA?
Yes, sir.
And that was reviewed by a judge?
Yes, sir.
And you guys were executing that warrant then at the scene?
Yes.
And you were informed of that execution of the warrant?
Yes, sir.
At what time did that happen?
That was at approximately 12:30 p.m.
Around 12:30? Okay, so during that search of the home and the vicinity, did that team find anything on the property?
Yes.
What did they find?
They found a firearm that was placed inside of a palm tree.
Okay. Now, that firearm, was that found around 12:30?
Yes.
And you were informed of that when that happened?
Yes, sir.
Did they find any type of bullet casings?
No.
Okay. Now, let's jump back over to the interview. When you're speaking with Miss Lane, do you remember what her demeanor was like at that time?
She appeared very anxious.
When you guys first got in there, though, what type of clothes was she wearing at that time?
I believe she had shorts and a t-shirt on.
Was there anything that stood out about that clothes?
I believe there's some blood on there.
Okay. And did you guys attempt to give her any type of clean clothing?
Yes.
While she was sitting there in the interview room, at any point in time, did you guys attempt to give her some type of food?
Yes.
Did she accept any of the food?
She declined, sir.
Now, at any point in time, did you guys begin to fingerprint the defendant?
Yes.
Why do you begin to fingerprint the defendant? What's the reason behind that process?
For major crimes, it's a standard procedure for the Miami-Dade Police Department.
Okay. Do you happen to remember what time that occurred?
No, I don't recall. Can I refer to my report?
Yeah, if that refreshes your recollection, you can look down and let me know by looking back up that you've refreshed your recollection.
No, sir.
Okay, we'll move on to the next question. So, around what time do you begin to start trying to get a statement from Miss Lane in the afternoon?
It's around 3:30.
Around 3:30? Okay. Now, what time do you actually enter that interview room to begin speaking with her?
4:20.
So, let's talk about that process right there around 4:20. You enter the room, and what's the first thing that you're doing at that time then?
We had asked her, she had asked if she would like to speak, that she stated that she wanted to speak to us, so then we confirmed, and we read her Miranda rights.
Now, what exactly are Miranda rights?
Miranda was a case law that was passed to protect and advise the defendant or a subject, or anybody being accused of a crime, that they are still entitled to certain protections.
Now, when you
when you are Miranda's, some places say everything that you say can and will be used against you in a court of law, and everything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law, just so you know. Tom, I'm not seeing it yet, and I don't know why. Sometimes it takes a minute for it to come through, though. I did get the one you sent me the other day. I was trying to open it on my phone so that I can redact any faces, because I have a program I use to redact stuff. Try to send it one more time and see if it goes through that way. Crystal Burns, good to see you, my love, and thank you for being here.
When you go over this information with the defendant, are you just reading this to her, or do you have an actual document there?
It's an actual document.
And did you present that document to Ms. Lane?
Yes, sir.
I'm now showing defense has been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 1J. You recognize this?
Yes, sir.
Is this a blow-up of the Miranda form that you read to the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is this a fair and accurate representation of that form?
Yes, sir.
State moves to introduce who's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 1J into evidence.
State Exhibit 1J marked ID will now become State Exhibit number 29.
So, are these the questions that you go over?
Oh, okay.
With the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so do you have her read these out loud, or do you read them to her?
I have her read it out loud.
Okay, now, what exactly is the signature in yes or no? Is that the defendant's signature?
Yes.
Okay, now, if at any point in time she marks no, what do you do?
We would stop.
You stop the investigation?
Not the investigation, we would stop Miranda and stop talking to her.
Okay. Did she mark no anywhere on here when you're speaking with her?
No, sir.
Okay. Is that your signature at the bottom?
Yes, sir.
Is this your partner's signature right above it?
Yes, sir.
And whose signature is over here on the right?
The defendant's.
So once you go over those rights, do you then begin the interview?
Yes.
Now, at any point in time during the actual interview, does the defendant ever end up describing what the scene looks like to you?
Yes, sir.
Does she make any type of drawings?
Yes.
I'm now showing you a demonstrative of what's already been introduced into evidence here in this case. Is that the drawing that the defendant made for you while you were speaking with her?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Today, June.
I'm getting the picture now. My email's not even coming through yet. What are we looking at, y'all? There's Elvira.
So, tell me where your house is. So you see on the house, on which side of the street. And so I live right here, with the stairs. So at this point, I'm right here. I grab it up. Okay.
Oh my God.
Okay, so this will be the front of the house. This is the back of the house. And this is the front. This is the front of the house. This is the back of the house. Because the house is side. Okay, so what you're saying. So this is the door to your duplex, and then this is the door to the other duplex. This is the other. What's the street? Yeah. Yeah, so that's the street.
I'm sorry that we can't hear it. I don't know why it's so hard to hear. My email is like not letting me send stuff, but it's trying to send it, but it's that queened thing, Queened. So I'm working on getting the photos of Tom sent, and I redacted the faces. I'm trying to send it again. So eventually when it's not queened, it'll come through. And again, I apologize about the audio. I don't know why they do this.
Now, just to get a little bit of orientation.
Oh my God.
Is this the street that she drew out on here when she was describing it to you?
Yes, sir.
So is it better to hold it like this then?
Yes.
Lord have mercy, Car. That's crazy.
I see what you're saying. Okay. So I'm in the front, I'm That's usually what I consider the plan, that's usually what I'm gonna. Okay. So at that time, I remember once he started taking off, he started running this way. And he said that he was going to run the house and lock me out. If he could sleep outside, bitch. So I ran right here, I was right here, I saw him right here, and I just shot. I didn't even really aim, I don't even know how I hit him, I didn't even aim at him like that, and then I just shot it so he could hear the boom and then he was scared and run away. The babies were asleep in the house. I'm tired of being locked outside, I'm tired of this shit. So as he's running away from you, that's when you shoot. Because he's running to go to the second house. Because he's running to go in the house to lock the doors. And what happens now after you shoot him? What happens? He was still running, he ran, he didn't go in the house, he ran. Well, the house in the front is right here. He was.
Okay. Now, your interview room, this recording has timestamps on it, correct?
Yes, sir.
At what time did this occur?
5:03 p.m.
Okay, I see 17:03, that's 5:03, it's military time, correct?
Yes, sir.
So, this happens at 5:03. Now, during your conversation with the defendant, at any point in time, does she speak with you about what happened with the gun itself?
Yes.
What time did that happen at?
It's approximately 5 p.m.
So right around this time then?
Yes, sir.
We were kind of on their doors. Okay. And I don't know where he went after that. So I was looking, I walked to the front, I was looking, and I couldn't find him. So then I went back in the car. While you're walking to the front, are you on the phone with anybody? Are you talking to anybody? No. Okay, so you're not talking to anybody? No. As you're walking? No. And where's the gun at this point? So as you're walking by your house, where did you live in? Okay.
It wouldn't surprise me.
So, where did she tell you the gun was?
She had threw it near a tree.
Now, it's 5:03, and you testified earlier that the search of the home happened at 12:27. Had you all already discovered the gun by the time she's giving you this statement?
Yes, sir.
So this is giving us some behind the scenes of the interrogation type stuff.
Any point in time during this interview, does the defendant ever admit to shooting the victim?
Yes.
And at what time did that occur at?
Approximately 5:03 p.m.
And does she ever tell you that at any other point in time in this actual interview?
Yes.
Okay.
He wants y'all to see them muscles, y'all.
Where did this me that the shooting did not occur in between here? Okay, what did I say to you last time? I'm pollution? I don't know where it was. Okay, that's nice. What did I tell you that I have something that you told me? Shooting happened. No? What did I tell you that I have you on camera? Okay, and I'll quote exactly what you say on camera. So you know that I'm not bullshitting. Okay, or that I'm not bullshit, as you said. Okay, I'm not going to argue, you will be fine. That was 10 minutes prior to calling the police. And you're walking with a gun in your hand. You walk towards back inside your house. You walk back out with the gun still in your hand again. Then you walk by the tree. I shot him. No, he didn't say anything. You said that. He didn't say anything. You're right about that. He said I'm right with the hardware and I said you were fine. I don't even remember him saying that at all. No, you said that. You said that. Again, he didn't say anything. You said.
Okay, so it's so hard to hear, but what the detective is saying to her right now is, what if I told you we had on camera where you said, I think you've hit a major artery, you'll be fine. And then they're trying to express to her that she said it, not he said it. Welcome back, Dandy.
I might have hit an artery, you'll be fine. You said that, and it's on camera. And you're wrong with a gun in your hand. Okay? Listen, I'm not here to play games.
Now, we just heard in that interview, the defendant said, I shot him right here. At what time did that occur?
Approximately 5:44.
Was that used in your determination to make an arrest here in this case?
Yes.
Do you see the defendant you arrested here in this case in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
Can you identify her by an article of clothing?
It's the lady wearing a black shirt to my left.
I'm sorry, can you be a little bit more descriptive of the shirt and what she, and
I believe it has a flower pattern on it.
okay. You're gonna let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant. I have no further questions at this time.
You know they are going to cross.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
So just very quickly, I just want to verify a couple things. You testified that the shooting here happened at 3:27 a.m. Is that correct?
At 3:27, Officer Nicholson had arrived.
Okay. Do you know when the shooting occurred?
At 3:11.
3:11.
He did.
And you testified a few minutes ago that
I couldn't either.
you yourself began speaking to Daisy Link at 4:20 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
So would you agree that you began speaking to Miss Link 13 hours after the shooting occurred, correct?
Yes.
And she was, during those 13 hours, during the vast majority of those 13 hours, she was in constant police either custody or observation in some fashion, correct?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that the police found, or that your team found the gun prior to Miss Link saying where it was?
Yes, sir.
Miss Link
A
was not
workout.
informed that the gun was found at the time that she informed you all where it was. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so she didn't know the gun had been found, but she volunteered the information and told you where the gun could be found, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. That's all I have, Judge.
Yeah, let's see if there's any redirect.
So on cross-examination, you had indicated that she had been inside the interview room for about 13 hours from before the shooting had occurred, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you give an opportunity to Miss Link to sleep inside that interview room before speaking with her?
Yes.
And did she sleep?
She did.
I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Anything else? The state now rests. They've rested, that means the state of Florida has nothing else to present to you by way of their case.
State rest.
I just need a few minutes now with the lawyers and this link, so let's go back into the jury room, please.
All right.
In Texas, she came down.
Okay, so we got the defense presenting their side.
Well, she did something by receiving information, right? So.
No, she can't testify. The reason she cannot testify to the act of violence is number one. In her deposition, she said she was unaware of it. She says that's adult problems and she was unaware. But number two, that he self-serving hearsay, this is a statement by the defendant. Regardless of its effect, it's a statement of the defendant's own that she uses in her own self-interest. And this court has granted a motion in limine to preclude the defendant from eliciting testimony about self-serving hearsay.
Doesn't she take an action that's predicated?
They're trying to be able to submit testimony from a witness, like to question them on the stand.
Upon her receiving this information.
She can say that she came down here to help Daisy move to Texas, but she cannot say why, because the only reason she has that information is because the defendant gives it to her mother, who then tells Lady Lynn that we are going to Texas to take Daisy.
So it won't sound like it's hearsay.
As well as the defendant's self-serving hearsay. In fact.
Well, no, hold on, we're not doing this. 1, 2, 3, we're not doing this. Please sit down, Mr. Alcala, with all due respect. So you're going to argue this, Mr. Padilla?
Yes,
Thank you. Okay. You can whisper to him, have some notes.
Yes,
All right, thank you. You want to respond?
So-
It's hearsay and hearsay.
So they received notice, they received the pictures. There's talk amongst the
Is Lady
family.
going to say I saw these pictures? I just
I mean,
want to
she
ensure.
did see the pictures.
I just want to ensure it's one incident of violence 5 days before, so that there doesn't need to be any further limitation from my part regarding other incidents that this lady may have seen or observed.
I'm not gonna go into that at all. I'm
I
just,
say that he wants me to bring her in, or at
that's
this
fine.
point, if you've already proposed her, Mr. Padilla, and we already know the parameters of your testimony, Mr. Tomas is proper for that, why do I have to speak to her again? I mean, why do I have to speak to her at all?
Well, again, if my issue is the self-serving hearsay of the defendant.
Well, it sounds like it's hearsay within hearsay, so it's not coming in. Lady heard from Josephina that Miss Lynn may have been disordered.
Right, which is hearsay, and then her grandfather says you need to go with Josephine.
Okay,
They get
Hannah,
on
thank you for
the
being
plane.
here.
I believe it's that day or a couple of days after the fact, I'm not 100% sure. Daisy comes over to the house, then 5 or 2 days, 3 days after that is when they go over to Daisy's house and she's there to take up her grandmother at that point in time. That's the extent of what her testimony really can be, other than she tried to form off.
It isn't, you can't ask her, what did she hear, because it calls, we already know it's hearsay and hearsay. So, you can ask her questions surrounding her travel from Texas to Florida, and what she observed and what she has personal knowledge of.
she saw the pictures. She knew that they were there to help Daisy move. She knew that the locks were changed. She actually verified it herself. And she saw Mr. Jimenez circling in the backyard, and she waved at him, he waved back at her. That's it. That's pretty much it.
But she can't testify about the pictures because the pictures come from the defendant. It's self-serving hearsay.
She can testify to the photographs if she can authenticate. That's our ruling over the state's objection. All right, shall we bring in Miss Lady? Just have her sit in the courtroom, please.
Sure, just a moment.
Yeah, just have a seat.
Who's she laughing at? Smiling at?
All right, so can I bring the jury back in?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so we'll get that.
All right.
Come on up, Jose's going to swear you in.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. Come on over here, please.
Tom said that I saw that Donna Adelson's sentencing yesterday. Her husband's and her statement was unbelievable, and I'm glad she got the max. I did not follow that trial, but it sounds like it was crazy. I'm still waiting on that thing to send. Sometimes my email acts crazy and like takes a couple hours to send shit. So I'll have the picture for you guys as soon as it comes through. It's in my outbox, still queened. So hopefully it'll come through. The whole family is crazy. He may have sealed his fate as well. I'm gonna have to look into it. You saw Waldo? She sure is happy this girl is here to testify.
All right, Mr. Tomas is going to ask you questions. There may be another lawyer that asks questions once he sits down. No one's going to talk over each other. Okay? If you hear someone say objection, just pause. I'll get you a pause as well, and I'll tell you if you're going to continue answering or if we're going to move on to another question. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Hi.
Can you please tell the jury your name?
Laylene Gonzalez.
Thank you. Ms. Gonzalez, do you know Daisy Link?
Yes.
How do you know her?
She's my aunt.
She's your aunt?
Yes.
Your aunt on which side of the family?
On my mom's side.
On your mom's side?
Yes.
Okay. Where do you live?
I live in Texas.
Back in June of 2022, did you also live in Texas?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know Pedro Jimenez, Miss Link's former boyfriend, husband?
Yes.
Oh. Now, did there come a time in 2022, in June of 2022, when you traveled down from Texas down to Florida?
Yes.
Can you tell us what the reason is that why did you come down from Texas down to Florida?
There was an incident that my grandma.
Objection, hearsay.
Okay, without telling us what someone told you, just the reason. Does that make sense? So you're not gonna say Grandma told me, but you're gonna say.
Hey, Cindy. Good to see you, love.
Okay?
And if I can just add to that, Judge, I don't want you to tell me what anybody else told you.
Okay.
What I'm asking you is, what is your understanding of the purpose that you were coming down here for, as far as you know?
Okay. Go ahead.
Yes, please.
We were coming down there so that way we can bring Daisy and her kids back to live with us.
Okay, so your understanding was Daisy was going to come back with you and her mother to come back with. Come back with you and Daisy's mother and her kids to go live in Texas, right?
Yes.
Now, at some point, without telling me the content, at some point, did you see some pictures that had been sent over of Daisy?
Yes.
Judge, may I approach the witness?
Objection, lack of foundation.
So, Laylene, I'm going to show you.
The state is already starting their shit. They're going to get into it with the judge, I bet.
Well, first, I'm going to show you what has been marked for identification as State's Exhibit A2.
Oh, wow.
Do you recognize what I'm showing you?
Yes.
What is that?
The injury that Daisy had got to her head.
I guess more importantly, is this the picture that you saw that I asked you about a moment ago?
Yes.
Objection, lack of foundation.
Look, she's already getting mad. I've had enough of your shit. Stop it. Stop it right now. Boy, but she is like every objection that they have, she is saying, nope, not today. That's insane to me. Usually the judge is on the prosecutor's side. All right, what do we got going on here? Oh, they go up again. Hold on. Hazel. Hazel. Okay, where's our volume?
Mark for identification.
Thank you.
I don't think it, well, I'm going to give it to the clerk in a moment, but what's in evidence or will be in evidence imminently, but it's marked currently as state's defense exhibit A2. Now, is this one of the pictures that you saw before you came down to Florida back in 2022?
Yes.
Does it appear to be the same picture that you saw back then, a true and accurate copy? Has it been modified, altered in any way to your knowledge?
No, it looks the same.
Okay. I'm showing you defense, what's marked as defense exhibit A3. What is that I'm showing you?
That's the room she had gotten.
Is this one of the pictures that you saw before you came down to Florida back in 2022?
Yes.
Does it appear to be the same picture that you saw back then?
Yes.
Does it appear to be altered, edited, changed in any way?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Now, before you came down to Florida, had you seen these pictures before?
Before I came to Florida?
Right.
Yeah.
But you saw them for the first time right before you came to Florida, correct?
Yes.
Well, are you going to introduce it?
Well, so Judge, just formally by, I believe, stipulation, I'm moving both of these into evidence.
Okay, defense exhibit A2 marked by day will now become defense exhibit B. And defense exhibit A3 marked by day will now become state exhibit C.
Eventually, when you got down to Florida, you saw Daisy in person, correct?
Yes.
Did you get to see her head and see if she had any wounds that are consistent with those pictures?
Yes.
And did she have wounds?
Yes, she did.
Were they the same ones that we see in those pictures?
Yes.
Do you know if the locks in Daisy Link's homes were ever changed?
Yes.
How do you know that? Can you explain?
Me and my grandma were going to Daisy's house to do some cleaning and packing, and she had given us a key. And my grandma went to unlock the door, but it wouldn't work. So I tried the key because I thought she was just couldn't do it. And when I tried to unlock the door, it wouldn't unlock. And so we called Daisy, and that's when she had told us, oh, she had given us the wrong keys, and that she was gonna come and bring us the correct keys for the new locks.
For the new locks?
Yes.
Now, at some point, did you and who's Crystal Baretto?
She's my other aunt.
Your other aunt?
Yes.
Is she Daisy's sister?
Yes.
At some point, did you go with Crystal to pick up your grandmother at Daisy's house?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember when that happened?
I don't remember the date, but I remember the night.
Okay. Can you tell me what you observed when you arrived at Daisy's house, when you went to go pick up your grandmother?
I had got out of the car to go grab my grandma's purse. And as I was walking to grab her purse, I had seen Pedro towards the end of the building walking around, and he had seen me and he said hi to me.
Now, he said hi where you can hear it, or did he?
No, he had waved, like saying hi.
He waved.
Yeah.
Did you wave back?
Yes.
Was he Where was he when you saw him? Was he outside, inside?
He was outside.
Outside?
So y'all, I hadn't realized this until now, and maybe you guys did, but her family lived in Texas. So when she talks about her mother and her aunt and stuff like that coming to get the children the night that they got in the fight, they must have been at a hotel room, like legitimately coming to get her from Texas.
Yes.
Where outside was he, if you remember?
Her house is like a long building, and he was towards the very back in like a big space area.
Like in the backyard?
Yeah, like the open area back there.
And what was he doing?
He was just pacing around.
Pacing around?
And he had seen me and just said hi.
How long were you at Daisy's house before you, Crystal, and your grandmother left?
Like 5-10 minutes. We just talked for a second and left. It was late at night.
Okay. While you were there, did Pedro Jimenez ever come inside the house?
No.
And once you left, once you, Crystal, and your grandmother left, where did you go?
We went straight back to Crystal's house to go to sleep.
Okay. Who stayed behind at Daisy's house?
Oh, just Daisy and her kids.
So they, like she said, Lola's mom said, how did the family leave her alone with him when they saw her injuries? Just asking. And I agree with you. Evidently, they went back to go to sleep and left Daisy and her kids at the house to go to sleep.
Daisy and her kids?
Yes.
And it was just
the
them.
next day, what, if anything, did you learn the next day?
The next day, I didn't know anything. I had stayed, or I was waking up early in the morning, and my grandma was said that she had got a call, and they told me to stay and watch the kids. They just told me to stay and watch the kids while they had to go figure something out.
Okay. Did you learn?
Now, I want to pause right there because the state just objected because she said, I got a call from my grandma and they told me to stay and watch the kids. The state objected because that's hearsay. That's hearsay. You can't say, I got a call from somebody and this is what that person said, or I heard somebody say this. It can only be what, like, somebody said directly to you, not like on a phone call or what you said, right? And she's objecting to the prosecution saying that that's hearsay when it is. So it's, I mean, again, it's real interesting, the dynamic between this judge and the prosecutor.
Learn of anything later that day?
That Daisy had gotten arrested.
Okay. And Judge, if I may briefly publish the jury. And again, these two pictures I just showed you, these were the pictures that you saw, which led up to you and your grandmother traveling down to Florida, correct?
Yes.
So that Daisy could move to Texas with you.
Yes.
So yeah, she had, so I didn't quite understand it either. She talked about her kids being with her family in the interrogation, but then we later find out that the kids were in the house asleep. So she was at her house, the kids were inside asleep, then she left to go get Pedro or something to that effect and brought him back to the house, and that's when everything happened. I'm trying to kind of make it make sense too, because it's still a little foggy, the whole timeline, you know? That's what I'm understanding at this point. Why she said in the interrogation they were with her family, I don't know. I don't know if she was referring to earlier in the day when they came to see them or what.
Thank you. That's no further questions.
You want minutes to confirm? You want a minute to confirm?
Yes, ma'am. That's fine, Judge.
Okay, all right, any cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning. Thank you for being here today. So I want to go over a couple of things that you had talked about with Mr. Tomas, okay? So
this is the cross-examination. Dandy said, PSA, if you have a garage door opener, check it frequently for safety. Ours is deemed a deadly projectile. Jeez Louise. Holy crap. That's insane. That is insane. Daggum. Well, she said Pedro waved at her, right? So he must have been there earlier. Yeah, like they said that she said he waved at her when he was pacing around. But then when they left, it was only Daisy and the kids at the house. So like what did Pedro go to did he walk up the street or get a ride to his friend's house? Like it's all foggy to me too. You know what I mean?
you had stated that you were informed of the reason why you were going over to Florida, correct?
Yes.
Isn't it true though that your grandpa was the one that told you needed to go with your grandma?
Oh wow.
Yes.
Okay. And that your grandma never told you what the reason was to come over here?
Wait, can you say it again?
Isn't it true that your grandma never told you the reason why you were coming over here to Florida?
The reasoning, we seen the pictures, but I didn't learn till like why after. Cause she didn't want me to go at first because I had some things going on, but my grandpa wanted me to go with her because she's older.
And to help her out, right?
Yes.
So when you were coming over here, you never knew the reason why you were coming over here then, right?
Not at first.
You were only coming over to Florida to just help your grandma and accompany her, right?
Yes.
Now, you had testified about the photos here in this case that you had seen, right? That was a reason that you found out later on why you were coming over to Florida, right?
Well, I seen the photos, and that was like why we were going there.
But you only found that out later on, right?
Dandy said the mounting bracket bolts that are attached to the spring has come out. The worker was even concerned, and he's nationally certified. That is insane. Indy said leading, like we're not objecting for leading. Y'all, this trial is insane. Help her grandma Daisy move. What's the big deal? So no, okay. The girl that's on the stand right now is Daisy Link's niece. Okay, she is on her mom's sister's side. So I think Daisy is her mom's sister. Okay. So this little girl's grandmother would have been Daisy's mother. So Daisy's mother and Daisy's niece came up from Texas to help them move and to get Daisy out of Florida and take her ass on to Texas to get her out of this situation. And they're taking the kids and they're going to Texas. At some point, Daisy interacts with her mother and her niece. They see the kids. They're hanging out with the kids. They're at her house, and the niece sees Pedro pacing around in the back. Now, Daisy's saying that she wanted Pedro to see the kids for one last time before they go to Texas. So that's why Pedro's there. According to the niece, Pedro leaves, and then they leave, and Daisy and the kids are the only ones there. So I don't know if Pedro was there earlier in the day and then went to his friend's house and got all high and all of the things, or if and then Daisy went and picked him up and brought him back to the house way after the family had left, or if Daisy had already picked him up from the friend's house and he was at the house and that's when the niece saw him, then he walks up the road and leaves or something. So they leave with just Daisy and the kids at the house, and then he walks back to the house and that's when everything happens. It's all very confusing. Hopefully we'll get some clarity. I don't know.
No, I already knew about the photos.
Okay, well, those photos, did you, were you the one who took those photos?
No.
Do you know the date itself that it was created?
Yeah.
Oh, so then you were there for the photo itself, right? If
No.
you know when it was created?
But when you get the photo, it has a date on it.
When you open the photo?
Yeah. And you slide up for information.
Well, these photos, which are
I agree.
defense exhibit B and C, do we see any timestamps on here?
I didn't get a picture. It was through messages.
Through messages, okay. So you don't know then if those photos were taken a month before then, do you?
No.
It's possible that they were created a month before then, right? Or even 2 months before. Is it possible?
No.
Well, how do you know that it's not possible then if you weren't there when the photos itself were actually taken?
Because when you send a photo, there's a date when it's taken.
Yeah, but can't you go into your camera roll and send a photo from a month before and it says the date that it was sent to you?
Not when it's taken through an actual camera.
So it's your testimony here today. You can't go into your camera roll on your phone and select a photo from a year ago and send it to someone.
You can, but it's gonna have the date from a year ago.
The photo itself.
Yes.
Did those photos that I just showed you right now have a date or photo or anything on there?
No.
Okay, so then it's possible then that those photos could be from another time then, right?
No.
Okay.
So he's got her right there, but I'm not understanding why we didn't object to badgering the witness. It is. Dandy said, did the prosecution rest? Yes. So the prosecution has rest. Now we're on the defense. This is the defense's witness, and the prosecution, we're cross-examining right now. As of 2 hours, 7 minutes, and 24 seconds into the live, we started the cross-examination, which is the prosecution questioning the defense's witness. And right now we're at 2 hours and 14 minutes and 32 seconds. So for about 5-7 minutes, he's been questioning her.
Move on. Now, you had also testified on direct examination.
I agree,
that you went
Lori.
with your grandma to go check the
Hey,
lock on the
Ashton.
house, right?
Yes.
You were given a key.
Yes.
Who gave you that key?
Daisy.
Okay. Now, you tried to use that key on the actual lock itself, right?
Yes.
And it didn't work?
No.
Now, did you actually see that lock itself being changed?
No.
Do you know whether or not she might have given you an old key?
No.
Is it possible she gave you an old key and not one that was new?
Yes.
Okay. Is it possible that she might have given you a wrong key also?
Yeah, wrong key. Because
Okay.
it was to not the new locks.
Yeah, but is it possible?
She said, yeah, it was the wrong key because it was not to that lock. Miss North said also, wasn't there a police report for the pistol whipping incident? Actually, no. She said she went to the hospital, but they started asking too many questions, so she left. But you would think there was some kind of report done, even if she left AMA, which is against medical advice. Like, even if she just got up and walked out, I would think that they did some type of report or something. And I would think that the police or her defense team could go to the hospital and get that camera footage. Now, keep in mind, the homicide happened 5 days later, so maybe they didn't have the footage at that time, but I would think there would be a way to prove it. You know what I mean? Heather Ann, good to see you, says she seems like she's just a child. He's treating her like a cell phone specialist. And that could be like, I agree with you. I don't even think she was probably of age when this happened in 2022. I think that could be why her family didn't even want her to go. And that could be why the judge is so upset with the prosecution. Yeah, this line of questioning is ridiculous. Exactly, Mustang. She's on camera if she went to the hospital, right? So I would think we could pull that and prove it. Y'all, again, if I'm too loud, let me know. I've got it turned down, but hopefully it's good because I don't want to be like screaming at you and the court is quiet.
Possible that she just didn't give you the actual key and it could have been to another house or a car. Is it possible?
Yes.
Yeah. And to confirm, you never saw any locks being changed?
No.
And you live in Texas, right?
Yes.
So you don't even know if that's the right key, that actually belongs to a house then, right?
Yes.
Now, when you guys tested the lock, isn't it true that you guys only tested the front door then?
No, I went to both doors.
You went to both doors?
She tried only the front door.
Congrats on the
Who's
ring.
she?
My grandma.
Just give me one moment.
We'll make it quick. They're conferring.
In the area outside the home, like the victim here in this case, around the house.
Hold on, y'all. Okay. We'll just wait for them to confer because I don't want us to miss the next question. I love free water too, Ashton. Glad to see you this fine day, said Dandy the Mustang. Every time I see your name, it reminds me of a Rob Zombie song. It's like
Now,
1965, yeah.
before you ended up testing the lock cell, you had said on direct examination that you had seen Mr. Jimenez, the victim here in this case, around the house, correct?
Yes.
Wasn't it true that he was in the area where the kids play? In the area outside the home, like the little playground where the kids play?
No.
No? So it's your testimony here today that that's not where he was located?
What are you talking about? Like,
When you saw Mr. Jimenez for the first time?
are we talking
That
about
day.
the locks?
He was where?
Are we not talking about the locks anymore?
No, we've moved on.
Okay.
Yeah. So that day when you went to the home,
Yes.
Mr. Jimenez, the first time you saw him when you're here in Florida that day, he was outside in the
Hey,
area
Karen.
where the kids were hanging out, right?
Yes, he was
Good to
saying
see
hi to
you.
Junior.
Oh, he was saying hi to Junior.
Yeah.
So he was near the children then.
Yes, he came to visit them.
And he was waving at you, right?
Yes.
He wasn't angry.
No.
He wasn't mad.
No.
He wasn't screaming.
No.
He just waved at you, right?
Yes.
Acting like a normal person.
Yes.
And that's at the actual house itself, right?
Yes.
Now, you had testified as well on direct that you saw he never went into the house, correct?
Yes.
Were you there up until 3 a.m. in the morning?
I was there up until 10 p.m.
Okay, so from 10 to 3 a.m., you weren't at the home then?
No.
So you don't know if Mr. Jimenez ever went inside the home at that point in time then, right? Because you weren't there. You don't know if he could have gone into the home after 10 p.m. when you left the home, right?
What day are we talking about?
The night of the incident, June 24th, going into June 25th.
So you said the first day I saw him there with the kids at the playground.
Yep.
The day of
And
the
he waved at you.
incident, I did not see him there at all.
So it's your testimony that he was never there that day?
Of the incident, no. I didn't see him there until I went to pick up my grandma later that night.
So when you left the home at that time, we'll focus on the first day, when you left at 10 p.m.
The first day, I did not stay there.
So then, on that day that you see him and he waves to you,
Yes.
he's there at the property. He's not inside the house, but he's there on the property, right?
The day he waves at me, I went to pick up my grandma. It was like 1 or 2 in the morning.
Okay. So then, when are you saying that you saw him and he waves to you? At 1 or 2 in the morning or at 10 p.m.?
1 or 2 in the morning.
Okay. And he was outside
Yes.
where the kids were, and he was visiting the kids.
That's a whole different day.
I thought you had said that when you waved to him, he was seeing the kids.
That was on the first day I came there. The night of the incident, he was in the back of Daisy's house. She has like a duplex. The front is right here. He was over here in the middle, in the very back.
Okay, but you're saying that's the day of the incident.
That's the day of the incident.
But didn't you just testify 2 minutes ago that you didn't see him on the day of the incident? You only saw him the day before?
1 or 2 in the morning, it was the day of the incident.
Yeah, but that's what you're saying. You're saying on the day of the incident, you didn't see him, but now you're saying that you saw him in the back of the house the day of the incident.
But I didn't stay there, I just...
So did you see him or did you not see him that day?
I saw him.
Okay, so you saw him then on the day of the incident?
Yes.
And he was at the house?
Yes.
Okay, so then after you left that house that night on the day of the incident, okay, you could have seen, he could have gone inside the house at any point in time because he lived there, right?
He didn't live there.
Okay, and you live in Miami?
No.
So you know who lives in that house?
Yes.
Because you go there every day?
No, because
You're
then...
not arguing doing this. Ask questions.
Do you go to that house every day?
No.
Do you see who goes in and out of that house?
No.
Okay, so it's possible, is it possible that you don't know who lives inside that house then?
No.
Brandon, just one moment to confirm. There are no further questions.
All right, can you redirect?
I'm glad they said something about badgering the witness. Good gracious.
Did Pedro live in that house, in Daisy's house?
No.
When you saw him in the backyard, it was 1 or 2 in the morning, correct?
Yes.
So the kids were sleeping,
The
right?
kids were sleeping.
He was just walking around in circles in the backyard at 1 or 2 in the morning.
Me too.
Leading. He's gonna re-ask the question.
So 1 or 2 in the morning, you see Pedro in the backyard. What's he doing?
He's sitting there walking around, staring at his hands, walking in circles.
You know, if they did that to me, I'm too much of a smart ass Mustang. I would say I would give a smart ass answer every time. Like at that point, you would just piss me off and I'd give you a smart ass answer. Rosie, I wish that you could visit me here in NC. We're going to be moving soon and I won't be in North Carolina anymore. But I would love for you to come out and visit me one day. I will be coming back and forth from where we're going to visit my family and stuff out here in North Carolina. So maybe we could meet up one day. She is so young and like they're on her ass. The jury won't like him attacking her. This isn't a good tactic. And that maybe that's why the judge is being so hard on the prosecution. But like not me. I'm too much of a smart ass.
So
I would have been like, you're questioning me like you were there. I mean, do you know better than me? I'm telling you what the fuck what the answer is, but it's not good enough for you. Do you know better than I do? Were you there? Did you see these things? Because if you were, you should be the one being questioned, not me. The hell.
So you had been to the house on another occasion?
Yes.
Right? Okay. So I'm not talking about the other occasion. We're just talking about the last time you saw him, which the next day you find out that Daisy gets arrested, right?
Yes.
Okay. And again, just to be clear, you and Crystal went to Daisy's house to pick up your grandma.
Yes.
Leading. Overruled.
And you all left with the grandmother
Bless his
at
heart.
1 or 2 in the morning? Is that correct?
Yeah, we were just there for like 5-10 minutes.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
You can step down.
Yes, let that little girl go. Good gracious.
You can step down as well.
They're conferring.
Pedro Jr., Crystal Baretto, Josefina, depending on what happens with David and this one.
You also need to litigate whether or not this is really with prejudice. It's not authorized before.
Who, David Perez?
Correct.
We're not there yet, please don't jump around.
I-
So let me take care of today. So in theory, if we broke a little early, if Isabella agrees, the deposition.
So I think they just listed out the people who are going to testify or who they want to call back up to the stand, and they did mention Daisy. Tom said, at our company I worked for in California, our company was involved in a lawsuit. I had to take the stand and was grilled by attorney Gloria Allred for probably 30 minutes. I stood my ground fairly well. That's good. I hate the way they do that. All right, so they're arguing about like witnesses.
Oh, yes.
I know that I need to because the rules require a child to be.
I think they're still arguing about taking the deposition of Pedro Jr., which is the little boy who would now be 10, I do believe.
Emotional distress if he testifies in front of the defendant. I think that we need to have a hearing on that as well.
But in theory, I can do that this early this afternoon, right? Right? So he could be the last witness that we put on, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So the next 3 or 4, the state's on notice of.
Yes.
Okay, so that's like the plan for today, that's all I care.
They want to have a hearing about a certain witness coming up, but they've got witnesses for this afternoon, so that's all she cares about.
Okay. All right, you all have stipulation regarding witness time to closed circuit television. I've done that before. It's usually in sexual battery cases. The state moves to protect the victim. It's a whole procedure. They literally sit in an office and it's via Zoom. There's no difference between closed circuit television and Zoom, in my opinion. I'll let you all bring up whatever.
So they're talking about doing a deposition via Zoom. I'm assuming at this point right now they're talking about the little boy.
Legal issues with getting that rings. But if you all agree to that, by stipulation of the parties on this link, we could just do that too. At some point in the near future, it doesn't have to be live testimony. Okay? So the state's putting it out there.
I'm also going to direct the court to section 603 as well as, I just want to make sure I'm right here. 716, and that's regarding competency of a minor witness.
You've never met him, right?
I'm sorry?
You haven't met him yet.
No, I don't. But
So at this stage, Mr. Gamache, you have reason to believe that he is not competent under the law.
Okay, so basically they argue about Pedro Jr. being questioned. They're trying to figure out how to do that. We're going to go ahead and jump ahead.
really all the witnesses, Ms. Baretto has no personal firsthand knowledge about the incident. She received text messages from Daisy. Then in response to saying, who did that to you, she said Pedro in her text messages.
Okay, the prosecution's arguing that the witness has no personal knowledge of the case. They received text messages and that was it. But they're calling their next witness. We're going to hear from the next witness. We're going to go ahead and go do that. Who appears to be with child, possibly?
There are some limitations regarding.
Oh, no, she's not with child. That is Pedro's mother. Hey, Abraham, good to see you. What did Abraham said? I believe the prosecution is trying to impeach her, and he has that right to do so. You can't claim you know who lives there if you go to that house often and live in a whole nother, if you don't go there often and you live in a whole nother state. And I could see that. I agree with that. Probably.
For the past incidents between Pedro and Daisy, that the courts are already limited. So for the time being, the only prior incident of violence is the one that occurred 5 days before. And unless someone has personal knowledge, such as being there, you can't testify to it.
Okay, no, this is the witness that Daisy sent text messages to, and they're explaining to her that she doesn't have personal knowledge. She only got text messages, so she can't testify.
If someone saw injuries a couple days after, they might be able to testify as to what they saw.
It is, isn't it, Becky? Good to see you.
Okay. All right, just have seats. We'll bring in the jury, and then we'll have them go and sit in front of her in a minute.
All right, hold on. All right, they were preparing her for the stand. She's about to take the stand now. Tom said it was a lawsuit from a young woman who had a minor injury to her hand. Gloria Allred claimed this girl was going to be a world-class pianist and it was going to ruin her career. Isn't it amazing how things like that happen? Oh, you injured your hand and now it's the end of the whole entire world. Lord of mercy. And you're a coal miner. So like again, I'm not saying that like working with a coal mine you should expect to like die, but like I mean that's not the easiest line of work. You're not sitting behind a desk typing on a computer. When you're working the construction field, you should expect that, you know, sometimes you might have an injury occasionally, and make sure you go out of your way with OSHA and MSHA training to make sure that doesn't happen. But like at the same time, you're going to get a few bumps and bruises, I'm sure. Be prepared. Like, stop. That woman right there needs to go on and take 15 seats. Take 15 motherfucking seats, ma'am. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, I would call Crystal Baretto.
Raise your hand. Do you swear from the testimony about the deed will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
I just want you to step up and down. I'll tell you what I told you in the witness. Question, answer, try not to talk over each other, even if you think you know what the answer is going to be or you know what the question's going to be. If you hear the word objection, please pause and I'll let you know if we're going to continue answering. The rule first, the state rule second, and then the rule third.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, good
Well,
afternoon.
still.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Crystal Baretto. I am the sister of Daisy Link.
Okay, so Daisy's your sister.
Yes.
All right. Do you live in Florida?
I live in Homestead, Florida.
Okay. Back in 2022, did you also live in Homestead, Florida?
Yes.
Back in June of 2022, around June 19th, June 20th of 2022, did you come to learn about something that happened to your sister, to Daisy?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Without telling me what was told to you, did you at some point receive some pictures?
Yes.
I was agreeing. I mean, I was thinking the same thing, Miss North, but I was like, better not. Better not. The judge has no control over her courtroom. You don't think so? I thought it was the mom. She might be with child. I don't know.
How did you receive those pictures? From who?
From Daisy through text message.
Through text message. So, Judge, if I may approach, I'm showing you what's already in evidence as State's Exhibit. Well, I'll start with State Exhibit B. Is that one of the pictures that you saw, that you received from Daisy?
Yes.
And what is that? What do you see in that picture?
Daisy's with blood all over her shoulder area and looks like some hair and on her shirt.
Okay. I'm now showing you what is in evidence as Defense Exhibit C. Is that one of the pictures that you received from Daisy on that same instance?
Yes, it is.
And what do you see in that picture?
It's Daisy's head, opened like a gash in her head with blood on her head and her hair.
So after you received that notification from Daisy and you received these pictures, did there come a point after that where you met with your sister Daisy in person?
Yes, when she sent me the pictures, I offered to take her to the hospital, and I went in person to her home to get her children so that she would be able to go to the hospital, get treated for her injuries.
Okay, now when you went to her home for that purpose, do you know how long it had been since she had received those injuries?
It had been maybe
a few hours, maybe 24 hours. I don't really know the time frame of when it happened because I wasn't there when it actually happened. I was only there, after the fact and to get the children from her to make sure they were in a safe place so that she could get treated for the injuries that were on her head that looked severe, in my opinion.
And that was going to be my next question. When you saw Daisy, did you have an opportunity to actually see her head and see her injuries?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you see when you made that observation?
I seen open wounds on her head area. It looks like you can see like her skull.
So this would have been from the 5 days before, I do believe, where she left the hospital because they were asking too many questions after he pistol whipped her or something.
Lots of blood, lots of swelling all over her head. I urged her to go to get medical treatment because I felt like something could happen to her because they didn't look. Anybody who would have saw that injury would have been worried for her safety and for her life.
So you took care of her children, and what did Daisy do when you took care of her children, as far as you know?
As far as I know, because I was checking up on her through the time frame of how she was and how she was feeling, she went to the hospital to get medical treatment while I stayed with her children.
Okay. Now, without telling me what you said or what anybody else said, at some point did you communicate with somebody else or share those pictures with somebody else?
Well, as soon as I saw the pictures, and I immediately contacted my mother, and I let her know that.
So remember, just gonna answer the question. So it's the same. If you're gonna pause, and he's gonna ask another question. Okay.
I don't want to get into what you told her or anything, but in your communications with your mother, did you send her those pictures that I just showed you?
Yes, I did. I did send her those pictures.
All right. At some point after that, your mother lives in Texas, right?
Correct.
Some point after that, did your mother come down to Florida?
Yes, she did.
That's my question too. Like, if she left the ER, do we have no proof of it? Like, I'm sure the defense would have presented proof of going to the ER if there actually was any. And so that's not going to be good. I agree, Mrs. North. I think the pattern's too much, but I think she's pretty and she tries to present herself that way. It's just that, like, I don't know, if you've got a belly, I don't think you should wear the tight dresses like that. And that pattern, I don't like it either. But it looks like it could be like Chanel or Gucci possibly or something. They have patterns like that. So I don't know.
Around this time, were you, just for context, around this time, did you have some kind of medical issues yourself?
Around this time when this was happening, I had just given birth and I had a cesarean section, and I wasn't able to really do a lot to try to help Daisy and with the kids because my mobility was kind of limited and what I was able to do as far as, trying to help out in a way that I really couldn't help out.
Okay. All right. So your mother came down to Florida. What was your understanding of what your mother's plan was in coming down to Florida?
Objection, hearsay, infringement, hearsay. If you know. So I'll guess if you know.
So what I know, what we communicated, what I asked of her was to come down to Florida because the injuries that I saw looked really severe, and I figured they could be life-threatening to me, in my opinion. Please come down, take Daisy and her children to Texas, which was a safer place for them.
So yeah, if she left before she completed the registration, then that could be why there's no record. If she completed registration, they should at least have that. That is not neither Gucci nor Chanel. See, I don't know. I don't follow.
And as far as you know, was that the plan?
Yes, that was the plan.
Now, you live in Homestead, you live relatively close to Daisy, correct? Or you lived relatively close to Daisy, correct?
Yes.
Okay. At that time period, as far as you know, was Pedro living with Daisy?
From what I know, he was not living with Daisy.
Okay. Now, I want to fast forward to shortly before Pedro lost his life.
Mm-hmm.
Did you go to Daisy's house at some point to pick up your mother?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell me about that, please?
She had called me. I don't remember exactly the time. I know it was like early morning hours, maybe 12 midnight, maybe 1 in the morning. I don't remember exactly the time to come and pick her up.
Objection, hearsay. Don't tell us. Well, if you have an answer. Remember, you want to say what other people told you. So with that limitation, you can continue.
Okay, so we went to pick her up, me, my ex-husband, and Laylene.
Laylene was with you also?
Yes, from the home. I stayed in the back. I didn't get out the car because, I was with injury. And
she gonna need an army to get it off of her, and I'm gonna stop picking on her after that.
I don't remember exactly what happened when I got there. I just remember going to pick her up and leaving,
So you went and it was around what time?
It was late. It was maybe early morning. It had been maybe 12 p.m., 1 in the morning, but I know it was like early morning hours. Okay. I'm sorry, 12 a.m., 1 a.m., around there.
All right, around 12 a.m. to 1 a.m.
Right.
Okay. So you went, you stayed in the car, right?
Yes.
Did your cousin Laylene, is Laylene your cousin?
She's my niece.
Your niece, I'm sorry. Laylene, she got off the car?
Yeah,
This is it's a long story. This is the sister of the defendant. The defendant shot her husband allegedly in self-defense because he was abusive, but shot him, said, I think I hit a major artery, but you'll be fine. So we're very curious to see how the jury's going to rule, if it was self-defense because he was whooping up on her, or if it wasn't self-defense, or if she's not going to get away with it because it appears she committed the crime when he wasn't necessarily attacking her. But she committed this crime, went to jail, and while she was in jail, had a baby through the vent with the man above her in a jail cell, rolling up his swimmers in a saran wrap, tying it to a string, dropping it through the vent, and then she used a yeast infection applicator to impregnate herself. She got pregnant, and it is his baby. So we're kind of seeing what is going to happen. Cash, and it's good to see you.
Got off the car to maybe help my mom with whatever she had, her bag or something. She got in the car. My husband was there.
And you guys left?
Then we left, yes.
Now, at some point later, do you end up coming back?
Yes, we ended up coming back.
Okay. All right, so.
Oh, okay.
Without telling me what anybody told you, how is it that what happened that caused you to come back?
There was a phone call to.
Right now, the defense is presenting their side.
To come and pick up Daisy's children from her home because an accident happened.
Okay. So when you arrive, do you recall having any interactions with any members of law enforcement?
When we arrived, when we first got there, there was a detective. I don't remember exactly his name. He introduced himself from the homicide. He was, I don't remember his name. I just remember what he looked like.
What did he look like?
He was kind of tall, slim built, young looking guy. He had asked us for our identification. When we got there, and he introduced himself from the homicide.
When you say he asked us, who are you referring to?
Me and my mother.
You and your mother. Okay. He asked you for ID.
Right. He asked us for our ID. He said he was from the homicide. And he said that my sister was in the police car.
Okay. Was that the extent of your exchange with that particular detective?
No, after he took my ID, he then called me to the back of a car. And then he proceeded to tell me that he had far worse news for me than what was going on there. And I was confused. I didn't understand, what exactly news he had for me. And he told me that my driver license was suspended for over a year and that he could take me to jail if I was driving. And I asked...
Objection, hearsay, relevance, overruled.
I mean, I get the point. Like during a homicide, we're gonna arrest somebody that's coming to pick up the children, because she might have a suspended license. That doesn't seem real good, real professional. I mean, I get it, but like, do we really need to be worried about that during an active homicide investigation? Like in that moment when somebody just died?
Asked him if he was trying to intimidate me. And he was like, well, your driver's license is suspended for over a year and I could take you to jail. So I told him, isn't there something more important going on here than a suspended driver's license? Because you told me you were from the homicide bureau. So I'm guessing somebody's passed away here. And you're worried about my driver's license being suspended.
And then what happened?
And then he proceeded to try to ask me some questions. And I told him that I did not want to talk to him anymore after that. So he then had a woman detective come question me.
Before we get to the woman detective, what you just described, was that the entire extent of your exchange with that male detective, or was there anything else?
Just about my driver license being suspended and him wanting to detain me.
At any point, did you tell that male detective, Daisy must have killed Pedro?
At that point, we really didn't know what had happened because we had just gotten there.
Did you at any point to any detective or any member of law enforcement ever say, Daisy must have killed Pedro, or anything like that to anyone?
No, only...
I mean, but again, like, she's there to pick up the kids after somebody just got shot and is probably literally laying in the alleyway deceased. Like, and we're going to be like running, well, here's somebody to pick up the kids. Let me run their information. Like, what? That's weird to me too. I'm sorry, but it is.
Whatever I wrote on my statement, that was the only time I talked about any issues that were going on.
No, his name is Pedro.
Okay, so you said you spoke to a female detective after that.
Yes.
Can you tell me about that exchange or that interaction?
When I spoke...
I'm sorry, what was the question? You spoke to a female detective.
I'm asking her what occurred when she had this exchange with this female detective that she spoke to after the male detective.
So we'll remember, you're not going to say what anyone told you, right?
Right, just what I
Just
said.
asking about the exchange.
Right, we just exchanged what happened a couple of days before the incident.
Objection, you're saying overruled.
So we
Did you show anything to the detective?
Correct. I showed her the pictures of her injuries.
The same pictures I just showed you. Okay, you showed it to the female detective.
Correct.
And
I also showed her the messages that we had exchanged during that period of the exchanging of the photos.
Okay.
And she then proceeded to tell me that she wasn't interested in that part of the situation, that she was only interested about what happened the night of leading up until the events of when Pedro passed away.
Okay. Was there any more to the exchange? Did it end there, or was there more to it?
I just basically told her what I knew from that point on. That I dropped my mom off, that she was going to leave with my mother after the incident had happened. And that was basically what happened up until the point where he had passed away.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. That's all the questions I have at this time.
Giorgio Armani. He died at the age of 91 on September 4th of 2025, it looks like. Hold on.
Good afternoon, Ms. Baretto.
Good afternoon.
So you were asked on direct examination about the statement you made to police, and I don't want to misquote you. So you mentioned that you never told police anything about if Pedro is dead, Daisy must have shot him.
Correct.
You said you never told police that.
No, they asked me if I recall telling them that, and I told them, no, I did not recall saying that.
I'm sorry, Ms. Baretto, so I want to get this clear. On direct examination, when the defense attorney asked you, do you remember telling the police if Pedro was dead, Daisy must have shot him? You said, I never told police that. Did I misquote you?
Are you talking about when he did my deposition?
No, I'm talking about right now when he was asking you the question.
Correct.
That's what you said?
Right.
You remember giving a deposition?
I do.
The state was there?
Yes.
The defense attorney was there? A court reporter was there?
Yep.
And they were typing everything you said?
Okay.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And you swore to tell the truth, right?
Yes, ma'am.
The whole truth?
Yes.
And nothing but the truth? Just like you're doing here today?
Just like I'm doing here right now.
Now directing court, counsel, and witness to Ms. Baretto's deposition, page 28, starting at lines 22. Question. Permission to approach the witness, Judge? I'm going to start here. Question. Do you remember saying that if he, meaning Pedro, is dead, that Daisy must have shot him? Answer. No, I don't remember saying that. Is that right?
Yes.
But today, you remember 110% you didn't say it.
Right.
So is it that you don't remember or you didn't say it, Ms. Baretto?
Well, the question was, did I remember when he asked me? And I said, no, I don't remember.
No, the question was, did you make the statement? And you said you didn't. So my question is, did you not make the statement or is that you don't remember?
But I think you just read me the question and it said, do you remember saying that? And I said, I do not remember saying that.
Absolutely.
She's right. Badgering the witness, though, I would have to say, you know, Tom, I wear the same line of clothes. I'll be honest with y'all. My brand of clothes is either Walmart or Amazon. I ain't got time to spend money on Gucci and Prada and all of the things. But those of you that do, that is amazing. And they do make some very beautiful clothes. Yeah, we're just talking about fashion and we're listening to this witness get badgered and called out for being a liar, I guess.
So, Ms. Baretto, I'm going to ask you again. Is it that you did not make the statement for sure? Or is it that you don't remember making that statement?
I did not make the statement 100% for sure. Unless I was a psychic, then I would have made the statement. Okay. But I'm not a psychic.
Okay, so now I want to talk about other questions you were asked on direct examination.
Okay.
You were also asked about the pistol whipping situation.
Okay.
You weren't there when that happened though, right?
I was not there when it happened.
So you don't know how it happened?
I don't know how it happened.
You don't know why it happened?
No.
Where it happened?
No, I wasn't there.
Right. So the only thing you know is what Daisy herself told you happened?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you are Daisy's sister.
I am.
But
Daisy's sister.
but you didn't live with Daisy in 2022.
No, I didn't.
And therefore you didn't know if Daisy and Pedro were living together in 2022.
I didn't live with her.
So
So
that's a
I
no, you
wouldn't, I
didn't.
wouldn't know who's living in her home, only what
see?
she tells me.
That's cool.
Right, so that's a no, you wouldn't know if Pedro was living in the home.
I didn't live with her, so I wouldn't know unless she told me something.
Okay, and you never, and Pedro was a trucker, right?
From what I know,
Hey,
yes,
Cap.
he was a trucker.
And Pedro would support Daisy and the kids.
I don't know that.
Do you don't know that?
No,
Did your sister work?
Right?
she was
Object to
working.
relevance.
Sorry, you can answer. Did she work?
From what I know, she was working
Where?
at a towing place.
That was in 2022?
I don't remember what year it was. I just remember her working there.
But, so my question is specific. In 2022, do you know if she was working?
I don't remember if it was 2022, what year. I just remember her working at a tow
Isn't
place.
it?
So you're not sure, sorry.
No, I'm not.
Okay. Now, you were also asked about the pistol whipping, the injuries. You mentioned that you called your mom and you told your mom to come get her.
Yes,
But when your mom came down, she didn't go directly to Daisy's house right away, right?
no, she came to my house.
So that's a yes, she didn't go directly to Daisy's house. She went to your house.
Correct.
So your mom was concerned, but she didn't go see Daisy right away.
No, she went to my home where the kids were at.
Okay. And you also mentioned going to the hospital, and I believe you said with those kind of injuries, you would want to go to the hospital right away. Is that, did I quote you right?
Yes, I would.
Do you know if Daisy went to the hospital right away?
No, I believe it was the next day.
So do you know if she called police that day either?
I don't know, I wasn't there.
Now, I want to talk about the night of the shooting.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned that you went to pick up your mom from the house that day,
Right,
but you didn't get out of the car.
no,
So you didn't see Pedro,
no,
you didn't see Daisy,
no,
and you didn't see any of the kids either.
nope, I didn't.
Now, you also mentioned that your mom came down to get Daisy because she was scared for her.
I asked my mom to come down and get Daisy because I was scared of what I saw in those pictures.
Okay, but you don't know if Daisy and Pedro were communicating from the day of the pistol whipping. You don't know if they kept communicating up until the night he was shot.
I don't know that information.
Would it surprise you to learn that they were still communicating?
It would surprise me.
Would it surprise you to learn that she went to go pick him up the night he was shot from his friend's house?
It would surprise me, yes.
Moment to confer, Judge. No further questions.
Back it up.
You were asked a question a few moments ago about you only knowing what Daisy told you, right?
Correct.
Well, you saw pictures for yourself, right?
Yes, I did.
And you saw those injuries for yourself, right?
I did see them.
And those injuries were fresh, right?
They were pretty fresh.
And
Me
there
too.
was open wounds on her head, right?
Open wounds, blood, and you can see her skull bone.
So that's not just what she told you, right?
No, it's what I saw in
You
person.
saw with your own eyes, right?
Yes, with my own eyes.
And what effect did seeing that have on you?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled. Ooh.
I
Okay.
felt like it was life threatening. I
Oh,
felt
I
like,
didn't realize I was not muted.
sorry.
You're gonna pause that answer.
Do I go this way or I stay here? Okay.
Hold on now. Okay, what is going on? Are y'all, is the audio glitching for y'all at all?
So you're right there. Yeah. He already talked to you, but since you're here, it's gonna take a minute. I will do it again. remember you're gonna answer just the questions that were asked.
Mhm.
And I've already ruled that, the only incidents of prior violence at
Oh,
this
that's
stage
cool.
that come in are only the incident.
She's
of
so
what
lucky to
lawyers
have
are
you.
calling the pistol whipping incident.
Mhm.
I expect you to say something along the lines of, came down based on injuries you saw, right?
Right.
Did you observe, well, is there another incident of argument, Mr. Glass? Or there's no incidents of violence, right? There may have been incidents.
Yes, Judge, so,
And she's already testified to that in that position, right? And also the record hearing? I remember from the record hearing.
I don't recall from that position, I wasn't there for the hearing.
Well, I remember there may be an argument that you observed, after you came down from Texas.
she observed him grabbing her and, yeah, she observed some physical altercations between them.
Other than that, I don't think we expect anything else to come in.
No, just, she learned about the pistol whipping incident, she got the picture, she came down, and she observed interactions between
So you just
Daisy
have to
and
be
Taylor.
careful not to say what other people told you.
Of course, yeah.
Unless I instruct you can,
Mhm.
or unless it's pretty clear from the way that the lawyers are asking,
Mhm.
that they're suggesting that answer. Sometimes they are allowed to do that. Judge, and I'm sorry, can defense just say when is it that she, because I'm reading her deposition, and I didn't see an instance where she mentioned they were scuffling around or something? I don't remember specifically, I just remember her sitting and observing an argument. That's from my memory of the record.
Correct, so when she was, remember, she gets picked up a couple of hours before the shooting. Prior to that, she observed interactions between Mr. Jimenez and Daisy Lincoln. There were a few times where he physically assaulted her, and she could also observe their interactions and him being told to leave, and she told him to leave, and all that stuff.
Again, Judge, I don't, if the defense can point you to a page and line number of where she testified that to at deposition at an arbiter hearing, that's different standards than at trial, and under her deposition, I do not remember. Her statement.
No.
Was she asked this?
I don't recall if she was.
I do remember asking her specific acts of other violence.
Yes.
I actually went through your brother.
And she testified, because I thoroughly read it, as to the prior leaders. But as to the night of the incident, I do not remember her saying anything about her saying him get into a scuffle or her saying for him to leave. Anything that the defense just proffered, and I have her deposition in my hand right now.
Well, if there's a question where she says that she didn't, then great, but if there isn't a specific question, then I'm not.
Well, then we go to the one.
Hold on, let's do that.
No, Judge.
Hold on, stop. The reaction can't be what sounds like a nuclear option at this point. Let's just go and see first.
Judge.
If there is a question, as Ms. De Leon is flipping
Judge,
through.
it's not a nuclear option, you respect, there is certain discovery obligations by defense, there are certain things that they have to put the state on notice.
What the hell is he doing?
Their obligations are very different than the state, yes, but the reaction from defense counsel to, well, if there's not a specific question, I don't know what to tell you, it's completely flippant and against the rules of criminal procedure and case law.
Let's just check to see. If someone asked you, what did you observe? Were they arguing? Did they put their hands on each other? Things of that nature. Let's see what's in the deposition first.
Like, what the hell, y'all?
We're already getting to the regular portions. And while we're here, from the last time I read the verse, you don't swear, but you do affirm, right?
I promise.
Well,
You're
right now,
right.
with one choice or the other, do you swear or do you affirm?
I promise.
Okay, that's fine.
No,
Well,
no, no.
Jose's gonna swear you in front of the jury.
I did say something about that night, and I never.
Just ask the lawyer to
Okay.
double check to see what
Okay.
specific questions were asked.
Okay, Judge, so I want to direct the court to, I want to direct the court to the witness's deposition starting on page 33. And when the question is asked about, I'm asking you between the years
So this woman is testifying about prior physical abuse between Pedro and Daisy.
What was saying is that she said that this happened the day of the incident because she was in the car, which is a ridiculous essentially, Judge, because I'm reading the deposition and I will finish, because now we're asking about the date of incident. So once I finish, I will let you know this.
They're arguing for a while. Let's see what she says.
I said, but you didn't tell me that you crashed her back. And you know that you were punching her in the face and she has wounds on her head. I said, you know, and she said, yeah, go ahead and tell my mom why you did that to me. And so he said, I'm not going to stay. I'm really going to leave. I'm going to leave. I said, no, I think you should do a police report for me. And he said, I already called some friends. I only came with her. This is what he said. It's because I helped her get her rental car. Her truck is in the shop, and since the car's still in my name, I have to take the rental car. I said, yeah, but I want you to know why you did that to her. He said, because you know I caught her with another man and I know you told too late that it was your nephew. I said, but so you get to do that to her, and I told you that was my nephew, but you didn't tell me that you did that to her. And you know, he was like, well, I'm gonna leave now.
I'm so sorry,
This white
Cindy.
man pulled up another vehicle and he's out there talking to these three men. And he said, look, I haven't touched Daisy since 2016, and yeah, I lost control, but I didn't mean to hurt her. And so before he left, he threw out a credit card. He said, there's $17,000 in this car for her.
I'm sorry, Danger.
Can we stop for a second? We just, page 75, line 21. He was there, but he was choking her and then he ran out the door. I mean,
Is there something that preceded that? Is there other questions that preceded that?
Cindy, Cash was playing. Cash has got I don't know how to describe it, a dry sense of humor. He was just playing. I don't want you to think he was being serious.
In other words, in this time.
I mean, there was a lot of back and forth kind of all over the place during this deposition, as you heard. He grabbed her, again, page 75.
Me too, Kelly.
Well, line 2.
Cash.
Arguing is not violence. Tell me about the violence. He grabbed her by her throat and slammed her against the wall.
No, you're good. I know you're just picking.
He said, no,
yes,
don't. I'll lose my career. I'm leaving. He runs out the door.
I don't know. He's from over the pond.
Where's the surprise? I don't understand.
Judge, the back and forth between
Welcome back, Crystal.
She's not specifying that it was the day of incident.
Oh.
Anything else? As long as I can make a picture, Judge. Okay. Have a seat. Once the jury comes back in, you'll come sit right here next to me. Similar to the argument, right? So I'll bring the jury.
All right, the jurors.
All right, we're swearing in this witness. I think it's Daisy's mom. After back and forth about her testifying and what she said in the deposition.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Could you please introduce yourself to the members of the jury?
Hello, I am Josephina Perez, mother of Daisy Margaret Link.
Daisy Link's your daughter. Do you have another daughter?
Yes, I have several daughters. Crystal Jane Baretto is my daughter, and Gloria Gonzalez is my daughter, and Valentina Perez, my daughter.
All right, Cash, have a good day.
And my granddaughter that you just saw in here. My granddaughter is
I'm sorry,
Laylene Yasmin Gonzalez.
You speak a little soft, so I'm just gonna ask you to keep your voice up, okay?
Okay, sorry about that.
Y'all, am I loud? Am I really, really loud? Let me know if I'm really, really loud. This is Daisy's mother.
Where do you reside?
I reside within the state of Texas.
Back in 2022, did you also reside in the state of Texas?
Yes, I did.
Now, I want to direct you to around June 20th of 2022. Did there come a time around then where you traveled from Texas to come down here?
Yes.
To Florida?
Yes, I did.
What caused you, without telling me what anyone told you, what happened that caused you to come down here from Texas back then?
I saw some photos of my daughter Daisy with her head bashed in, covered in blood. She had a giant scrape on her neck. She had a giant bruise on her arm, and the message, whoever got it, when they gave it to me, said.
So remember, we're not saying right
Okay,
now.
sorry about that,
What
ma'am.
someone else told you, but you observed photos, and then you came down to Miami.
Right, but there was like a little text with it, and all it said was.
You observed photos and text.
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
We'll ask the next question.
So these photos, exhibit B and C, defense exhibit B and C, are these two of the photos that you saw which preceded you coming down here from Texas?
Yeah.
Hey, Justice Jane, good to see you.
All right.
This is the mother
So
of Daisy.
what were you looking to accomplish when you were coming down here?
I was supposed to be, what I was looking to accomplish when I arrived before my original date was to remove her and the children to safety immediately. We had already had plans to do that. I just had to, do it at an earlier date because of this.
Now, when you say you already had plans to do that, what are you referring to?
I was supposed to come instead in like around July the 4th. And once we had all the stuff packed and the children would already be out of school, that she was going to leave with us and.
Go ahead.
And
yes, ma'am.
Mr. Jimenez wasn't going to know about that. It was just going to be on a random date, and he wouldn't have known.
Thank you.
So that plan was already in place for around 4th of July.
Right, yeah, we were coming for 4th.
But you were looking to implement that plan earlier.
Right.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And what caused you to do that was finding out what happened here?
Right.
All right, so you come down here. What happens when you come down here?
I arrived, well, as you know, I received a message with these photos, and I arrived.
Let me stop you for a second. Without telling me what the messages were, who were these messages from?
My daughter, Crystal.
Your daughter, Crystal.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. When you traveled down here, did anybody other than Crystal know that you were coming down here?
No, nobody, well, on my end, yes, on my family side, yes, but nobody on this
You
end.
didn't inform anybody that you were coming down, you just came down? Is that
Right.
correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so you come down, and what happens when you get down?
Well, like I said, I arrived within hours, like I arrived at 5 a.m. And I had Crystal's husband pick me up at the airport, drop me off at Crystal's house, and he had to go to work. And I saw Daisy later in the afternoon. She didn't know I was here. I didn't want no one to know I was here.
You didn't want her to know you were here?
No, I wanted to see what was really going on. I want to observe. So when she came, I saw her. Yes, I did see the physical open wounds on her head. She had a giant bruise on her arm. She had a scrape, like a mark here. And I.
So his name, her ex-boyfriend that was beating on her was named Pedro Jimenez. Right, Tom?
I told her, that's it. We have to get out of here now. And I need you we're going to pack everything up and we're just going to leave.
Okay. Now, I want to fast forward to the last night that you saw Pedro Jimenez. You know the night I'm talking about? All right. So let's start off from the beginning of that day. When do you first see your daughter Daisy, or when do you first go to her house that day?
I arrived at 1:30.
In the afternoon?
Right.
Okay. And all right, so what do you do? What do you observe?
I sent her a text and I told her that I was here, at her place. And she said, okay, like more or less, I'm not going to be specific. I can't remember word for word. I'm on my way.
Okay.
So.
Now you said around 1:30 p.m.?
Yeah, in the afternoon, yes.
All right. Do you recall approximately when it was that you finally left Daisy's home that night, or later that day?
Around like between 1:30 to 2 a.m.
1:30 to 2 a.m.
Right, somebody picked me up, so.
All right, so you were there for around 12 hours.
Right, but not at her house, exact. I was with her, but I went to my other daughter's house too, with her.
So during that day, during those 12 hours, you were with Daisy for those 12 hours, but you weren't necessarily in the same spot. You went.
Right.
You went, at some point, you went to Crystal's house, right?
Gloria's house.
Gloria's house, your other daughter.
Yeah.
And you came back. Do you recall around what time it was that you went to Gloria's house and when it was that you came back to Daisy's house?
Not exactly. I know it was nighttime when I left. And I think it was still daylight because the children were playing outside. So I would say I can't say exactly, maybe 10, 10:30, 11, between 10:30, 11, we left from Gloria's house.
To go back to Daisy's house?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to see Pedro Jimenez that day?
That night, yes.
That night. You didn't see him prior to the evening?
Just when I arrived at 1:30.
Okay, what did you observe when you arrived? At 1:30 p.m.
Yeah, in the daytime. I was sitting in the SUV with my daughter Crystal. We were waiting for her.
Waiting for who?
Daisy.
Okay.
Hey, Shelby.
Go ahead.
And Pedro came out of the vehicle with her. And he had this look of shock, like he couldn't believe I was there. Oh, and then I told him, why did you lie to me?
Go ahead. You told him.
I told him, why did you lie to me? You're saying that Daisy's trying to hurt you and stuff, and what did you do? Why did you do that to her? You did that to her. She didn't do anything to you. Why did you do that? So he said, I haven't touched her since 2016. So I should get some.
Objection, narrative. It's the same. He's gonna ask another question. And motion and then judge, maybe go sidebar. No, it's the same. We're gonna move on.
All right, so you have an interaction with Pedro, okay? And he was there. Did he leave at some point?
Yes.
Around when did he leave?
You mean like after I said something? Or
I mean,
what
after
time?
that interaction.
In like 30 minutes, 3 men came and they picked them up.
3 men came and picked up Pedro.
Right, he doesn't have a car, so.
Okay. All right, so he left. And when was the next time that you saw Pedro after he left with those other men?
I saw him that night. I don't know the exact time, maybe 11 something, going to 12. She was supposed to take him directly home. He doesn't have a car. And she said, I'm going to take Pedro home. And
you say she, you're talking about?
Daisy said she was going to take Pedro home, so he won't come over, because if he comes, then we're going to have a problem. So let me give him a ride home. And I told her, okay, go.
Objection, narrative, hearsay. Oh, you almost done with your thought.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say that, and then I sent her to the store, and he did come instead of going straight home.
So, Daisy came back with Pedro to Daisy's house.
Right.
Now, once he's there, do you observe any interactions or altercations between Pedro and your daughter Daisy?
Yes.
Okay, what did you observe?
First,
Shucks.
he choked her for a reason, you know, a conversation that they had, and her response made him very, very angry. And then I told him, I'm going to call the police. The second observance was
Hold
when.
on, before we get to the second.
Okay.
What, if anything, did Pedro do when you told him that first time, I'm going to call the police?
He said, don't call the police on me or I'll lose my career. I'm leaving. And then he ran out the door.
He ran away?
Yes.
Do you know where he went?
No.
Okay.
It was inside the house, so I don't know.
Did he come back at some point?
Yes.
All right, when did he come back?
About maybe 15, so many minutes later. I was with her sitting out front by the AC unit. That's the front door. So I turned my head around, and Mr. Jimenez stuck his arm in the door, in the window. There's a broken window that is punched out. And he unlocked the door and went inside, started knocking things over. And then Daisy opened the door in the front. They have like one door is on this side, one is on this side. And she said,
Objection, hearsay. Oh.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. She said, get out of my house. Give me my stuff back.
Now, she said, get out of my house. Did Pedro live there, as far as you know?
No, but, you know, he would just stop by, you know, like when you have your time out from the truck driving.
Right.
Yeah, he would just show up, so.
So I just want to ask you some follow-up.
Mm-hmm.
You said that he stuck his hand through a broken window and unlocked the door?
Right.
So was he outside and he stuck his hand into the house to unlock the door from the outside? Is that?
Right, you know, I'm sitting at the front window, so I see the door. I see him put his arm in. He's turning the knob, you know, like little knob that you have there. And so I just turned around to Daisy real quick and I said, hey, you know, he's coming in through the back door.
Objection, hearsay, narrative, overruled. That's the end of her question. Her answer, you can ask your next question.
All right, so he came in, he started knocking things down, and then he was told to leave. Is that right?
Me too,
Yeah,
Tom.
I told him, no, I didn't tell him. She told him, get out of my house now, get out of here. And he grabbed her purse that had her cell phone in it. It was a red purse. And she had like a pint of whiskey on top of the stove that she had bought, you know. And so he took it and he ran out the back door.
Okay. Did you see where he went?
No. Actually, we weren't trying to cause a problem with him. That was the whole point that she made.
Hold on, there's no pending question. The question was, if you sure you want to know?
No.
I was going to ask another question.
All right. At some point, does he come back, and if so, when?
The third time he came back, it wasn't that he came back, he was hiding in the alley behind the truck.
Let me stop you. If you remember, this third time, do you know more or less what time this was?
No, we were sitting outside, you know, like in the front by the front door.
Is it dark already?
Yeah, it's dark.
Okay, all right, so the third time, you were saying?
I didn't know it was him at first. It's like really dark and it's a shadow. Like, you know, you can see someone standing there. So I said, Pedro, is that you? Pedro. And then he moved and he came towards me and then he laughed. He was saying he was going to tell me some stuff, you know,
Okay.
some stuff about Daisy.
Okay. Is there any other physical altercation that occurs at that point or after that point?
Then the last one was when she went to the back. We thought he was going to be gone by then. And then she said, I'm going to look over. She went to the alley to see if she could see her purse thrown there, since she kept standing around the alley. So I told her, let's wait till the morning. She goes, no, just in case, all my things are in there. Like my cards, my phone. Let me see if it's there. And then he came, I'm trying to figure, from this way. I don't know east, west, or north. It was dark out, but he went like this, and he saw her, and he came running like this, and he clotheslined her. You know, like when you go like this, and knocked her back, and then he said some cuss words, and grabbed her by her hair, and then hit her like this. You know, like you pick someone up, and he put her face on the, it's like a gravel. Yeah, I could see him, and I told him, now I'm not playing with you. I'm gonna call the police for sure. And he didn't say a word to me. He ran away. He left. That was it. He ran off.
Is that the last time you saw him?
That's the last time I saw him.
Y'all killing me.
Okay. So that was the last time you saw him. Before that, if you know, how many times was he told to leave, either by yourself or by your daughter?
Many, like the parts that I didn't discuss with. She was saying, leave, get out of my house. Oh, maybe about 5 times between the both of us.
Okay. All right, so that was the last time you saw him. He left. At some point, you leave Daisy's house as well, correct?
Right, I left later, much later. About, like I told you, the time.
How long after this last time that you saw him was it that you left?
Maybe 30 minutes. And I looked around, I didn't see him anywhere, so I told her, you know, I'm gonna go home. I'm tired, and you know, I discussed it with my other daughter. I said, I need a ride home. You know what? I don't want to be around this stuff. I told him to go, and hopefully he'll stay gone until the morning. We can figure out what's wrong.
Okay. And what was the plan for the following day?
We were supposed to have a barbecue since I had just arrived. And then we were going to plan, you know, like basically her escape without him knowing. Like I told her, you know, we can't let him know anything. You know. And so that was our plan for the next day.
Okay. But then at some point, not long after that, you ended up going back to Daisy's house, correct?
In the morning, after the police called me.
The police called you?
Yeah, they told me that to come get the children and get them away, so I did.
Okay. If I can just have a moment, Your Honor.
So this was the night of the homicide, I'm assuming, that he's like clotheslining her in the back. Why did she want to go get that purse so damn bad, though? I feel like there was something in it.
Judge, that's all the questions I have at this time. Thank you.
You know they do. You know they do. Where's my pen? Look at his face. He looks like that Muppet. What is that Muppet's name? Oh my God.
Good afternoon,
sir.
I want to talk about the story that you said on direct examination.
Objection to characterization. Move to strike.
Yes, Judge. So you mentioned on direct examination that you told Pedro on the night of the incident, get out. Did I say that right?
That I said to him?
Yeah, that's what you testified to. I just want to make sure I heard it right.
Because I got to make sure at what point, the first time, the second, or the third.
Right.
Because I said
Evidently.
different things.
So you told Miss Perez, did you, on direct examination, testify that you told Pedro on the night he was shot to get out of the house?
I told him to leave.
Okay, you told him to leave.
Right.
You remember giving a deposition?
Right.
The state was there? The state attorney was there?
Will there be a difference, the word leave and get out? I don't there was.
So,
we
Ms.
kept-
Perez, my questions,
If you're saying leave or get out, we said it so many times. I could make a mistake and say I said one thing or the other, but we did say it.
I understand, Ms.
Okay.
Perez. I don't want you to make a mistake here today, though, so I'm gonna ask it again, okay?
Mhm.
Did you testify on direct examination that you told Pedro on the night he was shot to leave the house?
Can you refresh my memory? Can you reread that to me? Like what was the question and the deposition?
Ms. Perez, so is it that you did say it, or is it that now you're not remembering? So
No,
wanna
I
be
know
clear.
what I said.
Okay, so
ma'am.
did you say it?
However, on the day of the deposition, you had a
Ms.
mic
Perez, I don't
problem,
want to-
so I want to make sure that.
I understand, Ms.
Okay.
Perez, but my question is
I'd ask that
very
you allow
clear.
the witness to finish her answer, please.
Sustain, finish your answer. We're not gonna go in a back and forth, okay?
Right, I just don't know if that was the time that the mic kept going out.
Sorry, Ms. Perez, go ahead.
What I was saying was that when I was being depositioned, the mic kept cutting in and out. So every time I would get a question, it could have been the beginning of one question and the end of another.
Okay.
So that's why I'm asking you, at what point are you stating that I said to leave?
So I'll ask my question very specifically and you can answer, okay?
Okay.
Did you say, right now, as your testimony in court,
Right.
did you say that you told Pedro to leave the house on the night he was shot? At any point, did you say that?
Hold on,
during
Rebel.
your questioning?
During the inside, yes.
During your questioning?
Yeah,
You remember giving a deposition?
right,
The state attorney was there,
right.
the defense attorney was there,
Mm-hmm.
a court reporter was there.
Right.
Rebel Princess HVAC baby is good to see you and nice to see you. Okay, so Daisy committed this homicide and she's claiming self-defense because he was beating the crap out of her 5 days beforehand. She went to jail, okay, and she started talking to this guy through the vent, and they came up with this plan to sue the jail by Daisy getting pregnant. So what happened is sometimes when you get biscuits and cornbread and things, they'll put it in saran wrap. This guy in the cell above her started spanking the monkey and put his swimmers in the saran wrap, wrapped it up like a cigarette, tied it to a string, and dropped it through the string through the vent, tied to the string through the vent to Daisy. Okay, and then she used a yeast infection applicator to, quote, put it in there like swimwear, unquote. And she ended up getting pregnant. And they had a baby. They did a DNA test and discovered that it was his baby. She also wanted to be pregnant during this trial because she thought the jury would go easier on her. And this trial was originally scheduled for May. She had the baby in June, and we just started this trial last week. Does the courtroom actually have Halloween decorations? No, that is me. That is my background. Hold on, I'll show you. That's my background. I don't have it as like full screen, so. Let me make sure. Oh, okay. Now it's full screen. Put it back like this. Okay. And right now they're like, the defense is bringing their witnesses, and it's a whole show.
And she was writing down everything you said.
Right.
And you swore to tell the truth.
It's not that you swear to tell the truth, it's that.
Ms. Perez, if you allow me to finish.
Okay.
Thank you. And you swore to tell the truth,
Mm-hmm.
the whole truth,
Right.
and nothing but the truth. That's a question.
To the best of my ability.
To the best of your abilities,
Right.
you swore to tell the truth. Just like you did here today?
Of course.
Okay. Now directing court counsel and witness to the witness's deposition conducted on September 9, 2025. Ms. Perez, I want you to look and see, where is it that you say that you told Pedro to leave the house? Any point
Objection,
of that
improper
page?
impeachment.
Can you point to me?
Let me ask a question.
Can you?
Where in this deposition did you tell Pedro? Where in the deposition did you tell Pedro to leave the house?
I cannot see.
You're gonna have to re-ask the question.
Okay.
Judge, may we go sidebar? Permission to approach, Judge?
I was talking, sorry.
Now, Ms.
I was
Perez,
muted.
where on this page do you say, I told Pedro to get out? Page 70.
Right? That makes more sense. Right. Mine would
Please let us
too.
know when you're done with the page.
Okay, what about it?
Do you see on this page 70 where you stated that you told Pedro to get out of the house? Is it yes or no?
We're not even in the house at this point. You said, you're asking me at 1:30.
Where on this page do you mention that you told Pedro to get out of the house? It's just yes or no.
What is this in reference to, ma'am?
Okay.
That's why I'm confused because I'm not in the house at
We're
this
going to start
time.
with this line
Mhm.
where it says, starting on line 23, let's talk about the actual incident night.
Mhm.
And I want you to start reading from there.
Yeah, it says I got there at 1:30.
So the question is,
Yes,
the question
ma'am.
about tell us what happened that night.
Right,
Okay, review the pages in front of you.
right.
Did you ever inform the lawyer who was questioning you
That you told Pedro to get out of the house?
I never got a chance to tell him anything. That's the truth.
Ms. Perez?
That's your answer. Let's ask another question if you have another question.
Okay.
So that's a no. Okay. So now you were also asked about coming to get Daisy after the pistol whipping situation.
Right.
You weren't present when that happened, right, Ms. Perez?
No, I wasn't.
You don't know how it happened?
Not based on my own knowledge, no. I wasn't here, I wasn't there.
You don't know where it happened?
No.
You don't know the context of that whole pistol whipping situation, right?
Well, I knew about it, but not because I was there. Someone told me, the other party that was there.
And that someone that told you was your daughter?
No, my nephew also told me.
Okay, but you only know from what they
Right.
told you because you weren't there.
Of course.
Now, you live in Texas, correct?
Yes.
And you lived in Texas since 2011, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And Daisy has lived in Homestead since 2011, you would say?
Since she was born.
So since she was born, so
Right.
that's a yes?
Of course.
Okay, so, and your relationship with Daisy isn't close, you would say?
Well, we talk every day almost.
Okay.
Even though we're far away, yeah.
But you
I'm so sorry, Julian. That's horrible. My mother would call the cops if she saw somebody clothesline me too. It's not that she would have stood by with him knocking me down after pulling my hair. Like, yeah, no. Yeah, the prosecution's trying to make her look stupid. And the judge is like having none of it.
don't know about the relationship with her and Pedro on a daily basis?
Only verbally, by conversation.
Only what she tells you?
Right.
And you would actually speak to Pedro on different times?
Yes, I do.
You had a good relationship with Pedro, a consistent relationship with Pedro, I would say.
It wasn't good, and it wasn't consistent, but I did keep a relationship with him as well.
He would call you.
Right.
Now, you were also asked about the date of incident. So you came down to get Daisy and pack up, right?
Yeah, that was the plan.
But then you mentioned you were going to have a barbecue the day after.
And?
So were you having a barbecue or were you trying to get her out of Miami fast?
The barbecue has nothing to do with how I was gonna get her out. I mean, we were gonna have a barbecue as a family.
So I'm just trying to figure out at what time between you coming to Miami and you having the barbecue, what time are you packing?
Off and on. She already had stuff all over the floor to wash and everything. We're not making it obvious that she's trying to leave. It's supposed to be like nobody's gonna know.
Okay. You also mentioned you saw Pedro that day. Is that right?
Are you talking
The
about?
night of he was shot.
Yes.
Isn't it true, Ms. Perez, that Pedro was the one who got the rental?
So that's not good because Daisy said that she went to pick Pedro up so she could tell the kids goodbye because they were going to Texas. Rebel Princess says, I have to be honest, I catch your episodes when I can't sleep. Your voice is relaxing. I wish these two would be more frugal with their and stop talking. Lawyer has a shrilly voice. Well, I'm sorry about that. We're streaming a trial right now. Frugal with their words. I'm glad that you like the live streams and you find my voice relaxing. Sometimes I feel like I'm the one that's like being shrilly because I'm really loud sometimes. Thank you so much for the compliment. And if you're having trouble sleeping right now, I'm super sorry about that. Yeah, we're streaming a trial right now. So, you know, it is what it is with the lawyers and stuff. I don't like their voices either, if I'm being honest. And thank you for the compliment. Kat said they wonder why women don't press DV charges. They're going after her mom and sister. Right. I hope I ask acceptable questions. No, you're good. You've got a great point. Paloa's mom says, lies, 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 I tell you. It doesn't really make sense. I mean, being fair, but the prosecution's grilling her.
For your daughter?
Yeah, the truck was still in his name.
So he was the one who got the rental for your daughter?
Right.
And isn't it true, Ms. Perez, because you were there, that they were driving up and down together?
No, they arrived together at the apartment. I don't know if they were up and down. He didn't even know I was here.
We'll break it down then.
Okay.
When they arrived to the apartment, they arrived in a car?
Yes, and
they arrived together in the car?
They arrived together.
They were with the kids as well? At one point?
No, they weren't with the children.
So if I were to show you ring camera footage before he was shot with him, Daisy, and the kids, would you recognize that?
I don't recall the kids getting out of the car. I recall him and her getting out of the car. So, I mean, yeah, you would have to check that.
So, Ms. Perez, I'm kind of confused with your timeline. You were there at the house the night Pedro was shot, correct?
Yes.
And the kids were also at the house before he was shot.
They were with us, though, not with him.
But Pedro at one point comes to the house with
Right.
Daisy in the car.
She was supposed to give him a ride home.
Okay, so we're going to start at the beginning. When you first get to Daisy's house, isn't it true that Daisy and Pedro arrived in the car together?
They arrived together, yes.
Okay, now isn't it also true that they were driving multiple locations together?
When they arrived together, okay, and he saw that I arrived there, and we got into that conversation about what happened to her, I told you he left with 3 men.
So he left the house?
He didn't go in the house. He stood right outside and talked to me about the incident, and then he left. He said, I called some friends, I'm
He
leaving.
left with his friends?
Right.
And isn't it true, Ms. Perez, that your daughter went to go get him from those friends' house?
She went to go, you want me to tell you why?
Ms.
Okay.
Perez, I
It's
just want you
either
to
yes.
So she did go to get him from his friend's house, and she said it was because she wanted him to be able to tell the kids bye because they were going to Texas. So therefore, ma'am, how did he not know you were going to Texas? You weren't trying to get out of Florida very fast. You're having a freaking barbecue, and he's not supposed to know y'all are leaving, yet Daisy is going to pick him up so that he can tell the kids bye? Make it make sense. Hannah said, honestly, I think she'll get either a lesser charge of manslaughter, accidental homicide, if available. If not, I feel a hung jury or an acquittal. Right. That's where I'm at with it too. And I don't know if they can like put a lesser charge on the indictment because that's not what was put on the indictment. I guess we'll have to find out from the jury or from the judge if they instruct the jury that they can charge her with a lesser charge or when the jury comes back from deliberations. Oh, you're fine. Look, let me tell you. sometimes when y'all crack jokes and are trying to be funny, I don't get it. Like I've been telling them, I've got brain fog right now. Like I have no idea what's going on. I don't know if it's the stress because we're trying to move and I'm trying to pack up our whole life. I don't know. I don't know if it's something going on. I don't know, but I have brain fog, and sometimes I don't get the jokes. So I apologize if I didn't understand your joke. Um, but I do find it comforting that you fall asleep to me reading documents. That's super cool. And that really touches my heart because I listen to a lot of people to fall asleep too. So I definitely get it. And that makes me feel special that you would choose to listen to me when you're falling asleep. Like that really means a lot. When I start doing the voices. Yeah. To me, it seems this isn't how the family answered the night of the homicide, but now she's going possibly to prison. So they are adding and embellishing. That's what it seems like to me as well, Paloas. Yet she took her to her home. That makes no sense, in my opinion, especially since she didn't want him there. Y'all are making 100% sense, and these witnesses aren't. Like, I feel like they're lying to try to protect Daisy, and that's what the prosecution is pointing out to the jury. No, yeah, nobody is offended by you, sweetheart. The voices. Oh Lord, yeah. As soon as we get moved, I'm going to try to get back on track with the channel. But I do have some interrogations that I'm working on getting out. I just haven't had a lot of time because I homeschool and I have like a miniature farm and I'm been streaming for like 6-7 hours a day because we're doing the trial. So it's been kind of crazy, but I'm hoping to get back on track soon. Thank you. I mean, I really find it as a compliment and I appreciate that. Miss Perez doesn't realize she's not in control here, said Tom. They added the lesser charge right before deliberation in the Karen Reed trial. Interesting. So it'll be interesting to see if she does that here. Earlier, she said she was at her daughter's during the incident and the police called her in the morning to come get the children. Right. So what's the truth? And that's what the prosecution is trying to point out. Sometimes, though, people remember more later on when it's straight away. Sometimes people can't think straight. And you're absolutely right about that, too. You got to think about the shock settling in. And then when they're out of, when time has passed, you start remembering more. You're absolutely right about that, too, Julie. Joe said, depends on the state. The jury could find her not guilty or more serious charge, but guilty of a lesser charge for the same event. Okay, so I'll look it up and see if it's possible if the judge doesn't say you can find her guilty on a lesser charge, if that's something that's acceptable in Florida while we continue to listen.
Yes or no?
Okay,
Isn't it true that your daughter went to go pick up Pedro from his friend's house?
Right.
So your daughter is so scared that she goes to pick up Pedro after he leaves from the friend's house.
She was supposed to take him home so he doesn't come and harm us. So she's trying to cooperate with him.
I understand, Ms. Perez, but isn't it true that your daughter was the one who decided to go pick up Pedro?
Well, it'd be better than having him come to the house where the children were.
My question is very specific. Isn't it true that your daughter was the one who decided to go pick up Pedro? He didn't ask her to go pick him up.
I don't know that.
Would it surprise you to learn that she told the detectives that she went on her own will? No. Sidebar, please.
They are on it, boy. We are 38 minutes behind being live.
I have some cups on in the room already.
We'll bring you water outside. Can you just step outside?
Over there?
Yeah,
Okay.
maybe
All right, so real quick, I've got the answer. So it says I asked, in Florida, can a jury convict of a lesser charge that is not on the indictment without a judge making that an option? And AI told me in Florida, a jury can convict of a lesser charge that is not explicitly on the indictment if the evidence supports it. The judge is required to instruct the jury on lesser included offenses if there is evidence to support such charges. If there is no evidence to support a lesser included offense, the judge cannot instruct the jury on it. So again, it's going to boil down to, in my opinion, if the judge says that they're able to convict her of manslaughter or something like that, she's being charged with homicide in the second degree because the intent is not there. She did not intend to commit this man's homicide. But I mean, the whole case is extremely intriguing because there's definitely proof, in my opinion anyway, that there was domestic abuse going on there. But I mean, her being a smartass and trying to be snarky when she fires the firearm and then says, I think we've hit a major artery, you'll be fine, and then does the like wham wham boo hoo thing when she says, do you want to go to the hospital? No. Okay. Like that. I think she was genuinely just trying to be like snarky or a smartass. But then when she realizes that he's deceased, as we saw in the body cam photo, or that something's really wrong, she screams, she calls 911. She's trying to, you can hear that blood curdling scream when, in my opinion, I think that that's when they called it per the body cam images or video. So I'm real interested as to how this is going to turn out. It's obvious he was beating her ass, but it's also obvious that she was being snarky and shot this man. But then when he actually died, when she realized the consequences of her action, you can tell that like her heart was broken and she really didn't mean to do it. On the download, Pedro, say goodbye to your kids. Did somebody say that? Oh, okay, yeah. So she did say that she went to go pick him up from his friend's house where he was drinking vodka and doing the cocaine, and was bringing him back to the house to say goodbye to his kids as she moved to Texas. And I don't know how she thought that was going to play out any other way than him getting angry and putting his hands on her. Jandy said, I don't know if I believe the no intent thing. She pointed a loaded weapon at a human. Death is always a possibility, in my opinion. Right. 100%. But look at her. Look at like she's got tattoos of freaking dots. Like she's counting the days in there on her arm. She got pregnant through the vent. Like this person is not very mature. Definitely not thinking about any of the consequences of her actions. Even to this day, getting pregnant while in jail through the fucking vent. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that she should have pointed a loaded weapon at him. And that is a consequence anytime you pick up a firearm. Anytime, point blank, period. If you pick up a firearm, you better be ready to deal with what's going to happen if you kill somebody on purpose or accidentally. Like, period, point blank. There is no before, after, and then, or buts. All bar, all of it off the table. You know what I mean? But I don't like, if he genuinely had his hands on her and was like beating her in the face, as we've seen evidence of when she picked up that firearm, is it self-defense? Well, we haven't really figured out the distance between where she was sitting with the firearm and his leg. The way she shot, she says she was sitting on the porch and he had just grabbed her, so I'm thinking she's from a sideways position, and then she fired at his foot or at the ground. I genuinely think it could have ricocheted, but we haven't heard that evidence specifically. And it goes in his left foot, out his left Achilles tendon, and then goes in his back right upper thigh and out the front right upper thigh and hit that main artery, and he was pronounced dead 12 minutes later, found in the alley. I don't even know how the hell he walked from the house to the alley with his damn left Achilles tendon blown the hell out. You know what I mean? I think maybe if I had to guess, and I haven't heard the specifics on it, it could have been back in trial and I might have missed it. I'm not sure. But like the defense, we've gathered that he was running away from her. Like, I think that's definitive. She says he was running around to the front of the house to lock her out of the house, and she was going to have to sleep outside. And it's happened so many times that people would have done the same if they were in her position. I think if I had to guess, I would say he was anywhere from 5 to 10 feet from her when she shot. But that's my guess or my speculation, judging by what we saw yesterday when we looked at the house and looking at the body cam and trying to locate exactly where everything happened. I think he was relatively close to her. Her hiding the firearm is going to be a huge issue for the jury, and it is. She came out of that house, threw that firearm in the bush, and then went and called 911. And they pointed out, as she had been earlier on the 911 call, that he might have not been dead, but I don't think, I mean, literally from the time the gun was shot till he was pronounced dead was 12 minutes. And that includes the cops getting there, calling 911 and everything. I don't think there was any saving him. I think our Lord and Savior said, son, it's time for you to come home. And that's what happened. I know, Rebel Princess, the fertility doctors got on the episode and were like, there's only a 5% chance that this could happen, but it doesn't mean it's impossible. Like, think about all the women out there trying to have babies and using IVF for that. And then she gets pregnant by somebody rolling up their swimmers in a cellophane, pretty much, or a saran wrap, and she inserts it, and boom, there's a baby. Like, how in the hell? I couldn't even figure, because I'm like, you're dropping it through the vent. If the air's on, it could be too cold. If the heat's on, it could be too hot. Like, it had to line up. Again, another astrological alignment. That's the second one in her life. The first one was when that bullet hit Pedro that she's on trial for right now, because again, the bullet went in his left heel, out his left Achilles tendon, and then in his back right upper thigh and out his right upper thigh. Like, the trajectory of the bullet is insane as well. Again, the stars aligned, but that was for a bad reason. Danny said that makes her all the more dangerous. She's reckless and has no critical thinking skills. And ma'am, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Boom, 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 bop, bam.
Sorry if that was really loud. I need to turn it down. Excuse me. Rebel said, are you planning to do more coverage on my man, Luigi? Just an FYI, Rotten Mango did a very good breakdown of the police fuckery. It was very insightful on another perspective. I have not, my moderator, and I think she's still pinned to the top of the chat. She does Luigi Mangone. We actually work together a bunch. She's like my bestie. She did some coverage on him when it first came out. So, like, she kind of took that case. I'm trying to see if she's still at the top of the... Nope. Tough sperm to battle through all the years. Stop it, Tom. I'll drop her link for you, Hio Sandra Firelight. If you haven't checked her out, definitely check her out. But she's done a lot of coverage on Luigi, and she was the one who got the manifesto. She had it the day it happened, and I think it might be on members only now. But she's been covering him. Like, sometimes when we start the show, I'll read a couple of news articles. So a lot of the things I do read about, but like, they're not advertised on my thumbnail, because I'll find, the news article about breaking news stories, and I'll just read them, even though it's not mentioned really in the live stream. And I think I either saw one or read one on him recently about what was going on with trial, but I think that's as far as I've gotten. You got pregnant with twins on birth control? How insane is that, Ashton? My God. I have been physically myself pregnant 3 times. I had a C-section each time, and then when I gave birth to my last one at 27, my tubes were tied. But I couldn't do birth control because it made me, y'all, I'm already bipolar. I was so moody. So with my 3, and then Mr. Speculating has 4 here that I take care of. Those are my bonus children, but I raise them because their mother's not really that involved. I have 7. Yes, sorry. Okay, there's a reason. So there's 7 age 18 and under that I raise. And then Mr. Speculating has 4 other children that are already grown. Mr. Speculating has got the strong swimmers too. So he has a total of 8 children. I have a total of 3, which makes it 11, which is insane. I have 11 children, y'all, including the ones that are grown. But the ones that are grown, like, they were already grown and over the age of 18 when we got together. So, like, I don't, they're my children, but it's not like I raised them. You know what I mean? All right, back to the trial. Let me stop running my mouth. I wish I stopped with all these loud noises. Right. What are we doing here? I'm going to skip it ahead to where...
As soon as Mr. Artall comes back, I will ask him to texted him this, but that is wildly improper for a witness to actively be
gosh, of course they're arguing.
And I absolutely think that we should be having that evidentiary hearing.
You need to bring me names and a body, and then we can have an evidentiary hearing.
Getting that information right now.
Right, UTD? It's crazy. And right now we live in an extremely small house. So it's crazy. But we're moving to try to make things better for them and for us. And I have all the animals. I've got 3 geese, 7 chickens, basil. I had 2 goats, but I gave them away. I was like, y'all, I can't. This is just so much. And I'm doing the channel and homeschooling. So it's quite a bit. It's a whole lot. And you ought to see, like, remembering birthdays. Like, it's got to the point that I know all of the ones that I'm raising, but his older children, like, I'll ask every month, whose birthday's this month? Because I'm like, I know we got a birthday. All right, I'm going to skip it ahead. They appear to be having deliberations with the judge. Perusing through the computer or something.
Send them to me before they take the mortgage forever.
That's the case.
Okay. What's on page 16?
Page 16.
What are we talking about here?
I'm going to come here to finish the job.
Oh yeah, my plants.
Yeah, Judge. So
The gardens, both of them. Where is my mouse?
But he's going to jail and so
Hold on, I can't mute. My mouse is going crazy.
This to me indicates she has a problem with Miss Link having her
Oh
kids
my
hang around
gosh.
Pedro and Pedro's friends. How has that opened the door to any other motive that this grandma has to come and pick up her kids?
Judge, the messages
So to keep the kids away from Miss Link and not from an outside force.
The messages before that, she talks about taking them away from Miss Link because of Miss Link. Now on this page, she's adding to that and mentioning Pedro and everyone else. But if you go back, she's first talking about Miss Link. And she says, if you don't get your shit together, it literally says that.
Which we also have a court order entered into evidence already by defense for something of limiting the parental rights, which we know that Ms. Link also had her parental rights limited. There was a family court case based off of that alone, which this in greater context when the defendant's mother says, look how hard you work to get your kids back. Do you want to lose them forever?
Hopefully it'll continue to work.
What's on page 17 that you all want?
Nothing, Judge.
All right, Mr. Tomas, what's your response?
I don't think she's done anything to open the door to that. I don't see how this is peaches.
Hold on, y'all. My mouse is going crazy.
Judge, yes, so the defense opened the door because the witness has testified on multiple occasions at this point that the sole purpose that she came down here was to take Daisy away from Miami to move her to Texas. And that's basically she was scared for her safety and she was scared about Pedro. So the witness has opened the door, Judge, because these messages go to prove the exact opposite, which was that she wasn't scared for Pedro. She was literally a couple days before this entire incident was going to come down here and try to take the kids from Miss Link based on Miss Link's actions and what she felt was not being fit of a mother. And then add to the other text message about Pedro and his friends.
So would you agree that part of this message has to do with Ms. Perez discussing some prior action by Ms. Link, maybe drug use, but also the behavior of Mr. Jimenez and his friends? When you're talking about her being a bad mom, do these messages contain both of those quote-unquote allegations from Ms. Perez? You want to impeach her by saying,
yes, Judge.
No, you really came down here because Ms. Link is a bad mother, right?
Yes,
Right?
Judge, Senator, yes,
So
Judge.
when in the text messages it talks about not just how hard Ms. Link fought to get the kids back, maybe some drug allegations, but it also talks about Ms. Link letting her kids hang around Pedro and Pedro's friends, right?
Judge, so
Okay, hopefully my mouse will stop being crazy. I apologize about that. My mouse went crazy. I just cleaned it up. It's a little race car. It's a little pink car. It's super cute, but like I need it to work. So you asked, did one woman birth 8 children? No. Um, Mr. Speculating got married right when he turned 18. And no, he had a son at the age of 18 with a woman because, like I said, his swimmers are very strong. Um, and then after that, they got married and had 3 more children. It was 3 boys and a girl. It was, I think, in that order. I can't remember if the girl is older than the youngest boy or not, but either way, 3 boys and 1 girl. And then the ones that I have, my bonus children, is 3 girls and 1 boy. I gave birth to 1 girl and 2 boys. So in total, we have 4 girls and 3 boys that are under or 18 and under that we're raising. I have to go to Fayetteville in November to a wedding. Will you be there? Just curious. I might be. I have to see how far where we're going is from that. The baby was born. Oh my God, my mouse. The baby was born. His mother has it. The baby's grandmother. What the? Oh my God. All right, hold on. Let me enter StreamYard from my phone. Because my mouse is being so freaking stupid. I don't understand it. Hold on just a minute. Oh crap, I'm not going to be able to play it. Hold on, y'all. It takes batteries and they're not freaking working. All right, I guess. But I just changed the batteries in it yesterday. Let me try to get this playing and then I'll continue to work with it and try to fix it. Oh, God. Okay, I unplugged the thing that's supposed to make my mouse. Okay, let me. Oh my God. Come on, stupid. Jesus, Lord, in the morning. Don't ever get a mouse that takes batteries for the love of all that is holy. I don't even understand how those batteries could be dead. We got new batteries, but it's still not working. Okay.
Right? Okay.
Gracious.
Judge, if you want to give it context, that's correct, Judge. But again, I feel like the court is shying away from the very first.
Okay, sorry. Yes, the vent baby is with. Okay, so the vent baby was born by Joan, Joandepaz. Okay, and he is the one that actually wanted to have a baby. He was like, "You gonna have my baby?" And she's like, "Yeah, sure, whatever. It's just another Tuesday afternoon." And she gives birth to the baby. They can't believe it. He says he's like a celebrity in there. His mother has the baby. It was a little girl. She was born in June. The baby, the trial was scheduled for May and it got rescheduled because part of the reason that she concocted this plan was so that she would be pregnant during trial and the jury might go easier on her, was her excuse. I have pictures of the baby, but I might have accidentally deleted them. Yeah, I did. I will actually, I'll pull it up over here. Oh my gosh. Okay. Those are the 2 people that had the baby. But there's photos of the baby that I have I'll have to find them in my email and send them back to myself. There she is. That was when she was first born. Isn't she just precious? Hello? Oh, okay. It said it lost audio. That's why I said hello. We have 5 kids in the house. I wouldn't change it for the world. I wouldn't either, Julianne. I would be lost without the children, but it is a crazy life. And congratulations on that. Yes, the man that created the baby with her, his mother has the baby, and she was a first-time grandmother when the baby was born. And so she was super excited about that. And I mean, the baby is just absolutely precious. There's one of her a little bit older with like a Care Bear bear that I showed on a previous list, but a previous stream. But she's just absolutely adorable, and I'm super, happy for his mother becoming a first time mother. But like first time grandmother. But even in the audio from the jail calls where she's being interviewed by the news, she's like, we're both looking at life sentences, so might as well go out with a bang, right? And I'm like, you're creating a life, you're creating a baby from a vent. So number one, that baby's going to have to know, or eventually know, I am about positive that she was created from her father dropping his swimmers on a shoestring line type thing down through the vent and being inserted into her mother with the yeast infection applicator. Number one, that's horrible. Number two, what if you both got a death penalty sentence or life in prison? What, that baby's not going to have a mother or a father. And the dad from the crime scene photos looked like he definitely got sent to prison for the rest of his life, because it looked pretty serious to me. I think he is in prison, but so they've since both been separated. I guess the stars aligned. He had good swimmers and she was fertile myrtle. And so I guess that's what happened. I don't know. Yes, he committed a homicide. They showed a picture of like the back seat of a car that's just covered in blood. And talked about that he committed a homicide as well. It is just irresponsible. And that goes back to all of this. Her grabbing that gun was irresponsible. The tattoos on her arms that are just dots. All of that shit is really irresponsible. She's a very irresponsible person. But does that mean that she needs to be sentenced to life in prison? Well, Ashton Lee, my kids are they're well behaved. If I sit back here away from them in a small house. Like sometimes I feel like y'all can hear them in the background. And my door is open, but like my door opens to the bathroom and the bathroom door is shut. So if they come in the bathroom, I can hear them. But if they need me, they'll stand at my doorway and they'll wait for me to say, okay, like, because I'm muted, and then they'll let me talk. They are old. They're between the ages of 14 and 9. So they're a little bit older. They sit in there and watch TV. They play outside. They do their schoolwork and things like that. So, but they know not to come in here and just start talking. Some of my first episodes, I had to be like, pause quickly. Mute quickly and tell them, not to talk. But they're really good about it now. She does need some education. She needs some education. Yeah, I locked them up. They're in a cage in there. Aren't you? Locked up. He's growling. I don't know if you heard it. All right, y'all, let's get back to the trial.
Start of these messages are about Miss Nink, her drug use, or whatever she's accusing her of, Judge. Now you come to the end of that conversation, and the court is now emphasizing, oh, it's also Page on his friend. Judge,
me too, Michelle. Me too. Nice to meet you. I like your profile picture. The wolf.
5 days before the shooting, because just about everything beforehand is not relevant.
Judge, so the page that the state wants is not relevant? I'm confused.
Answer my question. Is there anything else you want to add to the record? I'm not inclined to let them try to convince me otherwise. I would see that this is open to the door. Also, in the full context, Ms. Perez is complaining about Mr. Jimenez as a father.
Okay, so you just stated, the court just stated, you don't see how we open the door. On cross-examination then, I'm going to ask her, did you have any concerns about the kids being with Daisy at any point up until before Pedro was shot? And if her answer is no, Judge, the case law is clear that we can impeach by any means including extrinsic evidence, and if she denies those messages, then they come into evidence.
You guys really want to try this a second time, right? You guys really want the conviction to try this a second time?
Judge, it's not.
So, I mean, yeah, is she really going to argue with the judge? Like, they are, but to be fair, the judges denied every objection that they've had so far. And, like, there's been some valid objections, in my opinion, anyway. I'm by no means a lawyer, but it seemed valid to me. And they're supposed to be able to impeach the witness. Like, it's the law. And the judge is, like, telling them no. But yelling at the judge is always a losing strategy. I'll tell you, I'll save that story for another time. She is snappy with the judge. I mean, you don't ever want to do that.
Of course, Judge. Judge, I understand the court's frustration, Judge, but you also have to understand.
You would think.
By focusing on her parenting skills, number one, maybe drug use, uncharged crimes, number two, and how in the whole context of which one to extract essentially half of the text messages to show how Ms. Perez thinks her mother is an unfit mother. There's also parts of this where Ms. Perez thinks Mr. Hernandez is an unfit father.
Judge, so I understand the court's frustration, judge, but you also have to understand the state's frustration because the defense was allowed on direct examination to present all of this testimony, essentially, basically saying that Pedro was this sole aggressor, that basically putting in the light that he was the one that caused everything, that everyone was scared of him, Judge. But you have to put it into context, Judge, which we are allowed, and she also mentioned, Judge, let me ask, that I asked her, are you close to her? And she says, we're close, we talk every day. And these messages go to show that they don't have the great relationship that she has painted on direct examination. We should be allowed to tell the story, not based on what defense is just saying. We should be allowed to impeach witnesses with their own testimony about things that they're painting in a different light. We should be allowed to explain that and impeach.
All right, thank you. The request is denied. Everything must be seen in context and relevancy. She didn't necessarily open the door. And you need to put it on some level. One, introduce text messages out of context relating to the possibility of uncharged crimes that are years old, because we know that there may have been an NTCF case against Ms. Link, but it's years old. And her testimony is not inconsistent with regards to the primary reason that she came down to retrieve the kids. And I might add, those text messages start a chain of conversation, which starts out with pictures of Miss Link's injuries to her mother. It's not inconsistent with what she was talking about, which is her primary motive of coming down here to retrieve Miss Link as well as the kids. All right, well, your objections are only for the record.
Judge, I'm
I
gonna
haven't
ask
heard that. I don't think they were out on bail.
You want to mark them? So that if it's
Denied.
you have it.
Sure. I'm also going to ask that we can conduct a contempt hearing at this point. I just also received screenshots of Ms. Baretto's Facebook page where she is actively posting and commenting about this trial while the state's witnesses were testifying. I have numerous pages of screenshots.
That's the sister that was just up here testifying right before the mother is evidently actively posting on Facebook about the fucking trial. Oh my God. Yo, what the hell?
Now what the fuck is going on?
Yo, holy.
Showing that. News articles, commentary from YouTube, etc. Ms. Baretto just testified a few hours ago.
So it sounds like something I can take up after we adjourn.
Sure. I think
I'm not gonna waste this jury's time. I have a hearing right now.
I understand.
So we're gonna keep this moving for now.
I understand that, Judge, but we also need to potentially also have one for Ms. Perez. I have somebody from the state attorney's office who actively saw as she went out. She was speaking to Laylin and Crystal with a minor child still there who has yet to be deposed, talking about this case.
What is she saying? What are the words that were coming out of her mouth?
I can bring that person in, like I said, but it doesn't really matter.
You have to have a good faith base. This doesn't matter.
I absolutely do have a good faith
I know what happened here.
How is the judge gonna say that it doesn't really matter? Yo. Amber, it's her sister, the one that came up before the mother, the one that was wearing the freaking dress that we were like, what is that? The Timu Gucci dress? Her. And he just said when she walked out, she was saying something to the minor children who are going to be potentially testifying in a few minutes or at some point in the trial. And the judge is still like, it's not important. I mean, y'all, most of the time the judge is on the DA's side 100%. Like the defense attorney usually doesn't stand a chance. But in this trial, she's 100% on the defense's side to the point that, like, the prosecution will probably get an appeal immediately on this case, however it's ruled, just because of the shit she's allowing. Wow. Yes. Yes, exactly. Julianne, yes, ma'am. They can get a case thrown out just on that. And why is the judge saying that? This is insane. Ashton, I agree. I agree. And I pray for anybody out there in an abusive relationship. Please know that it will not get better. You can text, I think it's START, START, to 88788 for help if you need help. Please leave. If anybody is in a domestic violence situation, it's not going to get better. No matter what he says, no matter what she says, it's not going to get better. Please, please find an exit.
No,
that could be talking about.
no, they were watching the YouTube feed of this case and laughing about it.
You have to be specific. If I'm going to pause these proceedings, have a contempt hearing, we're going to have an eviction hearing, but it has to be specific.
Judge, like I said, I can bring that person in who saw it.
Will we do it right now?
What's the other remedy here, Judge, that we?
The other remedy is for you all to be prepared to ask me to pause this so that I'm not having this jury hang out in there for 30+ minutes.
Judge, the remedy is to pause this trial now because this witness's testimony, who's actively testifying in this case, has been actively watching the proceedings of this case. When the rule of sequestration has been invoked, we need to get to the bottom of what she actually has been watching and doing during this trial, because her testimony very well could be tainted.
I mean, he's absolutely right. So they're saying that she's been actively commenting on the stream. More than likely, her fucking comments were coming up over here. We're a little bit behind, but because this is the only place I know that's streaming it. So she was over in this chat box commenting. Y'all. Whoa. And the judge is saying that it's okay, Paloas. Good to see you, Kalisa. Good to see you. Abraham said the prosecution can't appeal. The jury reaches if the jury reaches a not guilty, that would be double jeopardy. So that even makes it worse. Angelina, the sister that just come up and testified, is actively posting about the trial on social media, talked to her son who hasn't been deposed, is over here in the chat box at some point in time over here, just chatting away. Her testimony is fucked now, and the judge is allowing it.
I'm not guessing. I
don't know what's going to happen when I bring this witness in, but it better not be a waste of this jury's time.
Judge, I absolutely have. I have screenshot of Crystal Baretto's Facebook page posting these things from 5 days ago. It is one thing to say my sister's on trial and I'm really scared for her, etc., etc., etc. It is another thing to do when this court has already kicked her off of the Zoom once, when we're about to start opening statements here, when this court has instructed the defendant that her family is not to be involved in these proceedings, to actively be doing those things. I get that this is a high-profile case. I am well aware of that.
I've been doing this for 21 years. I take every case seriously, whether the cameras are here or the cameras are not. Every defendant matters, whether it's a drug case, something simple or something more
I
serious.
agree with the court.
Like
I'm not saying the court is doing
cameras
this.
don't matter to me.
I agree.
I wish they mattered. They didn't matter to others as much as they do.
I agree with the
Hold on a
court.
second, go ahead.
So as you guys were saying, Michelle said, I don't understand what the judge is arguing for. No way is that allowed. Yes, ma'am. Exactly.
Boom, 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 bop, bam.
Wow, that is so loud. I've got to turn that down. Cara said the judge can get in a lot of trouble for allowing this. This is the state of Florida too, y'all. Lorianne said they need to declare a mistrial. Indy, no, the jury is not present at this time that I'm aware of. Lord have mercy if the jury's present. That's even worse. Ashton, what do you mean? Are you caught up with us? I'll ask you in chat, but are you talking right now that he's victim blaming? Julie said, Judge can get off that stand. No wonder they are arguing with her. Judge, get off that stand. No wonder they are arguing with her. Right. Exactly. If she was instructed not to speak about it on social media, she would be in contempt of court. Yes. What the hell? The judge is always more lenient with the defense, so they have no grounds to stand on appeal. So this is the prosecution. Like, she's being real lenient, like overly lenient with the defense, in my opinion, Abraham. Judges can do whatever they want. They have no accountability or oversight. So there's no way that the prosecution can come back and say, look, her sister just testified and then actively could have possibly influenced the testimony of other witnesses and was actively chatting in a YouTube chat where the law and crime trial was being streamed about the trial. Like, there's nothing that can be done if the judge says it's okay. It is super frustrating, Kalisa Katz.
Coffee's gonna buy us more time.
I agree with
Then move this along. How else do you want to proceed?
I think we
All right,
have.
Mr. Tomas, go outside. Please tell Ms. Perez not to discuss this case with anybody else. We've already told her that. Make her sit far away from others.
Yes, ma'am.
Bring in the stage attorney for some information.
Minor crisis. Abraham said if you testified and you're no longer under subpoena for recall, then you can speak about the case publicly. She just can't speak to anyone who is still under subpoena that has yet to testify. So maybe that's why the judge isn't like real actively pursuing it or saying that it could be acceptable. But they're calling somebody up that heard her speak to the little boy, Pedro Jr. Amber Turd Posey tried that trick. Did she, Michelle? I didn't realize that. She was instructed not to speak about it, and she was. They said that if we rewound it, we would hear it. It's a good one, yeah. Actually, Mustang and a few other people requested that we cover it, and we have just got caught up today. Like right now, we're about an hour behind, but all right, let me try to get it to where
It needs to be put into the
hold
record.
on, sorry. Okay, right here, where they come back up. Tom said that's an insult to turds.
So she's in the memo.
Can you go get Mr. Tomas?
I don't know what it is. Would you like me to forward these?
Hold on, so we're waiting until Mr. Tomas comes back.
No, I'm asking for if you want me to forward these to you and defense counsel.
Hold on, just wait for Mr. Tomas.
Yes, sir.
Can you check to see Mr. Tomas is in the bathroom?
Right?
Sorry, Joe, this is Maxwell Western.
So Judge, Mr. Perez is in the middle of taking a plea in front of Judge Brinkley. To me, from what I've been told, I don't think that he needs to testify here. But what I do think needs to be put into the record, and Ms. Baretto should absolutely answer for these. Yep. And then I think that Ms. Perez also needs to be questioned. As I mentioned before, Ms. Perez, Ms. Gonzalez, and I believe Ms. Baretto were all outside speaking as I stepped outside briefly with the minor child in tow. I have no doubts based off of these, and I'm going to send these right now to everyone, that they have been actively speaking about this case. And I think the court needs to do an inquiry of these witnesses about that, because this is actively a violation of the rules.
You're guessing right now.
Judge,
just send me what you have, and I will review it.
it is not a yes when I'm holding it
They
in my
are
hand.
family. They are family, right? So if
They're not just
talking-
family.
If they're talking to each other, what are you expecting to do when you stand outside? You have to bring me something more than just, I walked out.
Judge,
They're
let me on-
together talking.
Judge, no.
No?
Absolutely not, no.
Okay. Did you overhear them discussing this case?
I watched Ms. Perez be handed things, yes. I saw the YouTube feed myself, yes.
Let me see what you have. Go ahead and give it to me.
It was just something.
What are we gonna do without Tom making us laugh? Right, Michelle? I don't want to miss them talking. Well, they called the mama back. All right, come on. He's about to come back up to the podium.
Okay, so in context of what? This is Ms. Baretto sharing it on her Facebook page?
Right, and I've actually watched some of those videos. There's live feeds in there. I don't
Okay,
recall
Tom, cool.
the very first post, but I've
Right,
watched that
Jenny
video myself, in which that person is actively talking about what the state's testimony was. There was conversations about how we went sidebar about hearsay objections in that as well. These articles specifically talk about what was said and what was not said in trial, what came out during trial as well. Again, these are not just family members. These are defense witnesses, one of which has been excluded that I'm hoping to take the deposition of today, who very well be, and I will remind the court, only a few weeks ago, Ms. Link herself said that she was talking to the child about the case. There are huge issues when it comes to witnesses speaking about the case prior to and during and after their testimony. And there's a reason that the rule of sequestration exists. There's a reason the only person allowed in a trial during other witnesses' testimony is the defendant and not other witnesses. So that way they don't change their testimony to corroborate other testimony. That is what this is showing, that Crystal Baretto is actively watching this case, actively, whether it's on a live stream because Your Honor kicked her off of the Zoom, posting about it. There's no commentary, sure, but there's a difference for, like I said before, being scared for your sibling because they're facing charges versus violating rules, and that is clear as day here.
What's your response to us?
Judge, my response is what I just saw in the email from the state shows that
Right.
a post was shared. That's it. So you can certainly inquire, but multiple posts were shared. That doesn't mean she viewed it, that doesn't mean she consumed it. You can inquire, but there's no.
Is it one remedy to call this, to have her called back and the state can impeach her?
No, I think the actual remedy here would be exclude all of her testimony.
Okay, that sounds like a nuclear option also, Mr. Rubio.
Judge, I don't know how many times we have to have somebody violate things, do things they're not supposed to. There is, the other remedy would be what? To impeach her and say, you watched this case?
Bring her back in. Bring her back in. Bring Crystal back in.
Crystal, correct?
Yes. Bring her
I
back
think she may have gone downstairs.
So I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's the sister that had on that dress that we were like, Timu Gucci.
Can you bring Ms. Perez back in here also?
Who was talking with the minor in tow and could have influenced the minor to say things.
Ms. Perez, just use that podium there. You're still on the road.
That's the mother, not the sister.
Did you talk to anybody before you testified here today about what you would be testifying to?
Did I talk to anybody? No, because I didn't know what I was supposed to be testifying to.
Did you watch any coverage of this trial?
No, I did not.
I have to open it up to the lawyers to question you, to
Okay.
see if any witness, including you, has been talking to each other, because that's not allowed. Once the rule of sequestration has been invoked, witnesses are not supposed to talk to each other about the case. For obvious reasons, they can't match up their stories, right, or their testimony. They also can't know what other witnesses testified to, because that would affect their testimony. That sort of makes sense, right?
Yes, yes, it does.
So let me see if the lawyers have any questions for you.
Exactly, Michelle. And Abraham.
Yeah, you guys, you can go first. Ms. Perez, how did you get here?
I came by car.
Who did you drive with?
I drove with my daughter Crystal.
Did you and Crystal discuss the case of your testimony on the way over here?
No, I just got here at 5 o'clock. I got to her house at 5, and then my sister is the one who brought me from the airport to here. And then I went to sleep for a while, and then we were on our way.
Were you watching the YouTube channel that records the entire trial?
No, actually, I don't live here. I'm with the kids, so I'm not gonna put the YouTube channel
Are you aware of Ms. Baretto watching the YouTube channels that capture the entire trial?
on. No, I don't know. I just got here today.
5-10 minutes ago, when you were excused from your testimony, were you and Crystal and your other family members watching this trial actively on YouTube and laughing out loud?
No, I told her I got put out, and I don't know what's going on. That's what I told her. I said, I don't know what's going on. They told me to leave.
What were they doing?
I don't know.
You don't know what they were doing?
No, they were sitting there.
On their phone?
Yeah, I think so.
So you couldn't hear anything?
No. Ma'am, I just approached them and told them, they asked me, why are we out here again? I said, I don't know what's going on, why? She goes, oh, they were laughing. They said, oh, you probably said something, or you just kept running on, and then, Mr. Tomas told me to go sit on the other side.
They didn't ask you about your testimony?
No. They didn't, no.
You know you're under oath, correct, Ms. Perez?
Yes, sir. He should know, he was standing out there right by me. And I told my granddaughter, look, go outside.
And was PJ in the middle of it?
I don't think so.
Where was PJ?
He was sitting with them outside.
So
PJ is Pedro Jr. Becky, what's going on is that the sister with the Timu Gucci dress, was in Law and Crimes chat where we're streaming this from. This chat over here after her testimony, and had posted before her testimony, and was over there talking about the trial, and took Pedro Jr., he's supposed to be deposed. Basically, Daisy's son is supposed to be deposed, took him out of the courtroom and was talking to him about the trial. The prosecution is trying to get the trial basically like acquitted, like everybody, trial's over, it's done, because we've got one of the witnesses influencing one of the other witnesses who hasn't testified, and posted on Facebook and in Law and Crimes chat. And the judge is like, we're not going to discontinue the trial. It's okay, basically. And so the mom is being questioned by the prosecution right now. He is pissed off, isn't he? I don't like that camera angle either, Tom. Kane's Nana, good to see you, love. Kane's Nana said, hello, everyone. Been listening for a while, and this is a shit show. Her mom is a liar, liar, pants on fire. Why don't you suck your pacifier? And the judge is off the chain. I would think he has proof of the post. You would think so. I think the biggest thing right now they're trying to figure out is what she said to Pedro Jr., who hasn't been deposed yet.
I asked if PJ was.
He's supposed to. He's only 11. Do you want him to sit by himself?
So, Ms. Perez, when I asked you if PJ was in the middle of all of that, you said no.
In the middle of all of what?
Was he with them when this was going on?
When they asked me why I got put out?
When they asked you why you got put out, when they were on their phones, when they were outside?
Ma'am, I don't know what they were looking at on their phone, first of all. What he saw or heard, I don't know. I just walked right out the door and Mr. Tomas came a few minutes later and says, you're not supposed to be sitting together or else they're gonna think you're talking. I didn't talk to anybody. I just walked up to them and said, I don't know, I got put out right now. I don't know what's going on.
Ms. Perez, what's in your hand?
Oh, my cell phone.
No, what paperwork is in your hand?
I don't know. Am I supposed to have this?
Ms. Perez, what paperwork is in your hand?
Oh.
My testimony, my deposition,
Ms.
right?
Perez, who gave you your deposition in the middle of your testimony that you are live testifying?
Yeah, I didn't have this. I just came in with it right now.
Judge, who gave it to you? Who gave it to you, Ms. Perez?
Aren't I supposed to have this?
Ms. Perez, who gave
What?
you your deposition? Hold on, we're not gonna get back and forth.
I don't know what's going on. Am I not supposed to have this?
You can have it. Where did you get it?
I thought I got it from the attorney.
Judge, she thought she got it? Judge, she's not.
Wait a minute.
I'm done with your question.
Judge, Ms. Price.
What?
About 5 minutes ago, you finished up with your testimony. He handed you that deposition.
Oh my God.
I didn't, I've had this in my hand, but
While you were testifying.
no, I had it, it was outside.
Right. Who handed it to you when you walked back outside?
I don't remember.
Okay, so.
And I'm being honest with you.
Right, I can tell you because I watched it.
Okay. Yeah, I thought you were watching for something, but I didn't know what it was.
Thank you, Abraham.
Oh, did you? Okay.
And Lynn was sitting right next to each of them.
Okay.
You remember that?
Yeah, I don't know.
And then you
Yeah.
were actively looking at a computer with a live feed of the YouTube feed from Long.
I was?
Yes.
No, I was not. I just walked out the door. How is it that I watched a live feed when I just walked out the door?
You walked up to Lynn.
Mm-hmm.
She handed that to you. And there was a live YouTube feed from Long Time. Do you remember that?
No, I don't. And you know what? I'm going to say something. That is the truth and the God's honest truth. I just approached them. They asked me what was wrong. And you know what? I am so exhausted with you, sir. I got here at 5 in the morning. I didn't hold a conversation with no one. I passed out when I got to my daughter's house. Then, if somebody even handed me this right now, I wasn't even paying attention to that. And now you're accusing me of watching a live feed? You think that I would allow that little boy to watch a live feed? That's insanity what you're saying right here now. I would never do that.
You're not gonna get that. Do you know why you're not gonna get that? Because you have to lay the reason to do it. Do you understand? We don't go from 0 to 10 like this.
I would ask that this witness be excused before we make further.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we give the other side an opportunity before we start making requests in front of the witness?
I wasn't making a request, I just asked.
Mr. Marina made the request, right? Why don't we just measure our words and our requests? Mr. Tomas, do you want to hear from Ms. Perez?
Briefly, Judge. Ms. Perez, earlier today, when I first saw you, I gave you a copy of your deposition. I asked you to look through it, correct?
Right.
That was well before you testified.
Right.
Have you looked at any of that since you began testifying?
No, actually, I've been walking around with it in my hand, sir. I tried to look at it, and guess what? I didn't. That's why I'm asking them to read it to me, because I didn't read it.
Go ahead.
All right, thank you. Please go step outside.
Me, okay.
I think Crystal's out there now.
Here.
Ms. Price, I want to remind you, don't talk about your testimony with any other witness.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Ms. Farley.
They need to call a mistrial, like Mustang said. Yo, I'm speechless. They need to call a mistrial and start over. Tom said I've seen more well-mannered episodes of frickin' Jerry Springer. She barely spoke.
You're still under oath from earlier today.
That's what I was wondering.
Okay.
Okay, so this is the sister Crystal, the one that we haven't seen testify yet. They're saying that she was talking to people too. PJ is Pedro Jr., which is Daisy and Pedro's 10-year-old son.
So you shared some posts from coverage of this trial on your Facebook page.
Yes.
Did you watch them?
No. I only post them because people always coming to me about my sister, asking about the trial. So anytime I see anything that's on my feed that just pops up, I guess, because it pops up on my Facebook feed, I just share it to my story or share it to my page.
You did not watch any of the coverage?
No. Well, I was told I couldn't watch anything of the trial.
Did you talk to any witness about your testimony before testifying?
About my testimony?
Did you talk to any other witness, such as your mother or Leilene, about your testimony before you testified?
No.
Did any other witness talk to you about their testimony, such as Leilene or your mother, before they testified?
No.
I have to open it up to the lawyers to see if they have any questions for you.
Okay.
When you stepped outside when you were done testifying, did you watch the live feed too?
No, I was just scrolling through my Facebook.
Okay, so you never looked at the YouTube?
When I went outside after I was done testifying, no.
So if I have no further questions, then I will be on this.
Okay. Do you have any questions, sir? All right, you go ahead and step outside. Who's the other witness you can call?
That woman that we just saw is the one that was chatting in the Law and Crime Network chat and allegedly said something to PJ, who is Pedro Jr., who is their 10-year-old son who has not been deposed yet or testified. I think that family just runs their fucking mouth. You know what I mean? They seem like the type of family that runs their mouth and, gets in all of the fucking drama. Cara, have a good day, love.
Mr. President.
They don't declare a mistrial, it appears. Somebody gets called on the stand again in a few minutes. Looks like it could be the mother. Yeah, it appears. All right, I'm going to try to skip it ahead. I don't want to miss anything.
I work for.
Lord, with the laughing.
Can someone please give a
Yes, Your Honor, I believe he's just trying to get our witness.
We're going on 4-5 plus minutes here ago. Is this Mr. Perez?
It is, yes.
She's at podium. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you must give
I do.
I do too.
Andres Perez.
And Mr. Perez, where do you work?
I work for the state attorney's office here in Miami.
How long have you worked?
Well, in total, 3 years, give or take.
Now,
Good
Uh,
question.
a few moments ago, can you describe to the court what you saw?
Right, so I was heading over to the courtroom across the hallway, courtroom 2-1, for a hearing that was scheduled for 1 p.m. I would say approximately a couple minutes before that, as I was walking down the hallway, I recognized a witness who had previously testified in this trial. She is a female. She was wearing a shirt that has like squares patterns on it. In my knowledge, it was the witness before the one you just had.
How do you know
I've been watching somewhat from my office. I have the YouTube feed on from Long Crime Productions. So I recognized that the witness was watching the live feed also of the other witness that was testifying. And I knew that it was that because I recognized this courtroom. I'm familiar with YouTube. I have an iPhone. She was watching it on an iPhone. So pretty sure what I saw.
Were there any males present as well?
There was. So she was sort of lounging with her leg up on the bench right outside and laying on a male.
Now, to be clear, you're an attorney, right?
Yes,
And you have a bar card?
I do.
And you have to take an oath that is different than other people when they come to testify.
Correct. I am an officer of the court.
And if you were to lie in court, there would be significant consequences even outside of the court.
Oh, yeah.
I have no further questions.
Do you have any questions for this Mr. Perez?
How far were you away from this woman?
So she was literally sitting on the bench right outside of the courtroom I was going into. So I walked right past her, arm's length.
Okay, did you stick your head in to look at her phone?
No, but I was very familiar with what she was looking at because I had seen it also, which was this courtroom, the proceedings.
Did you hear anything?
No.
And what was she wearing?
She was wearing, I don't mean to be rude, but she's a heavier set woman. She had like I'm not good with women's clothing, I don't know, but the sort of the design was like squares that are like bold.
Fendi logo. All right.
I don't know what that is, sorry.
Okay, so was she sitting down? Was she leaning back? Which way was she facing?
So she was, if I'm walking towards you, she was lounging on the bench with her back towards me so that her phone was facing me as I walked past her.
She was lounging, facing this direction?
Away from me, so that as I walked past her, I could see her phone because her phone was facing me as I walked past.
Could you hear anything?
No, I couldn't hear.
All right, and you saw, what exactly did you saw on her phone?
I saw she was on YouTube, which I'm familiar with because I have YouTube on my phone. I know she was on a live stream because she had the comment section open and it was scrolling pretty fast, consistent with the live stream, with the live chat. And I recognized that the image on the video was this courtroom.
So is she the only person watching that screen?
You know, I don't know if she was the only one watching it. I don't know if the male that she was lounging on was also kind of looking, but he didn't seem to be paying too much attention to it.
The male that she was lounging with, was he an adult?
Yes.
Other than this woman and this male, was anybody else watching that screen?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. And you said this was, when was this?
Right before my hearing, as
Hey,
I walked in, my hearing was scheduled for 1, so I was probably maybe a couple of minutes before 1. I don't know the exact time.
Good point.
Okay, that's all I have.
Before you go, was the volume on the live stream?
Wasn't audible, and I can't tell you she was wearing headphones because I didn't pay that close either.
From where you were standing, you didn't hear anything?
No, I didn't.
No sounds from the live feed?
I did not hear anything.
Anyone want to follow up based on that? You can step outside. Thank you. Say you can go first.
Sure. So I think that it is very obvious that Ursula Baretto lied to the court.
So you want me to still remove her testimony from this jury's consideration?
I really don't know the other remedy
Right.
here, because if Ms. Baretto is in question on the stand about whether or not she was watching and posting things, etc., I'm going to be calling Mr. Perez as a witness to say that he saw her watching a YouTube feed afterwards. We know already that she was logging into this embedded on the web from a few days prior. We know that she was actively posting about this case during the middle of the trial. 5 days ago, I think it is highly unlikely that she did not click any of the links, that she did not post or excuse me, did not do this, watch any of those videos, do any of those things, when we know for a fact that she just lied to the court. We know that for a fact. We had an attorney come in, under oath, said, I watched this happen, and he was very forthcoming in the things that he did and did not see. Ms. Baretto, on the other hand, lied to this court.
Okay, so what do you want to do? You're about all her testimony? That cannot be the remedy. The issue right now is whether or not, it's twofold, whether or not there's been a violation of the rule of sequestration, number one. What the remedy is, if you all believe there has been a violation, you can call whatever witnesses you want and impeach them. Or bring out that they are conforming their testimony with outside influence.
Then I'm going to ask the court.
Or you want me to do a contempt hearing for her lying to the court, supposedly.
Yes.
What do I do with her testimony? What remedy do you want?
Judge, I'm looking at case law about what the actual remedy is, because quite frankly, I have never had such blatant violations.
One is very obvious. Ms. Baretto, you know that you're not supposed to be looking at other outside information, speaking to other witnesses so that you can testify independently. Did you do that? Maybe she says yes, maybe she says no.
She said no, and she lied.
Then you can maybe be able to cross-examine her on her posting. All right, that's a suggestion. Mr. Thomas.
So, Judge, I don't think it's been established that she was able to hear anything that happened. Perhaps she could have read some of these comments. I don't think these comments would inform her on anything that she's not supposed to hear. So I'm not sure that she's violated the rule of sequestration based on.
Do you agree with me that my approach is twofold, whether or not there's been a violation of the rule of sequestration, number one, or whether or not she's lied to the court?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So with regards to the rule of sequestration, your suggestion on my remedy to the state, they can bring her back and/or Mr. Perez to somehow suggest or argue to the jury that her testimony was not as truthful because she may have been looking at live feed after she testified, and/or had been posting about this story, the trial 5 days before she testified. That would be the two lines of inquiry.
Judge, that's fine, I guess, and I would suggest that we do a full contempt hearing for her lying to the court. But there's an additional issue of witnesses who have not yet testified and not yet been deposed being involved in this. I went, again, as an officer of the court, I stepped outside to use the restroom, and I saw Ms. Perez being handed her deposition transcript by Ms. Gonzalez, while PJ was sitting right next to her.
And what is wrong or illegal about that? If we know witnesses are allowed to have a copy of the deposition, don't most witnesses reserve the right to read it?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, so what is wrong with her having a copy of the deposition?
That is not the issue. The issue is, PJ hasn't given the deposition. As far as I'm concerned, he's not a witness in this case. Right, we can revisit it if and when that time comes, but at this point in time, he is not a witness in this case as far as I'm concerned. We are supposed to be taking his deposition. When? I don't know. But him having access to that deposition, having access to YouTube, having his family members violate the rules of sequestration, which I think that we well established that they have.
How do we know he's reading the deposition? How do we know he's looking at the YouTube live feed with Crystal? How do we know they're talking to him about this case?
We know that Ms. Link herself was talking to him about his testimony. She said that 2 weeks ago.
How do I know right now what's before the court? Because I've been at this for about an hour now on possible violation of sequestration. How do I know without jumping, speculating that PJ?
So if a mistrial is declared, okay, I'm not muted. Sorry. If it says current trial is terminated and considered void, when a mistrial is declared, the current trial is terminated and considered void, meaning the prior proceedings are no longer valid. A new trial must begin with the same parties and charges, but with a new jury. The judge is the only authority who can declare mistrial, and the prosecution will then be able to decide whether to pursue another trial based on the evidence presented. But I think her feeling is that like the prosecution has been objecting and objecting and objecting, and I feel like if I'm understanding correctly, they're trying to get testimony entered and do another deposition, and the judge doesn't necessarily want to do that. So the judge might be like, are you just doing this to try to get me to declare a mistrial so you can go and do this deposition with the witness and enter it into a new trial? Because I said that you couldn't do that. If I'm, speculating correctly, you know what I mean? They might all get locked up before the trial is over. Yeah, they seem like one of those types of families. You know what I mean? Like, Did anyone see the post about the 11-year-old boy playing video games at home and was shot and killed? Apparently, shots were fired accidentally into the home. I did not, Becky, and that's so terribly sad. I feel so bad about those children that live in areas where drive-bys are common. Things like that happen, unfortunately, a lot, and it's really very sad. How do we know that they aren't? Good question. So it'd be easier just to strike her testimony, correct? Well, the problem is that she might have talked to people who are going to testify afterwards. So, and like the jury's already heard the whole testimony. Yeah, it might be easier to, but have any of the other people who are going to be testifying heard any of this testimony and things going on in court? Abraham said a mistrial is declared when the jury can't come to a consensus or if the jury is tainted during the ongoing trial. Okay, so what happens if a witness posts on testifying in and speaks to another witness the same way they treat other? No, hold on. I'll work on trying to figure out that answer. Abraham,
They've been talking to him about his testimony or their testimony, thereby unduly influencing him.
Judge, circumstantial evidence is still evidence, number one. And number two, again, Ms. Link has actively told this court that she was talking to the witness about his testimony. That's how.
There's no evidence at this time that there's been any violation of the rule of sequestration. If you want to somehow bring back Ms. Baretto to ask her if she's been posting and or observing coverage of this trial, because she's posted it on Facebook, to somehow make an argument to the jury that she is changing or conforming her testimony based on outside influence. You're more than welcome to do that. Okay, because you know what, I'm ruling right now, I'm done, we're done, we went back and forth, I am ruling right now, I am ruling right now.
It's just for Ms. Perez, Judge.
That's it, nothing else.
We have discussed the remedy for Ms. Perez.
Well, I'm not there yet, am I? I don't see any violation of the rule of sequestration unless you all want to bring her in regarding the Facebook post and or what she saw. Ms. Perez, she's allowed to have the deposition transcripts. There's no evidence or influence. There's nothing before me that suggests that she was trying to change her testimony before she comes back on the witness stand. Okay.
So yeah, this is happening outside the presence of the jury. It says if someone in a court case leaves a courtroom and speaks to another witness about their testimony, the judge typically has the authority to enforce separation orders to prevent witnesses from discussing their testimony with each other. They can have sequestration orders. Judges often exclude witnesses from the courtroom to prevent them from hearing each other's testimony, which helps maintain the integrity of their testimony. Court instructions. If separation is requested, the judge will instruct witnesses not to communicate about the case until the trial is over. Consequences of noncompliance. If witnesses ignore these instructions, they may face contempt of court charges, which can lead to penalties. In summary, the judge plays a crucial role in ensuring that witnesses' testimony is not influenced by outside discussions, maintaining the integrity of the trial process. So that's what I found on it so far. Because people like this is why some courts don't stream. Yep. I agree with that 100%. And I'm actually concerned about the validity of the trial now since that has happened. There are, Mayla's mom, there are many reasons for a mistrial here in this case alone. Okay, so how wouldn't a child be influenced by a family during trial where his father was homicided? He shouldn't even be testifying, obviously. And I think that was part of the argument earlier about it. Miss North, I agree. Judge, I have some gummies if that would help you. She might need some. Which in this case, there was a sequestration order. So I guess the only thing that could happen is they could be held in contempt of court, consequences of noncompliance.
If you all want to
gummies for dummies,
question her about whether or not Mr. Tomas talked to her about her testimony prior to, I think that's allowed, Mr. Tomas.
He's absolutely allowed to.
Then I don't know what your remedy, what you all want me to do a remedy for Ms. Perez.
The jury instructions specifically can say that a witness speaking to a lawyer should not be given anything. Because it is entirely proper.
So what do you want me to make of her having a copy of her deposition?
Sure, it's not just her having a deposition. It's not. And the court is focusing on her having a deposition. I give every single one of my witnesses before they testify.
So what's your remedy? We brought her in here. You questioned her. You all cross-examined her.
And
what did she do wrong, and how do you want me to fix it?
She lied to the court.
About what?
You want to swear me in? Feel free, because I can testify.
So you want me to have a contempt hearing with Ms. Perez?
I think so. And then you need to have one for Crystal Baretto, because again, she lied to the court.
Okay, we'll take that up later on. I need to get this case concluded.
Judge, we can't conclude a trial, a proper and fair impartial trial, with witnesses actively violating the rules.
I suggested a remedy for Crystal. You're not giving me a remedy for Ms. Perez, because there's nothing before the court right now. That suggestion has violated the rules of sequestration. We just went on an hour-long evidentiary escapade, and I'm looking at the state and I'm saying, what's your remedy? You all are taking me up on Baretto. There's nothing for me to remedy on Perez. There's nothing for me to remedy Perez. Maybe I have a contempt hearing with her at the end of the trial.
Judge, can the state present a remedy for Perez, please?
What's your remedy for Perez?
Judge, given the fact that she was giving her deposition in the middle of live testimony, which is not allowed, the state should be allowed to, on cross-examination, ask this witness, when you stepped outside on a break, were you given a copy of your deposition? Who gave you a copy of your deposition? Your family members. Did you review that deposition? Do you know that you were live in testimony on trial?
Ask away. I don't know what's going to come out of her mouth. Ask away. Let's take a 10-minute break. You all probably need a comfort break and still need to comfort break. Also, I'm not letting anybody else into Zoom. if any lawyer wants to come and watch, whoever's in is in, whoever wants to come and watch, my doors of the courtroom have been open since the beginning. Thank you.
All rise.
Hazel, stop. All right, now we're gonna come back to court. Ow, my leg. I got a cramp, y'all, in my leg. So now we are 16 minutes behind being live. Yes, Daisy's still in the courtroom, but the jury was not.
The pleadings are closed. I've already ruled. Put it in writing. File a motion to reconsider.
No, Judge, that's not what it is. He wants me to correction because I will be calling him in rebuttal. He wants to, as an officer of the court, if he got something wrong, he would like to let the court know the time that he said his hearing was incorrect.
Did he let Mr. Tomas know?
He told me this 15 minutes ago.
Inform Mr. Tomas in front of us.
Would you like to tell the first in open court?
You can say it as loud as you want, and I can do it.
Okay. So during my testimony, I stated that my hearing was at 1 p.m. It was actually at 2 p.m. And the things I testified to were shortly before 2 p.m. That's it.
All right, thank you. So let's go ahead and see if Ms. Pratt is outside. Who's gonna go there first?
Okay.
Jason, right? Jason? You can go there. Can you help us with Josephina Perez? He's one of our court reporters.
And Judge, I'm allowed to inquire about what we said was the state's remedy, right?
Yes, but I don't know what's gonna come out of her mouth. Remember? We talked about that also.
Understood, Judge.
It's Joseph Press, right? Josephina.
Josephina.
I did have a Charlie horse. I didn't realize I was not muted. Sorry.
All rise to the jurors.
Jury's coming in. Now we're back on the record officially.
Counsel, thank you. We consider this court still on the witness stand. The state will continue her testimony.
Yes, Judge. Now, Ms. Perez, when we took a break, you stepped outside, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, couldn't hear you.
Yes.
So they're going to question her about it now on the stand. The Astro from space. Hello, love. How are you doing? Good to see you. We just witnessed a whole freaking breakdown in court, and they're about to get questioned about it. Excuse me. Tom said judge is probably watching this and going to get a subpoena, and I'm going to get a subpoena in the mail. Better be careful. You don't want it to ruin your trip. Y'all, I've seen this case, and I didn't know she had a real case. Wow. Yeah, the case where she got pregnant with the baby, we're doing the case that got her in jail to where she could get pregnant from the event system in the jail, and that was the shooting death of her boyfriend at the time, her baby daddy. Kane said it was clear the mom was lying before any of this happened. I think the jury knows she was lying too. That won't help Daisy at all. No, I don't think bringing these witnesses up is really going to help her. I don't.
And when you stepped outside, isn't it true that you were given a copy of your deposition?
Yes,
And you were given a copy of your deposition by your granddaughter,
right,
the young lady who testified here earlier?
yes.
And she gave you a copy of that deposition knowing that you were still in the middle of your testimony?
Speculation.
She gave you a copy of that deposition knowing that you were still in the middle of your testimony?
Mm,
Did she know you were testifying still?
I don't think she knows what the rules are for, so she just handed something to me and I put it right next to me.
Ms. Perez, my question was, did she know you were still testifying right now?
Does she know right now?
Did she know you were still testifying?
On the case, right now?
Yes.
I believe so.
So when you stepped outside, did you tell her you were on a break?
I didn't tell, I just told her that we got put out. You didn't give me like any instructions if I was on a break or anything.
Right, so when you told her you got put out is when she
Ma'am,
decided to
I
give you
don't
the
know
deposition?
I don't know any of your rules and regulations.
Ms.
You
Perez,
just said go outside and she handed it to me, that's it.
I understand what you're saying. My question is,
Mhm.
when you told her you got put out, she then proceeds to give you a copy of your deposition.
She just handed me the document and that's it.
So she gave you the document.
Right.
Did she tell
Right,
you to do
imagine
anything with the
that.
document? Did she tell you to read it?
No, she didn't tell me anything.
And Ms. Perez, you used to be a clerk for Miami-Dade?
Objection, relevance.
What,
So hold on, sustain. She's gonna ask another question.
So I want to
I mean, I think if she was a clerk for Miami-Dade County, then it's entirely relevant because that would prove she knew better than to be looking at that. No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
talk about what you didn't see, okay, Ms. Perez?
mhm.
On the night before Pedro was shot, your daughter came to pick you up, Crystal?
Say it again. Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Before Pedro was shot, your daughter Crystal came to pick you up.
It was her husband that was
So
driving.
Crystal never picked you up?
I called her to pick me up.
Okay, so Crystal wasn't in the car?
I don't think so.
So it was just her husband who was in the car?
Yeah, and my granddaughter.
Okay, so Crystal wasn't in the car. So her husband came to pick you up,
Right,
and you left.
yes.
So you didn't see what happened between Pedro and Daisy after that?
No, I didn't.
You didn't see Daisy shoot Pedro?
No, I didn't see anything.
So, yeah, the prosecution said, and you were a clerk for Miami-Dade, weren't you? And then they objected, so she never answered the question. But yeah, if they asked her that, I'm going to assume she was. Mustang said defense attorney already has enough grounds for appeal, in my opinion. Well, I mean, they're leaning all the way on the defense attorney's side, like the prosecution. That's why I was like, can the prosecution not appeal? Because the prosecution has 100% reason to appeal this case at this point. She is, Kelly, and isn't it frustrating? Defense won't appeal if she's acquitted, right? Mm-hmm.
No further questions, Judge.
Ms. Perez, you were asked a while ago about the barbecue that you were going to have with some family members. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Again, you were here from Texas. Did you have, besides Daisy, did you have other family members who you don't get to see very often because you live in another state?
Right.
And your intention was to move Daisy back to Texas without Pedro finding out, correct?
Right.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
I'm done. Thank you, ma'am.
Hold on. Hold on just a minute. Okay, they're about to go right back to her. We are like 7 minutes behind being live right now. Yeah, now she can answer the motherfucking question. Like they knew they're lying 100%. But what does the prosecution, like, what is their option here? They can only go by what they testify to under oath. They have to prove she's lying, you know?
Tomorrow. Sorry that it was a shorter than today than we had planned. So we'll still plan on going from 10:30 to 5:30 tomorrow. Confirm the court's instructions about not talking about the space with anybody else, not looking up the
They're
space.
about to adjourn
You
for the
obviously
day.
know that the cameras are here and it's being monitored and covered. So please don't do any research online, for example. If you find out of any violations, court orders, bring it to my attention as well as Baretto. Please ignore anyone that you may have seen. And also, if you bump into any of the lawyers or this link, please ignore them. They're under my strict instructions to ignore you. So we'll take your notepads and Baretto will collect them at the end of the day. And we will see you all tomorrow. So we start at 10:30. Thank you. Have a good rest of the day.
All right, so court is done for the day. We still got a couple of things to talk about, but like, so what happens? What happens when they know that she's influenced witnesses and the prosecution, like, I don't understand why the trial wasn't stopped. You know what I mean? Mariel, you missed that? Listening in my car and driving, doing some grocery shopping. That woman was lying so bad. Mayla's mom said, I have a little sidebar. Did anyone see that Ellen Greenberg's death was declared a self-unaliving again? Yes, ma'am. We talked about it at the beginning of the stream. There's no way that she did that. No way at all. No way at all. It's insane. It sounded like somebody's getting paid off. It did. Kelly says she's dumb as hell, but she thinks she can act lost and can't understand until they give up. Isn't that gaslighting? Yep. Yes, ma'am. Gaslighting the hell out of them, ain't she? Hold on a minute. Hold on just a minute. Had to help my child. Mayla's mom said, no way at all. I thought for sure this time they would have found it different. With the Ellen Greenberg, yeah. This shit is enough to piss off the good humor man. You know what, Tom? Exactly.
Boom, 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 bop, bam.
Yep. It's just weird the judge isn't seeing it. Well, she sees it, but like doesn't care. Like, what's going on here? You know what I mean? I wish the Adelson's judge was here. The trial would be so different. It was. Oh no, you're good, Mayla's mom. Don't apologize. It's okay. I hope the prosecution does something against this judge. The judge to me is showing clear favoritism towards the defense. Part of me is wondering if this woman was a Miami-Dade clerk, if she knows the judge. I mean, another, yes, ma'am, great point. Exactly.
Boom, 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 bop, bam.
Yep. DEI judge. Julie said, it's mad that anyone can think you can do that at the back of your neck and then carry on for more. Yeah. This is terrible. All a defendant should get is a fair trial, but it can't be one-sided by the judge. Exactly. Yes, ma'am, Lola's mom.
Boom, 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 bop, bam.
Great points. Just think about how much shit is going to be talked about tonight in front of that boy. Sad. Oh, but if it was a juror behaving like this, they would be removed. And again, yes, ma'am.
Boom, 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 bop, bam.
When the prosecutor asking for a mistrial, there's something wrong. Exactly, Mustang. Yes.
Boom, 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 bop, bam.
It's insane, y'all. It's absolutely insane. All right, before we go for the day, I wanted to talk to you guys about, I think I've got two things up. And I'll grab my email too, because somebody had sent me something. This first one that we're going to talk about, I just found it while we were live on my screen that like tells me, new news articles. So this one is titled Woman Accused of Masking the Smell of Homicided 21-year-old Girl with Pumpkin Spice Shower Gel and Cascade is Allowed to Remain Free. What is going on here? So America Dehel from Mecklenburg County Sheriff's Office, and the right is Mary Collins. Hold on, y'all. Okay. Mary's voice organization and Instagram background: the apartment building that Mary Collins was allegedly lured to in Charlotte, North Carolina before being killed. How can this be Charlotte? Wow, imagine that. Who's the sister influencing, and what would she influence? So the sister was getting on Law and Crime's actual court trial feed and talking to Daisy's son, Pedro Jr., who they say is PJ. And PJ, or Pedro Jr., is going to be deposed, or they're trying to get deposed, or something to that effect. So his testimony can be heard in the courtroom. So by her directly talking to him and them watching the trial together on her phone, it's a problem. You know. Abraham said the judge is exercising the law. She wanted the attorneys to come to her with tangible proof, which is why they brought in the other officer to court. I still feel like, though, that that judge is wrong. You heard the jury say that they needed to get this case concluded. Yep. A juror who nodded to Diddy was removed from the case. See, that's my point. That's crazy. I've read where a person would struggle to do it without restraint because your brain won't allow it. Talking about Ellen Greenburg, yeah, Charlotte is crazy. I stay the hell out of Charlotte. I stay the hell away from there. Wow, what a contrast with those two photos. It is. Yeah, Angela, no problem. All right, the article reads, a woman who was allegedly involved in the brutal homicide of a young intellectually disabled woman in North Carolina, with prosecutors saying she killed the victim with 3 others and stuffed her inside a mattress, is allowed to remain out on bond, despite repeatedly violating the conditions of her release, a judge says. Imagine that. Only in Charlotte. Right? It is amazing what makeup can do. Her extraordinary creativity. That's why she's allowed to remain free. America Deli, who currently lives in South Carolina, has failed to charge her electric ankle monitor on multiple occasions and has also missed curfew several times over the past 2 years while awaiting for the trial of the 2020 murder of Mary Collins, according to prosecutors with the Mecklenburg County District Attorney's Office, per local CBS affiliate WBTV. A local judge reportedly refused to revoke Deli's bond on Friday and chose to remove the ankle monitor altogether after her attorney argued that she is not a threat to the community, is currently employed, and wants to cooperate with the DA's office. Prosecutors insisted that Deli be returned to jail on a $500,000 bond for her repeated violations, which include failure to charge her ankle monitoring device as recently as October 9th, just 1 day before she appeared in court, according to the Charlotte Observer. Hold on a minute. I don't think that's related. Sometimes it confuses me. Quote, she was 18 years old when this happened and was forced into a terrible situation, unquote, Deli's lawyer, Gwen, told the judge. Quote, she goes to work. She has stayed out of trouble as much as possible. Her willingness to help to participate in the case against other defendants has not changed. Her lawyer pointed to the unreliability of electronic ankle monitoring, with the judge reportedly agreeing that it could not be depended on. Deli pled not guilty to charges of accessory after the fact and concealing the death. Prosecutors say she used Cascade dish detergent and pumpkin spice shower gel to mask the smell of Collins' body. Quote, the pain just keeps going, said Collins' mother, Casey Camphora, in an interview with WBTV. Quote, I feel like I've been violated over and over again, not just with what happened with my daughter, but every time I come to the courthouse, there's a place reserved in hell for them. Each one of them, there's a place reserved in hell, unquote. This is not the first time Collins' family has voiced outrage over decisions made by the court with the release of one of her accused killers, James Salerno, in 2023, leaving relatives incensed as well. Quote, it happens over and over again, and it's unacceptable, she told The Observer. Collins was 21 years old when she was stabbed 133 times at an apartment in the Noda neighborhood, known for being an arts and entertainment hub of Charlotte. Her body was found hidden and covered in plastic wrap on April 4th of 2022. Deli stuffed Mary in a mattress, prosecutor Bill Bunting alleged in court on Friday. 4 people were accused in connections to Collins' homicide, with Salerno facing charges of homicide, kidnapping, and failure to report a death or concealing a death. The others, Lavi Pham and Kelly Lavinery, were charged with the same 3 crimes. Laverny pled guilty to second-degree homicide, while Pham and Salerno have pled not guilty and are awaiting trial. So from the left, James Salerno, that's the first one. Salerno is facing charges of homicide, kidnapping, and failure to report a death or concealing a death and has pled not guilty. Then in the center is Kelly Laverly. Laverly pled guilty to second-degree homicide. And then on the end is Lavi Pham right here. And Lavi Pham has also pled not guilty and is awaiting trial. Don't they just look like a bunch of winners? 133 times. Sounds like the daggum Ellen Greenburg case, don't it? Abraham said nothing of what they said gave clear indication of how the jury could have been tainted. It was all anger for not following the sequestration rules. And you got a point. It's just, I don't know. I feel like that stuff could be argued and won easily. You know what I mean? Mayla's mom said, oh my God, look up Daniel Colin and Victoria Cox in Mississippi sometime. I'm going to star your comment so I can grab it afterwards and look at it and write it down. It does take some serious rage, doesn't it? So Colin's family said she had the mental capacity of a 15-year-old due to her diagnosis of 22q deletion syndrome, also known as DeGeorge syndrome, which is said to be the second most common genetic disorder behind Down syndrome. Quote, they bled her out in a bathtub like an animal in a slaughterhouse. Colin's grandmother, Mia Alderman, told the court during a bond hearing in January of 2023 for Salerno, according to The Observer. Quote, they said Mary had a leash around her neck in the bathtub, bloodied, stabbed, dog leash around her neck. Alderman recounted to the local NBC affiliate after Lavery's plea hearing in 2022. Quote, I remember putting my hands over my ears, trying not to hear. My God, y'all. Could you imagine your child who is mentally disabled being stabbed 133 times, bled out in the bathtub with a dog leash around her neck? Like, Jesus. Bye, Jenny. Have a good day, love. Colin's family has reportedly said that they believe Lavery and Pham allegedly got Colin's sushi hours. Okay, so Colin's family said that they got her sushi hours before killing her and posted a video with her to make it seem like Collins was not in danger. Prosecutors allege that Pham and Lavery, who the woman knew to be her friends, lured her in their apartment and planned to kill her in retribution for refusing to have sex with both of them simultaneously. She refused to have a threesome and they killed her. My God. Mayla's mom said, why do people hurt special needs people? I will never understand it. That's like the one girl that was tortured. I can't think of her name. I guess because it's easier, and these are demented fucktards that are just taking a life because it's easier. I guess. It's sickening. Salerno spent over 3 years in jail and was initially denied bond before he was released in 2023. Laverny is serving a minimum 25 to 32-year sentence in state prison, and Thelm is still behind bars. Asked about the decision to let Deli ditch the ankle monitor and stay out of jail, Alderman told WBTV, quote, "It's been outrageous this whole time, but never in a million years did I think that could happen." Colin's mom told the Observer, quote, "The mother, the person who carried her for 9 months and gave birth to her, gets no say at all other than to express my heartfelt pain and plead with the judge to give me some kind of justice, which I did not get at all." The trial for Colin's homicide is expected to happen in 2026. I wonder if it'll be televised. If it will, we need to watch that. I'm going to leave that up so I can look into it. Okay, so we were talking about the baby missing out of Clayton County, Georgia, yesterday briefly before we left. Evidently, his father has been arrested. And or from what I've heard, I'm going to see if I can find another article, but this says police identify father of missing 6-month-old Clayton County boy as a suspect as search for child continues. The search continues for 6-month-old Clayton County boy who was reported missing on Sunday morning. Clayton County police now say the infant's father, who told officers that 6-month-old Nnakai Pratt had been taken, is the suspect in the case. According to investigators, officers were called to the 100 block of Valley Hill Road in Riverdale after receiving reports of a robbery and kidnapping. There, they met with Nakai's father, Antonio Peace, who said that he had been robbed at gunpoint by a group who took the child from the car seat carrier he was in. While looking into the case, officials say detectives became suspicious, quote, due to the inconsistent testimony, along with physical evidence that points to the existence of foul play. After the child was reported missing, bloodhounds from the Fayette County Sheriff's Office and cadaver dogs from Georgia Piedmont Region Canine Search and Rescue searched the property and the surroundings. The search area has broadened, and officials are now being assisted by Spalding County Land and Air Water Search. Officers took Pierce into custody on charges not connected with Nakai's disappearance, but they say that he is a suspect. The missing child is described as 2 feet 1 inches tall. With a weight of 11 pounds, he has black hair and brown eyes. Officials are asking anyone with information that could help with the case to dial 911 or the Clayton County Police Department at 770-477-3550. So he is in custody on charges not connected, but they say he is a suspect. Let me see what else I can pull on it real quick. Oh my goodness. Let me get his name. Hold on. Nnakai. This from 4 hours ago says the search is still ongoing. These are all a day or 2 days ago. Let's look specifically for we'll go to this one from 2 hours ago. He was arrested on drug and trafficking charges of drugs, trafficking of drugs. Mine too, I have an additional needs son. Mine too, I have additional needs, and so do my children. They wonder why I worry so much. You should be very, very worried. Not very worried. I mean, you should always take caution. I worry about my children too, all of them. And it's just the world is so scary. People are dying. This breaks my heart, y'all. This little 6-month-old baby. Right? It hurts my heart so much. I have a special needs child and have always worked with special needs individuals. They are the sweetest people and they are the most trusting, and it makes it easy. So this says again that the father is suspected in 6-month-old baby's disappearance in Clayton County, evidence of foul play. Police said Monday that the father of the 6-month-old child reported missing a day ago is now a suspect. Antonio Pierce, the father of 6-month-old Nnakai Pratt, has been arrested on unrelated charges while the search continues. Officers responded to a call Sunday morning at the 100 block of Valley Hill Road. Police say Pierce told them he had been robbed at gunpoint of his valuables and his baby had been taken. Detectives now call those details, quote, highly questionable, unquote, after investigating and finding evidence to suggest foul play. Another woman was taken in for questioning. She told Channel 2 that she was dating Pierce, but did not know he had any children. Nnakai also has a twin sibling who is safe. Oh my God. This baby has a twin. Thank God it's safe, but oh my God. Oh my God. Mayla said, my oldest son who has autism, I worried all the time when he went to school. There are too many times teachers, aides, etc. do horrible things to these kids. I heard about them putting one in a closet or something. I was like, hell to the no. I'd be up there whooping that teacher's ass. A car near the home was taken away by a tow truck on Monday while police were on the scene. Shananta Harris, a neighbor, says she thought police waited too long to take the woman into custody. Quote, she's in the same residence as him, so they should have confiscated the vehicle yesterday. They gave her too much time to clean it, unquote, Harris said. Several police cars were in the area Monday, and a search was being done in the nearby woods as well as around the apartment complex. Law enforcement officials also used a drone to assist in the search. Clayton County Police said Pierce faces charges at this time of marijuana possession, improper child restraint, and driving on a suspended license. He is being held at the Clayton County Jail. People who live nearby said police had spent around 12 hours searching. Quote, I'm still hoping they'll call and say they got the baby, but nobody's called yet, said neighbor Misha Sykes. This is sad. And this is also just disturbing to have to keep waking up to see them looking for a 6-month-old baby. Nnakai is 2 feet 1 inch tall, 11 pounds, with black hair and black eyes. The CCPD said he has been placed on the Georgia Crime Information Center and the National Crime Information Center as missing. Anyone with information should call 911, or anyone with information about Pratt's whereabouts or who may have seen anything suspicious, please contact them immediately at 770-477-3747 or dial 911. Please do not contact them with your thoughts, opinions, and speculations. That's what we do over here. We don't call the police with that. All right, I know I had been sent something else, so let me check my mail real quick. Hold on just a minute. With my Ed Clampett overalls. All right, hold on. Yes, it's we're at 5:14. We got time. Okay, so we had heard about somebody came in here. Mimi in Connecticut, an 11-year-old found in a container of some sort. And somebody had emailed me about that. And they emailed me the press conference. To that person, thank you so very much for emailing this to me. We're going to watch the press conference about an 11-year-old child who I think was found in some kind of container. Anyway, the mother and aunt have been arrested. Let's check out this presser. Carla and Jacqueline Garcia have been arrested in connection with the death of Carla's daughter, 11-year-old Jacqueline Torres, whose remains were discovered. Lord have mercy in the morning. What is going on? Jesus, fix it.
By thanking all of you for joining us here today. I want to start this press conference by offering my condolences to those dealing with all of the emotions and frustrations around and surrounding these absolutely terrible circumstances. Our prayers and our thoughts go to the family. From the beginning, every agency that was involved in this investigation has been in constant communication with one another and worked tirelessly towards one common goal, and I can say that now our goal has always been to seek justice for Jacqueline Torres.
Let's see. Kelly said, I wonder if every other generation was this scared or if we have really outdone ourselves with the depravity. I think it's the latter half of that comment. We've outdone ourselves with the depravity, and it's got to be a social media connection or something. I don't know, but we have outdone ourselves with the depravity. Mustang said, sad this keeps happening, and it genuinely really is. Mayla's mom said there was an aide on a bus a little over a year ago that physically abused a nonverbal autistic boy on the bus. The video was absolutely gut-wrenching, and he had no idea why she was hurting him. That is so fucked up. There's so many things happening that I'm glad I don't understand. I just wish evil didn't exist. I'm right there with you. I think the birth of the internet has made us need to be more wary these days. Yes, ma'am, Julianne. 100% yes, ma'am.
Boom, 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 bam.
Yep. Dandy said we recently had several male teachers arrested about being inappropriate with students. I trust no one. There's been a lot of female teachers arrested lately too for the same thing. This press conference, you can tell the mayor's not happy about CPS. Listen to the way she answers when asked. Oh, okay. Teachers have been dodgy for years. I agree with that too. Mr. Speculating is still out of town. He should be back in the next day or two. I think it's going to take him a couple of days to drive back. Me and the kids, we kind of just I cook easy dinners. So tonight I made beef stroganoff last night, and we're going to heat that up and eat it again because there was a lot left over, because I'm used to cooking for the entire family and Mr. Speculating, and for Mr. Speculating to have some left over for work. But there wasn't, he wasn't here, so there was quite a bit left over, so I'm just going to reheat that for tonight. And they have they have the cans of chili, and they have stuff to make sandwiches. There's a bunch of stuff to make salad. I'm really blessed. They like salad and fruit a lot. And we have like Chef Boyardee and stuff. I don't usually buy that stuff, but since I've been streaming for trials, I have a lot of that stuff so that they can make them something for lunch really quickly. So if they don't want it, they can have some of that. UTD said Fox 5 Atlanta has some good updates on the little boy. Okay, thank you for that. Leftover pizza. See, I'm just going to reheat what we have. But I don't use microwaves. I know y'all are going to think I'm crazy, but I have this thing about radiation being used to heat up food. I feel like it could give us all cancer. So I don't even have a microwave in my house. I haven't for several years. We just use the stove. I truly believe the evil has always been this bad. It just wasn't right under our noses. I agree. I don't know. I feel like some stuff was made worse by the internet and social media.
I want to thank the men and women that are standing behind me who have been working around the clock to get us to this point. There have been a very concerning amount of rumors and mistruths that have been posted all over social media, and our goal today is to provide you with as many of the facts as we can. On a personal note, as a mother, this makes me sick to my stomach to be standing here today with what we're about to tell you. On Wednesday, October 8th, when a report of suspicious activity at 80 Clark Street in New Britain came in from an anonymous caller requesting police, responding officers had no idea what they would be walking into. This caller reported suspicious activity at a known abandoned house in their neighborhood. This house had been vacant for over 2 years. It was owned and is owned by an out-of-state landlord from New York. None of those determined to be involved with this case have ever resided at this property. I want to thank the initial caller for speaking up, for having the courage to say something.
I agree.
Without that initial call, no one can say for certain where we would be at this point in time. I want to welcome to the podium the Farmington Town Council Chair, Joe Capodeferro, to offer a few words.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Joe Capitafaro, the Town Council Chair of Farmington. I can't really
So yeah, how much have we seen where CPS has failed these children over and over and over again?
add too much more to what the mayor just said, but first, I also want to offer my condolences to everybody that's been affected in this tragedy. This type of investigation not only has affected the community, but also all that have worked in this investigation to bring justice for Jacqueline. I want to thank the members of the Farmington Police Department, the Brighton Police Department, Connecticut State Police, the State's Attorney's Offices of New Britain and Litchfield, and the Chief of Medical Examiner's Office. And I'll turn it back over to the mayor.
Thank you, Joe, and thank you for your partnership and all the cooperation with the town of Farmington. This time, I'd like to invite to the podium the Chief of Police of the City of New Britain, Matthew Marino.
Thank you, Mayor. First, on behalf of all the men and women here from the New Britain Police Department and the Farmington Police Department, I'd like to echo the Mayor's initial remarks and offer our sincerest condolences to those impacted by this tragedy. There are no words that can make sense of a situation like this. Since October 8th, it has been the goal of every law enforcement agency involved to seek justice. While the limited information provided until today undoubtedly resulted in increased frustration across our communities, the purpose was to avoid any potential damage to the integrity of this investigation. To suggest any other explanation is an unfair judgment on the people you see standing behind me. This was not easy for anyone, and we should all take the time to recognize that their efforts are what brought us to this point, less than a week later. Now I'd like to give everyone a bit of a timeline. After responding officers made their initial discovery, the property of 80 Clark Street was established as a crime scene. Based on discussions with the New Britain State's Attorney's Office, the Connecticut State Police Central District Major Crimes Unit was requested to assist with processing this scene. At that time, the remains discovered inside the plastic storage bin were in an advanced state of decomposition. As a result, arrangements were made with the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner for assistance. Members of our detective division continued to piece together what limited information was available to better determine a timeline and possible sequence of events leading up to our initial response. Through a cooperative and intensive investigation involving our department, the Farmington Police Department, Connecticut State Police, the Office of the State's Attorney for the Judicial Districts of Litchfield and New Britain, and the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, the child we found was positively identified as 12-year-old Jacqueline Torres. Now, while our efforts continued, we were made aware of and monitored several pieces of information circling different social media outlets, and I'd like to dispel some of those rumors. At no point during the course of this investigation was anyone arrested then released. Several individuals were brought in for interviews at different times over the last 5 days, but no official arrests were made until last night. At no point were requests for information being ignored. The limited information provided since last Wednesday came after careful consideration and much conversation with every agency involved, with the sole purpose of seeking justice for Jacqueline by not compromising any part of this investigation. Any notifications that were made carefully by law enforcement officers in accordance with state guidelines and not done in any way that could create doubt or conflict regarding procedure being followed. And now at this time, I'd like to turn the podium over to Chief Paul Melanson of the Farmington Police Department, who has additional information.
Thank you. Investigators from the Farmington Police Department, with the assistance from the New Britain Police Department, have determined that Jacqueline likely died in the fall of 2024 while her family was still residing in Farmington. Evidence indicates that Jacqueline was the victim of prolonged physical abuse and malnourishment prior to her death. It is also believed that following her death, Jacqueline's body was kept in the family's basement and subsequently moved when the family relocated from Farmington in March of 2025.
Oh my God. They kept her body there and then moved it. Mustang, have a good day, love. Maybe, but I look back at the depravity of women, especially from the 1800s, but you might be right. It's insane. Oh my God. Poor baby. Malnourished and beat.
As a result of our investigation, 2 individuals have been taken into custody in connection with Jacqueline's death. Jacqueline's mother, Carla Garcia, was located last night by members of the Farmington and New Britain Police Departments and arrested on the strength of an arrest warrant charging her with Connecticut General Statute 53A-54B, which is murder with special circumstances, along with several other additional charges. Carla's sister, Jacqueline Garcia, was also arrested and charged with Connecticut General Statute 53-20, cruelty to persons under 19 years of age, along with other related charges. Jonathan Nanita, Carla's boyfriend, has an active arrest warrant, which is also charging him with 53A, 54B murder with special circumstances, amongst other charges. Additionally, the New Britain Police Department also has obtained an arrest warrant charging Jonathan with 53A 155 tampering with physical evidence for actions taken leading up to the initial police response to 80 Clark Street and the subsequent discovery in the rear yard. A complete list of charges for each of the individuals will be made available at the end of the remarks. But out of respect for all those affected and to ensure the integrity, like Chief Marino had said, of the ongoing investigation, we will not be releasing further details at this time.
Me too.
This case is a deeply heartbreaking and disturbing case.
I'll try to pull the list of charges. They got him? Who? Which one?
Our detectives, with our local and state partners, have worked tirelessly to uncover the truth and to bring justice for Jacqueline. No child should ever have to endure such suffering. On behalf of the New Britain and Farmington Police Departments, we extend our deepest condolences to all who have been affected by this tragedy.
Thank you, Chief. Today is about providing the facts that we have available from here. The court system will take it and prosecute to the highest extent of the law. I'd like to again send our deepest condolences to the family and friends of Jacqueline Torres, and I would like to open it up for questions now.
Can you tell us the bonds on?
I don't know. That's a good question, Mayla's mom. Probably not. They probably treated it like an inanimate object, because it sounds like this child, her whole life was probably treated like an inanimate object, the way that she was abused before she died, you know? Malnourished and beaten.
The individuals?
5 million.
For two already, and yeah.
So Carla Garcia is a $5 million bond. Jacqueline Garcia is a $1 million bond. And we have yet to pick up, and we are asking for the public's assistance in locating Jonathan. And he does have a $5 million bond on his also.
Are they both expected in court tomorrow?
Yes.
Chief, can you talk anything about motive, anything along those lines at all? What happened here?
Yeah. Go ahead.
I think, much like Chief Melanson had said, it's important at this point to leave out some of those major details involved in this case in order to allow for the entire investigation to play itself out.
Had there been any reports that she'd been missing? Had anybody raised concerns, either from school districts or anybody, about where she'd been for months?
No.
Can you share anything about the history of any of the people involved, as far as the criminal history or any prior interactions with law enforcement?
Yeah, we don't have many details at this time. I know that there are reports that have been circling involving some of their criminal histories. We do have limited involvement with each of the people that are involved. Some of it dates back a couple years, some more recent. I can tell you that the most recent interaction we have was a simple motor vehicle stop that resulted in an infraction, but there was not much more than that.
Can you tell us if DCF?
So they're about to ask about CPS. Mustang was trying to say Mayla's mom. Maybe I'm just paying more attention now. That's another good point, though. We have the ability to access anywhere in the world at the tips of our fingers. And as we get older, we pay more attention to the news. So I don't know. I mean, I think internet and video games have made it worse. I genuinely do believe that. But it could also be that we're just paying attention more now than we would before. Strategic Eyes had an interesting take on the issue. He said the mom and aunt were jealous and the boyfriend was sexually abusing her. I think we've seen it enough to say that's a distinct possibility. I think so too. Who were you talking about they got him? Are you talking about the person in this case? If you think about it, before the internet and TV, we only had newspapers to tell us about crimes, and they didn't report every single crime. So don't know if there's just more or we're just hearing more. Right. Exactly, Julian. It sounds like they got everybody already charged and, in jail on this case, as of the press conference anyway.
Do you know if DCF was called prior to any of this? Do they have a case with them?
The boyfriend.
I know you can't give details, but was DCF, did they have a case prior?
Yep. DCF was involved.
Oh, prior to this going on, they had involvement with the family.
Yes.
Is there a second child involved in it? Probably, because certainly we need to talk about this.
As far as this investigation is concerned, there's no other reports involving any of the other children that are involved.
Are any other children safe, from this family?
Yeah, during our investigation, contact was made and all of the other children were determined to be safe.
Can one of the chiefs talk about the toll this takes on the men and women dealing with this kind of a case and what you found?
So, I mean,
Now, let me just say, a lot of these children that are being hurt are taken out and homeschooled, which is concerning. And I hate the way it reflects on the whole homeschooling community as a whole. Normally, there is a lot of good homeschool groups out there. There's a lot of good homeschooling done out there. I hate that that is done a lot, and I hope they don't change the laws regarding that. I think that they should do something like, if CPS is actively involved or has been actively involved in the last month or two, that you shouldn't be able to take your child out and homeschool them. I think that would help tremendously. That would be something I would be down for. But I don't think we should take homeschooling away as a whole. You know what I mean?
obviously, we handle many types of crimes in our line of work. The ones with kids are probably the most difficult, and obviously, the people standing behind me have been working since this call came in nonstop, 24/7. So it takes a toll mentally, physically, and it's very difficult for us to contemplate how this can happen in a civilized society like ours. So 35 years, this is probably one of the worst cases that we've had to, I think the facts that you have, that she probably died a long time ago,
right,
and was stowed away, is probably enough to show you what we are dealing with here. So yes, very, very difficult on everybody handling these cases.
Exactly, Julie.
Has the report come back from the medical examiner's office in terms of cause and manner?
No, so we currently have just a verbal right now, but obviously any official report will wait for toxicology results and other sorts of things. So we won't have any reports from the medical examiner for a short period of time other than their verbal report to the detectives. And I won't get too far into it. We have sealed the warrants because we are asking anybody who has any other information. People have called since this has been publicized, and we're really asking for anybody else who has any information to come forward and contact either the New Britain or Farmington Police Department, whoever you're comfortable contacting. We are working hand in hand, and everybody had said it. Our goal from the start of this was to bring justice for whoever murdered Jacqueline, and that's what we think that we have started to do last night by taking 2 into custody. But this doesn't end here, right? Like any investigation like this, this will go on and on for the days, months, and actually years to come. So we will still continue to look up any lead that we can, but we really do need anybody who has any information about this to please contact one of the police departments, which is why we do not want to release too many details, because we are looking for people to come forward who have some firsthand information on it.
I didn't look at the time, and do we know exactly when was the girl brought to this abandoned location, or if that could be said?
No, not specifically. We do have, like the mayor touched on, the initial caller that called in. Those are circumstances and details that are a part of the overall investigation. Again, we thank that caller for coming forward. It took a lot of courage to do that based on what we've learned since our initial response. But like Chief Melanson has said, a lot of those finer details are going to remain with the case while the court process plays itself out.
Are you able to clarify who allegedly killed her and who then allegedly moved the body then to New Britain?
So if you look at the charges, you will see that both Carla and Jonathan were both charged with murder and conspiracy to commit murder. So I think that speaks for itself.
I mean, because I know you said Jonathan, Juanita, can we have that spelled out since we want to
Yep.
make that call out to the public?
Yeah, and I will give you afterwards, there are some copies of a press release which have actually the mugshots, the charges for the two who were arrested, and also the charges for Jonathan and his descriptors. But it's Jonatan, and the last name is Nanita.
Does anyone know when the last time she was seen or at school?
I'm going to be very careful with where we go with that. That's a part of, a large part of the investigation. There's been some information that's come forward between being removed from one school and entering another to being homeschooled. So I don't have the absolute specifics on that. But a lot of those finer details have come from the investigative steps taken by the men and women behind me and are a part of both affidavits that were presented to the state's attorney's office and a judge.
So quickly, this is the media release. It says, with the help from 19 hours ago, with the help of other law enforcement, Jonathan Natia was taken into custody this evening. Further details regarding tonight's arrest will be made available at a later time. This is him. Felony arrest warrant, Jonathan Natia, date of birth. Why did you have to share a birthday with me? Except the year. Get off of my birthday. But that's all I'm seeing. Like, I'm not seeing the press release that gives us the list of charges or the mugshots. So I'm still kind of trying to locate that.
At some point, somebody indicated they were homeschooling this
Correct.
child. Now, you also mentioned in March of 2025, the family moved, so the remains were moved. Where did they move to? Do we know what town?
Again, that's also a part of this large-scale investigation that we'd like to keep those details a part of the affidavits. Again, touching on what Chief Melanson touched on, paying attention to the charges and the additional arrest warrant that we have for Jonathan Nanita. He was charged with tampering with evidence, which involves a large part of what you were asking.
You did say two were arrested yesterday. What was the state of the mom? Was she surprised when she found? Was she?
Both were taken into custody without incident. There were additional interviews that took place, and then they were turned over to the Farmington Police Department, and they are expected in court tomorrow.
Which court? This court? Here or Hartford?
Litchfield.
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 So recently, as of October 1st, Farmington has fallen under the Litchfield Court District. So that's why we said we were working with the New Britain, obviously for what had transpired here. And previously we had been a part of the Hartford Judicial District, and now as of October 1st, we're a part of Litchfield Judicial District. So that's why we have been working with them, and they will be presented tomorrow morning, the two that we have arrested, Litchfield.
Can you just clarify
Um, so we've got Jonathan Natia here. He was charged with unlawful restraint of the first degree, risk of injury to a child, homicide with special circumstances, conspiracy to commit homicide with special circumstances. Jacqueline Garcia, unlawful restraint of a child in the first degree, risk of injury to a child, intent and cruelty to a child under 19 years of age. Carla Garcia, unlawful restraint in the first degree, risk of injury to a child, tampering with physical evidence, homicide with special circumstances, conspiracy to commit homicide with special circumstances, intent, cruelty to a child under 19 years of age, violation required disposal of a dead body, something to that effect. Costello? No. I think those are the three. I will put them in my Patreon after the live stream. I've got a bunch of things I actually need to load into my Patreon. So if you're a member over there, you can have those documents. Patreon is where I put all my documents and things, and I'm going to start putting all of my interviews there too. Basically, my Patreon is for like if you want to start a YouTube channel or whatever, get the documents to look at for yourself. You could basically start a YouTube channel if you're a member of my Patreon. Miss North said, obviously they didn't report her missing, so they would be the suspects anyway. Thank God for stupid criminals. Right?
The suspicious activity that took place last week that was reported, did that involve any of the suspects, or was that something else?
That involved the behavior that was witnessed in the rear property of 80 Clark Street. Again, more of the details have come out over the course of each investigation playing out with everybody involved. But the initial reports were that someone was in the rear of the property dropping off items to include that storage bin.
Was there any sort? We know she probably had physical abuse, malnutrition. Was there any sort of mutilation or anything to the body?
Not that we're aware of, no.
Lisa, just to answer the question you had about the school, just more directly, the last known registered schooling that she had was homeschool.
Thank you.
Any kind of reason so far as why this property in particular was chosen to discard the remains?
Abandoned. There's no connection. The property was no connection. We presume that just it was a known abandoned property in the neighborhood, and the property owner is an absentee landlord from New York.
So the implication here is that he was dropping off this container the other day and somebody reported it?
Any other questions? Thank you all.
My gracious. What a horrible, horrible thing. What a horrible, horrible thing. I don't know. I'm not sure, Kelly. We didn't get a lot of that in the press conference. I wish that we did, but they didn't tell us a lot about what happened. Okay, I starred 3. Oh, okay, I gotta write down Victoria Copps and Daniel Callahan. Okay. I'm gonna write those down as we do the outro. I would think, Kelly, when you get to this part, that her DNA might have been on file, or they admitted that it was the child when they came looking and the child was found. I don't know. I'm not exactly sure. I'm gonna see what we can find. Kelly said, I guess with her not being reported missing is why I'm asking, how did they figure out who she was? Not sure. I didn't quite catch how they figured this out. Let me see. I don't know. I'm going to look into it tonight and maybe I can figure it out and bring it back to you tomorrow. Let me see what I can pull real quick. Okay, here we go. I got it. When you get to this part, I don't know if you're here yet. So, a 12-year-old girl named Jacqueline Mimi Torres was found in a container behind an abandoned home in New Britain, Connecticut. Her remains were discovered after police responded to reports of suspicious behavior. The investigation revealed that Mimi had suffered prolonged physical abuse and malnutrition prior to her death, which occurred in the fall of 2024. Her mother, Carla Garcia, and boyfriend, Jonathan Natia, have been arrested and charged with homicide and child cruelty. The case has drawn significant media attention due to the tragic circumstances surrounding her death. This is from 7 hours ago. The mother of a 12-year-old girl whose remains were found last week in a storage bin outside of an abandoned home in Connecticut has been charged in her death, along with her boyfriend and sister. A judge maintained Carla Garcia bail at $5 million during a brief court appearance Tuesday where she sobbed and prosecutors spoke of the charges against her. The 29-year-old New Britain woman faces numerous counts, including homicide with special circumstances and conspiracy. She did not enter a plea during the hearing, where she was represented by a public defender. The counts stem from the death of Jacqueline Mimi Torres Garcia, who authorities say suffered prolonged physical abuse and malnourishment before she was killed last fall. Police found her remains Wednesday in a container behind an abandoned home after they responded to reports of suspicious activity at the residence. Carla Garcia and her 28-year-old sister, Jacqueline Garcia of New Britain, were both arrested Sunday. Carla Garcia's boyfriend, 30-year-old Jonathan Natia, who authorities believe was the person seen dropping off several items in a large storage bin at the home, which spurred the 911 call last week, was captured Monday night. Natia faces numerous counts, including homicide with special circumstances and conspiracy, while Jacqueline Garcia is charged with unlawful restraint, risk of injury to a minor, and intentional cruelty to a person under 19 years old. Her bail was maintained at $1 million during a brief court appearance Tuesday, with her sister Natia's bail being set at $5 million. Neither he nor Jacqueline Garcia entered a plea during the hearing. Here's a brief video on the situation.
Death of a 12-year-old girl. The search is on now, right now, for a third suspect in the death of a 12-year-old girl in New Britain. We have now learned the mother and aunt of the little girl are under arrest.
Now, he's no longer being searched for. We just learned that he had been found.
News 8 investigative reporter Jeff Dadarian is live now in New Britain with what he's been able to learn today. Jeff?
Hey there, guys. Yeah, one investigator telling me he's got 35 years on the job as a police chief. He says this is one of the worst cases he's ever dealt with. He said emotionally very tough. Meantime, detectives say little Jacqueline Torres was physically abused and left behind in a plastic storage bin.
I'm going to drop the arrest records that I just found on my Patreon later if you're interested.
This case is a
Oh my
deeply
God, she was so beautiful.
heartbreaking and disturbing case. Our detectives, with our local and state partners, have worked tirelessly to uncover the truth and to bring justice for Jacqueline.
Seasoned investigators say this one is tough to take. 12-year-old Jacqueline Torres, her remains found inside a storage bin and left behind at this vacant house in New Britain. Detectives say she was...
Here's my hair blow dried with no product, and here's my hair blow dried with hairdresser's invisible oil primer.
physically abused and starved for a long, long time.
The facts that you have, that she probably died a long time ago, and was stowed away is probably enough to show you what we are dealing with here.
Under arrest, Carla Garcia, mother of Jacqueline, and her aunt, Jacqueline Garcia, facing charges too. The little girl's mom charged with murder, the aunt, cruelty. The search goes on for Jonathan Nanita, boyfriend of Carla Garcia, wanted for murder. Detectives say young Jacqueline died back in the fall of 2024 while her family lived in Farmington.
Following her death, Jacqueline's body was kept in the family's basement and subsequently moved when the family relocated from Farmington in March of 2025.
Police say DCF was aware of the family, but can't say anymore right now. There are other kids involved, but they're safe. No one hurt, we're told.
Joe said, I know, right? Like Adam Montgomery, he took Harmony's body to work. So bizarre. He did. He put her in the fucking refrigerator and then had her at the homeless shelter, and she started to smell and people were complaining. It's just so fucked up. She cried for herself. Yeah, where were your tears for your daughter, ma'am?
Did anyone ever notice Jacqueline missing from school?
I'm going to be very careful with where we go with that. That's a part of, a large part of the investigation. There's been some information that's come forward between being removed from one school and entering another to being homeschooled.
From here, the court system will take it and prosecute to the highest extent of the law. I'd like to again send our deepest condolences to the family and friends of Jacqueline Torres.
All right, little Jacqueline's mother and aunt due in court tomorrow. The mother's being held on $5 million bond tonight. The aunt being held on $1 million bond. Police say they have a verbal cause of death from the medical examiner's office, but they're not going to share that just yet. We may learn that tomorrow. One more thing, quick, before we go. If you have any information about this case, especially that guy, the boyfriend who they're looking for, Nanita, give police a call. We're live in New Britain tonight. Jeff Dadarian, News 8.
Oh, dang it. Hold on. Okay, the next court appearances for all three defendants were scheduled for November 14th. Speaking Monday at a news conference, New Britain Police Chief Matt Monero said officers found the child's remain in an, quote, advanced state of decomposition. Authorities are still working to determine when and where she died, but they say she may have been dead since at least the fall of 2024. While her family was living in the nearby town of Farmington. Investigators believe Jacqueline's body was kept in the family's basement before they relocated to New Britain, Farmington Police Chief Paul Middleton said. Further details about the case have not been disclosed due to ongoing investigation, which Monario said could take a couple of months to complete. My God. That's just awful. Poor baby. I'll never understand that shit. I'll never understand it. Especially the malnourishment shit. Like, y'all know we talked about how I've got a bunch of kids. And it's expensive, but you can, some people, I can't, we make too much money, but yet not enough. Make that make sense. But people can get on food stamps or whatever. Like, there's absolutely no reason a child should ever go hungry. My God, we spend like $300 a week on groceries. Like there's no reason a child should be going hungry, and we've got it hard. Like it's, we make too much money to get assistance, and Mr. Speculating's not the type to ask for assistance, but we don't make enough. Please believe we don't. Like it's always a paycheck to paycheck kind of thing, but there's no reason for a child to be going hungry. You could go to a food bank. There's help out there. I cannot with the children going hungry, malnourished, abused, all of the things. Sick, sad world. I want to thank y'all for being here with me today for 6.5 hours, damn near. Thank you for your support. Thank you for hanging out with me. I will see y'all tomorrow as we continue the trial. Don't eat that, Basil. For Daisy. Link those documents on Patreon for you guys. So if you want those, make sure to check there. I've got a bunch of other documents I need to put there as well. And I hope to see y'all back tomorrow as we continue this crazy, interesting trial. I've not seen a trial this interesting in a long time. I appreciate you all. I love you all very much. If nobody's told you, you are always enough. You are always important. You are very special and you are very loved. And I love you all. Please stay safe out there. Have a safe night. And I'll see y'all tomorrow. Bye.